thanks for joining us. This is your parliamentary program, Inside the Parliament. Here we keep you abreast with happenings from the national and state houses of assembly. I am Oyedia Orom. Now let's begin from the Red Chamber, where the leader of the Senate, Okpeyemi Bamidele, cautioned the former governor of Edo State, Adams Oshiomhole, telling him that he should reduce the drama on the floor of the Senate. This was after the Senate disagreed over an amendment on its standing rule on eligibility to contest for the office of the Senate President. Let's bring you the
Catfish, the act of growing a diverse group of refined fish, is popular in Nigeria. The production of the fish for commercial purpose is a major practice by farmers, as it accounts for over 80% of the country's aquaculture output, with a booming domestic market, as well as a strong export sales of smoked fish. In catfish production, feed constitutes the most important cost, as Nigeria still imports feed with only a few producing locally.
Diesel, very expensive. NEPA, when they will bring their NEPA bill, per month they are bringing 70,000. Raw materials is no-go area. Where are we going to get the money?
Its production in recent time is becoming difficult for some small-scale farmers, due to the hike in the cost of feed as a result of scarcity of raw materials and depreciation of naira against the dollar, making it difficult for farmers to cope.
Feeds is nothing to write home about, so expensive. Everything has gone so high that the business is becoming so tiresome. But then, as many of us that had the vision, the love of it is there, we will not go back. After having spent so much on a cycle, at the end of the day, you want to sell. For instance, somebody will come and say they want to buy a kilo for 800 naira, 850 naira. This is something you have spent so much on. If you sell it for that rate, you are definitely not going to come back into the business if care is not taken.
The feed now is being imported, and the exchange rate is affecting the importation of the products. The cost of fish has increased. Before now, we could buy this one for 500, but now it's 1,000, 1,012 for each. So it's apparently very high.
It should be noted that some production plants and fish processing plants are practically shutting down due to scarcity of raw materials. This mill, which employs over 30 young Nigerians, is empty when AIT crew visited, as no worker was seen.
There's no two ways about it. They are closing. So the old people that are surviving now, people that are getting other funds from other businesses to augment what they are doing. And it's because of the passion. That's why some people are still afloat. But I want to assure you all, it's not as if I'm giving any negative prophecy. But if these things persist, a lot other farmers will go down.
For this catfish seller, most Nigerians, instead of patronizing,
Hello, thanks for joining us. This is your parliamentary program, Inside the Parliament. Here we keep you abreast with happenings from the national and state houses of assembly. I am Oyedia Orom. Now let's begin from the Red Chamber, where the leader of the Senate, Okpeyemi Bamidele, cautioned the former governor of Edo State, Adams Oshomole, telling him that he should reduce the drama on the floor of the Senate. This was after the Senate disagreed over an amendment on its standing rule on eligibility to contest for the office of the Senate President. Let's bring you the details of how it happened on the floor of the Senate.
I believe the average age in this Senate must be over 40. And so we don't have excuse for youthful exuberance. So when we are making a law, we should accommodate divergent views. That way, what one person forgot, the other person will remember. The way we rush the rules, because certain people wanted certain things concluded, is what led to this error. That is just the point I want to make. That next time we should allow debate. That's it.
Well, point of order. But the unfortunate thing about that drama was that regardless of what was done in this hallowed chamber yesterday, what became the news out of this hallowed chamber was that unnecessary drama. And we are not going to allow this to continue. For the avoidance of doubt, Mr. President, I'm writing on Order 52(6) on rules of debate. It simply says, Mr. President, that it shall be out of order to attempt to reconsider any specific question upon which the Senate has come to a conclusion during the current session, except upon a substantive motion for decision. So, if His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Adams Aliyu Oshiomhole, CON, had any problem with the decisions that were taken with respect to the amendment 2 days ago, what he was expected to do was to bring a substantive motion for decision to be debated on the floor of this parliament. We cannot allow this kind of drama to go on every time on the floor of this Senate. We must put a stop to it. As the leader of this Senate, I had an issue with what was passed. We discussed it at the leadership level, and I was encouraged to bring a motion for decision, which we just considered. Senator Oshiomhole could have done that regarding any other aspect of this amendment if he had problem with it. This drama must stop because it's not helping us, it's not helping the image of this institution. This is the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Well, there you have it. Now it's time now to bring you other activities from the both chambers of the National Assembly, including the Senate and the House of Representatives condemning the issues of killings of Nigerians in South Africa. Take a listen. The Senate has strongly condemned the ongoing xenophobic attacks against Nigerians and other African nationals in South Africa, describing the incident as barbaric, unlawful, and a betrayal of African unity.
So for them to take Nigerians like animals is not acceptable. The African Union, which South Africa is a member, should rise now and impose all necessary sanctions against South Africa. We are very angry. Nobody is happy. Our Minister of Foreign Affairs is in South Africa now. And the ministry invited the High Commissioner yesterday, and you have invited the High Commissioner, less senators, not because of seeing them. Within anything you say immediately, but not because people want to be seen in the television to speak about this. No, let us quickly set up these committees and come back to the Senate.
The Senate condemns unequivocally and in the strongest terms the ongoing xenophobic attacks, persecution, intimidation, and acts of violence directed against Nigerians and other Africans in South Africa, describing such acts as barbaric, unacceptable, unlawful, morally reprehensible, and fundamentally inconsistent with the ideals of African brotherhood and international human rights. Those in support of this prayer say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Over 118 Nigerians have been killed. Presently, about 1 Nigerian is killed weekly, while over 200 plus foreigners are killed, maimed with Nigerians.
The targeted attacks against Nigerian nationals is a demonstration of ingratitude, especially taking into cognizance the roles of Nigeria in the struggle against apartheid in South Africa.
To the South Africans, remember where our relationship started. To remember when we said no to the oppressions, when we stood firm with them when they were oppressed.
The House, among other resolutions, asked the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to take urgent diplomatic steps to halt the killings and ensure the safety of Nigerians residing in South Africa.
Some lawmakers have condemned the recent amendment to the Senate standing orders, restricting eligibility for the office of the President of the Senate and other principal positions to ranking lawmakers of the 10th Senate who secure re-election into the 11th Senate in 2027, describing the move as self-serving and unconstitutional.
The other one that is extremely provocative is to say that even people who have been in the Senate before, who are even senior to the Senate president in terms of ranking, they don't took them and they left. Either they were voted out, or they contested for executive position, or they were appointed as minister like himself. When they now come back, they are not considered as ranking. Here, if you want me to speculate, because I had the question about this other guy, is that he's looking at, for example, if the former deputy Senate president was to win election in Delta, Senator Magegi, because he is not in this session, in the 10th Assembly, he will not be eligible. What is special about being in the 10th Assembly? Then, even David Mark, if he was to be, even after all his previous, because he's not the 10th Assembly, he will not be eligible. What is special about the 10th Assembly? The Senate President became minority leader on his first day in office. On his first day, when they swore in, on his first term, when he got into the Senate, I think in the 9th or 8th Senate, right? He became a principal officer, minority leader. He's not the one presiding and asking us to change those rules such that even somebody who had done one term, particularly if you came to the court, you can't even be. Number two, as we speak today, the Senate President has not done 8 years in office. Even if you count the previous one plus the current one, it's not yet up to 8 years. So if we pass the rules that you must do 8 consecutive years before you can be Senate President, it means he has to lead by example by vacating, because he's presiding without acquiring the appropriate qualification.
First, generally, this is self-serving, self-centered, from those who propose it and those who oppose it. You are living witnesses when we stood up on this floor and raised our concerns about the Electoral Act as presented before the Senate. Having worked in the Committee on Electoral Matters for almost 2 years, we raised serious concerns here about some provisions that are in the Electoral Act. In the name of party supremacy, people kept quiet. Now, because some people felt they have an ambition and going for, therefore, slightly their touch. This particular matter is not about Nigeria. This matter is about the Senate and the institution and those who want to aspire for leadership. This institution has a history that is institutionalized. In 2023, when we came here, this particular ranking was thrown under the bus. Why you could say a principal officer who is coming to the Senate for the first time, a senator who is coming to the Senate for the first time, the first week became a principal officer. The biggest of the committees were given to new senators. Now, at the end of the day, after 3.5 years, what have those senators performed? as chairman of committees. Some could not even call meetings. Some, when they call meetings, they could not even preside. A lot of people make noise or it touches them. In this chamber, it is the work of you journalists to investigate. There are committees that are in place for 3.5 years. Their chairman did not call for one single meeting except when it is budget. So the entire scenario is being seen as personalized. And therefore, until we are ready to cure this malice, we'll continue to see it because a lot of laws were passed tailored to particular group, tailored to particular party advantage, tailored to particular individuals. That is the order. That is the truth.
So what's the next move of the Senate?
The next thing is that the Constitution and the Senate rules allow the Senate to regulate itself. As long as the regulation does not impugn to the Constitution, the Senate is allowed to do that.
The Constitution made it clear that the senators will be sworn in first before they can elect their presiding officer. So I'm glad that we have looked at that, and I'm also hopeful that we might also look at some other provisions that has already been amended.
So the bone of contention is Order 5, which has to do with a senator that have served 2 consecutive terms. That was not talked about. What's your reaction?
That is why I'm saying that I'm glad that the Senate have started looking at it, and they will also look at that in due course. We're not done yet, and you know this is about the 3rd Amendment of our rules that we're doing in this 10th Senate. You know, this 10th Senate have removed the secret ballot to now say that it will be by open ballot, raise of hand, which is open ballot. So I'm sure that we'll still look at them. If the senators themselves come together and say, look, we don't want this, the Senate President himself is amenable to it.
Distinguished, one of your colleagues, Senator Ezenwa, have already granted an interview saying that what the Senate has done so far is self-serving and is unconstitutional.
But I'm granting an interview now, commending the Senate for rescinding the part of the amendment, which is Rule 2 and 3, which is not in conformity with Section 52 of 1999 Constitution. And I'm saying that the other ones, that the Senate will also look into it. This is the 3rd amendment of this rule since we came into the Senate. So who says that we're not going to amend it again?
The Senate has confirmed the nomination of Joseph Tigbe as a Minister of Power with a firm pledge to tackle Nigeria's recurring electricity challenges, especially grid collapse. Speaking during his screening, Tigbe urged lawmakers to hold him accountable, assuring that his tenure would deliver visible improvement in the power sector.
The issue of grid collapse that has become a recurring decimal in this country, thereby affecting our noble quest for industrialization. And also the inability of the transmission sector to adequately transmit what has been generated by the GENCOs to the discourse. That gap has also affected the adequacy of power supply in the country. Based on your vast experience as a consultant, what will you bring to bear on the power sector with a view to ameliorating all these problems?
Given the circumstances in which we find ourselves, how will you address the liquidity crisis and the sector debt crisis in the power sector?
Specifically, what kind of timelines that do you want to put behind these deliverables, both in terms of, in terms of the country achieving energy sufficiency and reliability?
How will you drive a framework where tariffs are not seen as oppressive? How can Nigerians have more access to affordable power, as it were, because a lot of Nigerians are groaning?
The issue of market reflective tariff is like an elephant in the room. Unless we take political decisions strong political decisions, political will to really charge market-reflected tariff, we will not solve the power problem.
Since 1999, trillions have been invested. This hollow house, assembly, this chamber, we're going to come to you with difficult decisions. Your constituents will run to you. Please tell them to bear with us. There may be small pain, but we'll get there. Because we are going to have a disciplined approach to addressing this. I'll come and present to you what our plan is. We clear milestones. If you don't see this in 3 months, it means you won't see 6 months. So you must see the 3 months, and you must hold us accountable for it. When we put those things together in the next 1 or 2 weeks, we'll come to you and present them to you. So we will put a stop to that leakage, to that bleeding, and all the challenges that we have. I'm practical. But let me share with you, in the next 100 days, for me, in the next 100 days, first of all, we need to do a rapid diagnostic. That will signal seriousness. I'm not talking about 6 months diagnostic, I'm about 2 weeks diagnostics. There are people in this room that are going to be part of that team. And, one of the logs I have is that some of the people that are working with me, Larry Babalola is Special Advisor on Power. Larry has once been Minister of Power in this country. We're going to work together to fix this problem. Ayok Bileyi, DGPP, he has a lot of experience in infrastructure. We're all going to work together as a team to ensure that the 1 trillion economy dream ambition of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is realized. So first thing is rapid diagnostics. That will signal seriousness to Nigerians. Also, we need to establish transparency baseline. We need to tell our people the truth. Even when the truth is difficult, tell them the truth. So we'll conduct independent sector diagnostics. We need to entrench transparency in our public performance dashboard. I'm going to work in the next 2 weeks to sit down and ensure there's adequate collaboration between the ministry, NERC, TCN, and relevant stakeholders. There are gaps everywhere. We need to fix those gaps. And then one thing that is critical is seamless coordination. People have advocated for gas and power to be under one ministry, but we can collaborate. We both report to one principal, who is the President of Nigeria. So collaboration between my ministry and Ministry of Petroleum on the issue of gas supply. This next phase in 100 days is to stabilize that grid. There are questions around grid collapse. And then we need to roll out metering. Last year, we rolled out 1 million meters across the country. It is never done before.
Will the Senate approve the nomination of Mr. Joseph Olasunkami Tegbe for appointment as the Minister of the Government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye, and those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Nigeria's House of Representatives has called on the executive to intervene and stabilize the rising cost of aviation fuel, warning that the situation is affecting businesses in the country's airline industry. The House resolution follows a motion of urgent public importance by Pascal Agbodike, representing Ihiala Federal Constituency of Anambra State. Agbodike in his motion noted that jet fuel accounts for between 40 and 60% of airlines' operational costs in Nigeria, making it single largest expense for carriers. He explained that operators are struggling to stay in business as most airlines battle with maintaining service standards with the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority amid increasing costs. The lawmaker expressed worry that several domestic airlines have either cut down flight frequencies or ground their aircraft entirely, a situation he said has resulted in reduced capacity across the sector. According to him, the high cost of jet fuel alongside the foreign exchange liquidity crisis affecting the purchase of aircraft parts has placed significant pressure on the finances of local carriers, exposing them to the risk of collapse. The House in its resolution called on the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources and the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited to enter into a direct price stabilization agreement with local airlines to ensure more predictable and affordable jet fuel costs. The House also mandated the Joint Committees on Aviation, Petroleum Resources Downstream, and Finance to investigate the ongoing increase in jet fuel prices and report back within 2 weeks. Well, there you have it. Now, the amendment that was done on the floor of the Senate on the eligibility to contest for principal officers as well as the office of the Senate President continue to generate reaction among lawmakers. Now, we caught up with the lawmaker who represents Imo East in the Senate, Senator Onyenwuchi Ezenwa, who speaks on how this amendment was made. And he says this is unconstitutional and personal. Let's take a listen.
I think the amendment, in all good conscience, is self-serving and unconstitutional. And I will give you my reasons. Section 50 of the Nigerian Constitution is clear on it. There shall be a president and a deputy president of the Senate who shall be elected by members from among themselves. It did not set further criteria. And any other criteria set outside this that is in conflict with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to that extent, is null and void. The Senate is relying on Section 60 of the Constitution that give the Senate powers to moderate its procedure, the Senate internal procedure. But for me, the procedure we are talking about should be for the effective running of the Senate. It should be for the conduct of the Senate business. We will be looking at the issue of how our bills are done, how we carry out our oversight, how we even discipline erring members of the Senate, but not on fundamental issues that will be inconsistent with the Constitution. Section 1, subsection 3 further tells us that any law that is inconsistent with the Constitution, to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void. You see, what has happened, for me, shows a lack of faith and confidence in the democratic process of electing presiding officers. And it also worries me that we may be foisting a predetermined leadership for the incoming Senate, the 11th Senate, and that will be unfair. We will be infringing on the rights of members of this distinguished Senate if that is allowed to stand. For me, I qualify. I am a ranking member of the Senate, but it is not just about me. It is about this institution. This is my 16th year here, and we are concerned about the legacy we are going to leave behind. I will not be here forever. By the time we leave, what are you leaving behind? Are you strengthening democracy by your actions? That is my major concern. So I think clearly this issue should be revisited. I am formally going to bring a motion to rescind this decision of the Senate for the common good. And that is what I will do immediately after plenary today. I will bring a formal motion in that respect. Let me also say clearly that the Senate rules are subordinate to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. and shall not by any means override the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. This should be clear. This should be very clear. So on that note, I want to say to you, a lot of people also understand that these are issues that we must strengthen for the internal cohesion of this Senate. And I will take that bold step to bring a motion to rescind that decision.
All right, there you have it. Well, that's the much we can bring to you on today's edition of Inside the Parliament on AIT. Do join us again next week. I am Oyedia Oro. And don't forget to join us on all our social media platforms for any edition that you have made so far. Thank you so much for staying with us.
James Akbarshe arrives for a checkup at the community medical center in Dadere, but it's not for his health. The student journalist is there to see how well the government-run center in Nigeria's central Nasarawa state is working. It's part of an initiative called Udeme, an Ibibio word for my share. It sends student journalists, known as U-monitors, to investigate public projects and hold authorities accountable.
Sometimes you travel to those communities where those projects have been awarded, you discover that those residents don't want to talk to you because they have no idea of those projects. So you face challenges, maybe sometimes threats to your life. And when a lawmaker find out or individual find out you are doing a story that will implicate him.
The Media Non-Profit Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development, or CJID, launched Udeme in 2018. It recruits about 100 students like Akbarshe each year. They track public infrastructure projects like the construction of schools and hospitals. And they talk to residents about what they find.
So our youth monitors are fluent in the local dialect in those places. So when they go on radio shows, they speak in those local dialects so that people can understand the relevance of the topic that we're talking about. And we see them calling in after the program.
Nigeria ranks 145th out of 180 countries on the Transparency International Corruption Perceptions Index. The CJID says ignorance is often why public officials are not held accountable. At a visit to Nigeria's Independent Corrupt Practices Commission in February, authorities pledged their support.
The issue of corruption and corrupt practices is a problem. To always continue to work with you.
CJID says its approach brings change and could be a model other media should follow. The initiative brings results. When Akbarshe first visited this health center, it was not operational. A few months after he reported on it, the government opened the hospital to the community, a small step to holding public officials accountable. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
The Four Seasons Nursery in Lilongwe is the oldest garden center in Malawi. But as much as I love plants, there is so much more to do here, and we're going to check it out. But first, here's what's up on the show today.
We meet Nafkot Gebeyu as she takes us through the art scene in Addis Ababa. Discover the updos of real fake hair in Malawi. and find out how a Lesotho bakery makes artisanal bread using the power of the sun.
I'm Cynthia Zonde Zulu, and you're watching AfriMax. In Nigeria, a museum is turning trash into treasure, wowing visitors with art and decor made entirely from recycled materials. It's inspirational and sustainable.
The kitchen, so I started asking the question, what can we do with the waste that we generate instead of throwing it away? And nobody could give me the answer because it's like a stupid question. What is waste meant to be used for if not to be thrown away? But I just couldn't, give up on that idea, and I was trying to look for what else we could do with the waste.
Nigeria is Africa's largest oil producer and has a population of more than 200 million people. So plastic packaging and waste are unfortunately quite common. This harms public health and the environment. But what inspired Jumoke to create new uses for so many piles of garbage?
I could say I fell in love with the waste and I didn't want to throw the waste away. Every single waste that I'm able to save is like I'm on a rescue mission. For every waste I'm able to save from ending up on the landfill, from ending up in the ocean, that's my motivation. That's what keeps me going.
In 2022, Jumoke, a former visual arts teacher, attended a United Nations meeting in Nairobi, Kenya. There, member states agreed to build a roadmap that would create a global plastic treaty. But around Nigeria, especially Lagos, a lot of waste continues to pile up in waterways, causing concern about the growing amounts of plastic in the ocean. Jumoke's way of recycling may be a little unusual, but it's getting a lot of attention.
The idea of the secular world that she's trying to achieve, zero waste, is something that is profound, that we need to all learn to imbibe in our homes and around us, our surroundings. It will just make our country especially a better place to live in. Our initiative would help curb diseases and sicknesses that are needless, and then we'll create a sustainable environment, a greener environment, and a place where we can all enjoy our lives better.
The museum, which exhibits Jumoke's work alongside other artists who share her vision, is raising awareness of waste management. Jumoke also teaches young people how to turn waste into functional, durable, and affordable products and supplies that can be used on school playgrounds, for instance.
We also collect waste from source. So we have different families, friends, schools, organizations that have partnered with us over the years, and we collect waste from them from source. Because the kind of work we do upcycling. We don't do recycling. So we don't use contaminated waste. So our waste must be from source, not contaminated.
Jumoke's path may not be an easy one, but she is certain that her efforts are not in vain.
So if I'm able to save 10 kilograms of plastic bottle today, I'm like, ooh, let's do more tomorrow.
And who would have thought that garbage could look this good?
Started in 1989 as a backyard garden, Four Seasons Nursery has blossomed into more than just a garden center with shops, dining, and so much more. Right now, I'm learning to pot a plant while having a chat with Limbani Makina. Limbani, how are you doing?
Good, thanks to yourself, Cynthia.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so what do we have here?
We've got a plant. This plant is what we call a spathiphyllum. It's well known for its peace-bringing properties.
Okay.
To your home.
Right.
It produces a white flower, and it's very good for air purification.
This place has grown into so much more than a garden center.
Yes.
What are some of the must-visit spots and experiences that visitors shouldn't miss?
So we've got a man-made water feature. So it's home to different species of fish. We've got the koi fish, we've got gapfish, we've got lake fish. So the kids just love it.
What are some of your hidden gems and local favorites that many people might not know about?
We've got a gift shop called Yeo, that's a gift shop. We've got Forester, which is an ice cream parlor. Right before Forester, we've got Floral Creations. That's a florist shop. Right. So flower bouquets and whatnot. And right behind me, we've got Ishq. This is a clothing and gift shop. And to our front, we've got Kala. That's a bar and a restaurant.
All right. No, thank you so much, Lingman.
You're welcome.
Next up, we head over to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, to check out the city's vibrant art scene.
Hello and welcome. My name is Nafkot Gabayo. I'm a photographer, and we are here in Addis Ababa, the capital city of Ethiopia. Addis Ababa is called the political capital of Africa because it is home to the African Union. It is a modern city with bustling streets and a rich nightlife. Addis Ababa means new flower. And here we have the beautiful Bole Medhanelem Church. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church is one of the oldest Christian bodies in the world, and it has influenced the visual culture of Addis. As a photographer, my friends and I are the new generation of artists. We're embracing technology while still paying homage to the more traditional artists who have gone before us. Now I'm going to show you some of the talented artists here in Addis. Let's go. We visit the studio of painter Salomi Muleta. In Ethiopia, only 1/3 of women are employed. Homes are female spaces, and Salomi Muleta focuses her work on the inner lives of women. What do you want the audience to see when they see your painting? How do you want the audience to interact with it?
When I look at my work, I see myself. You would also see yourself in my painting. And when you do, you have moments of memory which your mind refers to. So, I want everyone to see themselves when they see my work.
In your paintings, I've noticed, especially when you're painting women, their faces are either blurred or cropped. Why do you choose to do that?
When I do a portrait, it is the face or the hand that I paint. I only focus on the part that I want to. I don't, as in photographs, worry about getting the eye right, fullness of the picture, proportion, and all that.
Who are these women?
Every woman. For example, if I do your portrait, I don't capture you in a literal way.
I love what you said about you emphasize on a certain aspect of the portraits that you paint. It would be an honor. As a photographer, I'm drawn to the energy of my city. Addis is always new. You turn around in one corner, there's something happening, and it catches your eye. The skyline of Addis is dominated by construction cranes as people flock from the rural areas to find work. During the scramble for Africa, Ethiopia was one of the only 2 African countries to retain its independence. Its political history is complex and multifaceted, marked by periods of monarchy, military dictatorship, and our painful legacy also includes genocide, famine, and civil war. In recent times, we are trying to heal this through democratic dialogue. I want to play my part in creating a new Addis, and for me, that is about telling stories of my city. So you're here at my studio, and as you can see here, some of my prints are hanging. These are some shots from the busiest marketplace in Addis. It's called Mercato. It's really hectic. It's really hard to take pictures, but that's one of my favorite places to shoot. And I love learning about people's stories. One of my favorite projects is this book, Vintage Addis Ababa. We worked on this project for about 3 years with my colleagues Philip Schutz and Wengela Bebe. With the Vintage Addis Ababa project, my colleagues and I crowdsourced photographs from ordinary people who had great stories to tell from living memory. These were personal stories of hope, resilience, laughter, pride, and curiosity. And it's been such an honor working on it because I got to learn a lot of stories of people that lived in the era that was considered dark in history, because all we knew was people were fleeing the country and dying of hunger and genocide was happening. But through this book, I got to learn the history of my people who were enjoying life, going to cinema, getting married, having children, falling in love, all these beautiful things. And it was such an honor to be a part of it, because it felt like I did something to my community. We all felt like we did something to give back.
On the topic of art, the Kaliso Art Gallery has relocated to the Four Seasons, giving them more space to host events and make art more accessible. We're with curator Yves Gisambiro to learn more.
Now, art isn't something that we just see, it's how we feel. How do you create a space where people are able to connect truly with art?
Okay, so all forms of art, we're all born with them. In the same way that every person can dance, every person can sing, it just depends on how good you are at it, you would say. But also, the more you practice, the better you get. So for our space here, I think just the atmosphere itself and having the arts on the walls sort of like gives you a vibe where you just want to get into your creative side. And just not art, I think, it just gives you that vibe where you're just like, okay, I feel like creating something. So I think it's just a matter of bringing out what's already in you and then putting it out on canvas or on paper.
Thank you so much for having us, Eve.
Thank you for coming first.
Hair extensions, braids, weaves, you name it. They're fabulous fashion statements. And not very far from here in Blantyre, one innovator is making beautiful do's which are being dubbed real fake hair.
When you have textured hair, the possibilities are endless. Ethnic hair can be straight, short, long, kinky, curly, afro, or braided. But why are there still so few skin and health-friendly hair options? If you want to braid your hair, you have to resort to synthetic fibers. But plastic on your head? Forever? Wouldn't a different material, a natural and very stable one at that, be much better? And honestly, ropes as braids?
The fact that it degrades whenever it has been discarded is what catches attentions of a lot of people, but also because it's a natural fiber that is locally sourced, people are very interested because some will be able to farm Sisal and sell it to us.
Sisal refers to the fibers from the leaves of some agaves and is a relatively young natural fiber whose use flourished in the early 20th century. Nevertheless, it is still one of the world's most important fibers today. It is traditionally used to make rope and yarn, which can then be used to make sacks, rugs, and other handicraft due to its high durability. But hair? Can hair pieces and extensions made from Sisal be a real alternative to synthetic ones?
If you can take a look at this, it doesn't tangle, unlike to the synthetic hair.
Some synthetic hair has chemicals which may affect some scalps. The affected scalps may start itching within 3 weeks to a month. Some people remove it the same day because of itching.
The Sisal hair for me is a bit lighter and a bit breathable, because usually by now, if I had synthetic hair, I'd be sweating behind my back and I would be able to feel the weight.
This hair extension is very versatile. It can be changed into any style that you wish, but also it is antifungal and antibacterial, which means it does not get contaminated when it's wet. But also, being a natural fiber, it suits well with natural hair. It grips very well with the client's hair.
A study has forecast that African hair care sales could reach $994 billion by 2026. Current trends favor products that support natural hair care, and this includes hair extensions, which are used for support, protective styles, or extra length. However, these are often made with single-use synthetic fibers, which get discarded and end up in dumps and landfills, and can take 20 to 500 years to fully decompose, leaching toxins and microplastics into the soil, streams, and groundwater. Does the average customer and stylist think beyond the hairdo?
Some salons dispose their hair everywhere, but at our salon, once the hair is removed, we store it in a bin and burn it later. This way, the used synthetic hair is not discarded everywhere.
Plastic hair is just over in our streets, in the riverbanks. So I thought of coming up with biodegradable hair that will replace the plastic hair, so that whenever it's discarded, it will be able to decompose and not harm our environment.
The sustainable part is what drives it the most. Texture is needs a bit of work, but I think it's cool. I think also just the fact that once I take it off, it's biodegradable.
Moses and his team have built a production model that focuses on sustainability.
Considering that our main raw material is sisal and it's locally available, we also have plans that will grow our own sisal so that we reduce cost on accessing the raw materials. We have our own and we produce hair from that.
The hair production process involves harvesting the sisal from the fields, taking them to our lab, extracting the fibers from the sisal. We use manual extraction. We use sharp tools like knives, and then we wash them. After washing, we dry them. After drying, we give them color. So we use non-reactive dyes for coloring. After dyeing, we still dry them. After drying them, we soften them. We soften them using natural chemicals, and then from softening, we proceed to hair conditioning, and then we proceed to hair packaging.
Sisal hair is here now, and we're using it. We're happy with it.
I'm very happy with the hair quality, but I'm not very much satisfied because I'm not yet there where I want to be. There are some things that we need to improve as far as the quality of this hair is concerned, in terms of texture, the feel whenever you touch it, shining properties of the hair. In terms of length, we have to improve. We have to have varieties of length.
Styling and care of ethnic hair is constantly evolving, from the eras of the stretching comb and ironed hair to chemical hair relaxers and perms that blazed through the 80s and 90s. As technology around sisal fibers improves, hopefully this will provide an alternative that leaves our planet a little healthier.
There's a few things more comforting than freshly baked bread. And when it's made purely by using the sun and a bit of love, what could possibly be better? Let's head over to Lesotho to find out more.
Few things beat the smell and taste of freshly baked bread. But industrial ovens consume a lot of electricity, which is expensive and sometimes inconsistent. With this futuristic construction, really?
Not using the electricity won't make my bread taste bad. The only thing is the recipe that matters on how you make the bread.
But for this baker from Lesotho, it wasn't enough to just screw a few solar panels onto his roof to get his bakery up and running. Karapo Mutsamai really thought about how to build a solar parabolic cooker to make bread at zero costs. Let's check it out. How did he do it?
When the sun hits the parabolic, it then reflects to the tube that is made of iron. Then when it reflects there, then it absorbs the heat.
Baking without a carbon footprint? On sunny days at least. But there are disadvantages.
When it's rainy, cloudy, snowy, it can't work because it uses sunlight to operate. So when it's rainy, I use the stove in the house, the gas stove. Because I don't want the business to stop.
Fortunately, with over 300 sunny days a year, there is no shortage of sun in Lesotho.
On the sunny day, I produce 20 loaves. But when the sun is not much, I produce about 10 loaves. But the aim is to produce more. In the oven, it takes about 40 minutes on a sunny day, or an hour.
Anyone wondering how Karabo managed to do this? Well, during his studies at the Bethel Business and Community Development Center in Mahalizuk, Karabo specialized in food science and solar technology. Why this strange combination?
I love cooking, that's the first thing. And the other thing why I choose solar is because now the world is shifting to the power of solar technology, because I wanted to take part and contribute in helping the world to shift to renewable energy.
Over 40% of the population of Lesotho are young people. According to studies, youth unemployment is at around 25%. Most youngsters therefore try their hand as entrepreneurs in order to create jobs for themselves. Was this one of the reasons why Karabo founded Walker Solar Bakery?
I wanted to make something for myself, and I was passionate about starting the business. That's why I started Solar Bakery. I didn't have enough capital to start a bakery. So I used my skills to make this kind of machines to make my bakery work, and again to come up with a different way of doing business.
Bread is a staple, no matter where in the world you are. And this bread is steadily gaining popularity in Maseru, with a wide range of big-name bakeries delivering to supermarkets and corner shops alike. What is the appeal of Karabo's bread?
It just tastes so good. And every time the owner comes and gives it to us, it is so warm and fresh. It feels like my mother baked it herself. And I've also heard that it is good for the environment since it's naturally sun-baked.
I really found out that this bread, it's good for my business because it lasts long. It does not get stale within a short time. The challenge with supply for this bread is weather. If it's cloudy, there won't be any supply. I usually stock a lot so that even in bad weather, I will still have some to sell.
Walker Solar Bakery's oven has been firing up since 2023. But with only one solar parabolic oven, does it have a real possibility for growth?
I'm also looking for a partnership or investment that will help this business of mine to grow where it is right now. And I'm looking forward with making more machines and with different designs that can suit each and every one. And hopefully, I want to inspire many of youth in Lesotho and create more jobs for them.
With determination and innovation, this bakery is on a roll, raking in the dough while spreading a little sunshine with every delicious bite.
And that's all we had for you in today's show. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms. Until next time, goodbye.
The stories now break online. Don't miss miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content, follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
For 2 years, Precious Mbomboli took pills daily to prevent infection with HIV, the virus that causes AIDS. But the 21-year-old is among the first in Zambia to receive a new injectable prevention drug.
For 2 years, yes.
I changed the new injectable on 25th February because the pill was difficult for me, as I used to forget to take it. Sometimes I was not at home at the time of taking the medication, so the injection makes me feel better and confident.
The new drug is known as cabotegravir, long-acting. Each shot prevents infection for 6 months. Zambia is the first low or middle-income country to offer the drug to the public. Lina Mwango is technical director of the local non-profit CHEP Zambia.
Our target age group for this is adolescent girls and young women who are aged 16 to 24, as well as we're reaching out to their sexual partners.
Local representatives called connectors are helping roll out the program.
The connector is based in the community. We do community mobilization, we do community sensitizations. We go on, screen the girls that are eligible for dreams. Those that are eligible get to be enrolled.
The U.S. government has donated nearly 15,000 vials of the drug known as cabotegravir. That's enough to protect 2,000 Zambians against HIV for 1 year, the U.S. Embassy says. But experts say people who get the shot still need to take precautions.
People get the injection and then they think it's a silver bullet, in that then they can go out and sleep around. And really the message here is that that's not why this drug has been brought on board. To realize that this drug does not prevent pregnancies, it doesn't prevent other sexually transmitted infections.
About 1.4 million Zambians are living with HIV, with about 33,000 new infections per year. Experts hope the new drug can help bring those numbers down. Kathy Short, VOA News, Lusaka, Zambia.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Moneyline with Nancy. I am Nancy Naji, and it's so nice knowing that you're joining us again today, where we keep you up to speed with everything finance, money, markets, investments, information, and every other thing in between. You know, for many Nigerians right now, the economy no longer feels like something you read about in reports or hear from policymakers in Abuja. It's personal. It's the price of rice that changes again before the weekends. It's transport fares that keep climbing is the small business owner who can't plan beyond 2 weeks because of cost uncertainties. Are signs of economic stabilization bringing relief? Or are we simply learning to live with strain? April inflation figures are again, of course, under the spotlight. The Monetary Policy Committee meeting begins its May meeting today, and decisions expected tomorrow, with many expecting to see what the MPC will do. The MPC cuts interest rates in February to 26.5%, and yet, even with relative exchange rates calm and improved reserves, the pressure on households has not eased enough. Then there's the debt conversation. Government continues to borrow to fund growth, they say, infrastructure and deficit, but many Nigerians are still grappling with when does economic sacrifice starts translating into real relief. So this morning, I'll be breaking it all down again with one of the country's most respected economic minds, Professor Adeola Adenikinju, immediate past president of the Nigerian Economic Society and a former member of the Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria, as we assess Nigeria's current economic direction, the policy signals coming from the MPC, and whether this economy is genuinely stabilizing or perhaps we are just even managing uncertainty better. And yes, if you're joining us on television this morning, don't forget, you can continue the conversation with us online. All you need to do is to subscribe to Moneyline with Nancy TV on YouTube, follow us across all our social media platforms, and let us know how you are feeling. Are you feeling any improvement in your daily economic reality? So send us a message. You can also send us a message on our WhatsApp number. Now, before we get into that conversation, let's first bring you up to speed with the latest news. We'll begin by telling you that the federal government has signed contracts worth over 690 billion naira for the construction and rehabilitation of major roads across the south, west and northwest. The projects covering Kaduna, Oyo, Ogun, and Osun states will be built using continuously reinforced concrete pavement technology designed to last for decades. The Minister of Works, David Umahi, says the projects are part of Tinubu's administration's push to modernize Nigeria's transport infrastructure, improve connectivity, and drive economic growth. Nigeria has recorded about $112 billion in foreign exchange inflows within a 12-month period, signaling a major rebound in investors' confidence. A report by the Financial Market Dealers Association shows that most of the inflows came from autonomous sources, like diaspora remittances, portfolio investment, export, and private capital. This marks a shift away from heavy reliance on central bank intervention, with autonomous inflows accounting for nearly 65% of the total. The development comes after years of dollar shortages, exchange rate distortions, and a backlog of unpaid FX obligations weighing on the economy. Diaspora remittances into Nigeria remained stable at $21.8 billion last year, despite global economic pressures, stricter immigration policies, and high transfer costs. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria showed inflows were almost unchanged from $21.81 billion recorded in 2024, with remittances rising steadily across all 4 quarters of 2025. Meanwhile, the World Bank said Sub-Saharan Africa remains the most expensive region for money transfers, with average remittance cost standing at 8.46%, well above the global average. The federal government has unveiled plans to expand Nigeria's port infrastructure with the approval of additional deep-sea ports across the country. The Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, said the move is aimed at positioning Nigeria as the leading trade and logistics hub in West and Central Africa. He added that government is also modernizing existing ports through digital transformation, channel deepening, and improved operational efficiency to reduce delays, attract larger vessels, and support future trade growth. Debt Management Office is testing investors' appetite with a 600 billion naira bond auction as borrowing costs show signs of easing. The federal government is reopening 2 long-term bonds due in 2025 and 2037 with coupon rates of up to 22.65%. The move is aimed at deepening market liquidity while attracting pension funds, banks, and other institutional investors looking for strong returns. The auction closes today with a settlement expected on May 20th. The federal government says Nigerian taxpayers can now resolve tax-related disputes free of charge through the newly launched Office of the Tax Ombuds digital platform. Speaking at the unveiling in Abuja, the Finance Minister, Taiwo Edele, said the initiative would make tax dispute resolution more accessible, transparent, and fair for individuals and businesses across the country. He added that the reforms are part of government efforts to build trust in the tax system, protect taxpayer rights, and encourage voluntary compliance through a more accountable process. The Nigerian Ports Authority says 9 vessels have arrived at Lekki, Tinkan Island, and Apapa ports in Lagos, carrying petroleum products and fertilizer. The ships are currently awaiting clearance to discharge items including petrol, diesel, aviation fuel, and other bulk commodities. According to the NPA, more than 35 additional vessels are expected within the next few days, carrying crude oil, wheat, sugar, fish, bitumen, and other essential goods. Authorities say the increased vessel traffic is expected to boost port activity and improve the supply of fuel and oil and key commodities across the country. The development reflects growing commercial operations at Nigeria's major seaports. Dangote Petroleum Refinery has reduced the price of aviation fuel, also known as Jet A1, from 1,750 naira to 1,650 naira per litre, and a move aimed at easing cost pressures on airlines. The refinery also introduced a 30-day interest-free credit facility for marketers and airline operators, while shifting to a naira-based pricing model. The development comes as domestic carriers continue to struggle with high operating costs and reduced flight frequencies caused by soaring fuel prices. As technology reshapes education in Nigeria, learning is no longer limited to the classroom. E-learning has become more popular through virtual classes and online platforms. But do many Nigerians prefer traditional classroom learning? In this report, we examine the strengths and the challenges of both learning methods.
Even today, learning is no longer limited to the 4 walls of a classroom. From mobile phones to laptops, students now have access to education anytime, anywhere. E-learning in Nigeria started gaining grounds in early 2000s with institutions like the National Open University of Nigeria, when internet access was below 1% and limited to a few users. The COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 later accelerated its adoption, pushing schools to use platforms like Zoom and Google Classroom. Today, according to the Nigerian Communication Commission, broadband penetration has exceeded 50% with over 150 million subscriptions as of early 2026, showing major growth from the early days. This rapid growth in internet access has increased the adoption of e-learning, allowing students to attend virtual classes, access material online, and learn at their own pace. However, despite this progress, challenges remain. Many Nigerians still face poor network connectivity, unstable electricity, and the high cost of mobile data. These are the barriers that limit effective online learning, especially in rural areas. While classroom learning remains the backbone of Nigeria's education system, it provides direct interaction between teachers and students, encouraging better understanding and discipline. Yet, the system also faces serious challenges such as overcrowded classrooms, shortage of teachers, and inadequate learning facilities continue to affect many schools across the country. One of the respondents said, e-learning allows flexibility and learning at one space, but also pointed out that poor internet connection and high data costs often disrupt learning experience.
Yeah, because of the age we are in now, e-learning is better. It's easier to get more resources via e-learning than our regular classroom learning. I believe the classroom learning is a bit limited for this day and age. I think e-learning has improved the quality of education because I can be in Nigeria and get an MIT free resource for learning. I can be in Nigeria and learn the same results my counterpart in the US or other parts of the world are learning. So I believe e-learning has improved impact in Nigeria. A lot of youth these days, or the Gen Z that have found success in life, most times it was through YouTube University and other e-learning platforms. I prefer e-learning. I've already given the why, as in it makes resources easier to get across to, it makes e-learning seamless and self-paced, so you're the one to now discipline yourself, because a lot of people always argue that there's no discipline with e-learning, but I believe if you know what you want, you get it. So the limitations for e-learning right now is the fact that power supply and data connectivity in Nigeria is an issue.
However, others said they prefer classroom learning, stating that it helped them understand lessons better through direct interaction with teachers and also keep students more focused and disciplined. They added that e-learning is good, but sometimes students who go through this process are unable to do certain tasks themselves due to overdependence on ChatGPT.
To me, I support classroom learning. Not, well, maybe let me say because I went to school when there were no e-learning of a thing. So, but even aside that, considering our society now, the impact of e-learning is more damaging the intellectual capacity of the students. In what sense, or what do I mean by this? This e-learning of a thing is why we have high usage of this ChatGPT, and I'm not saying ChatGPT is bad, but now you see it that a lot of students now replacing their own ideas capacity with ChatGPT. They can't not even do anything without ChatGPT.
I think e-learning is better from what I can see, but this, if I would say yes on one hand, on the other hand I would say classroom learning, because we find out that for classroom learning, what I think is there are restrictions to what you can do and what you cannot do. Now, what do I mean? If you're in a classroom, you're sure to pay attention to the teacher. You're sure to probably call it what they call expo. All these things cannot really happen in a classroom learning. But when you're working when you're doing an exam, for instance, from home, nobody's watching you. You can just go on and do whatever you want to do, scrap an answer from somewhere, and before you know what you're doing, you're bringing, and at the end of the day, you find out that there is no depth in what you learn sometimes from the internet compared to what you learn from the school, because I think I won't call it, I would say there's an advantage for e-learning and there's a disadvantage for e-learning. There's also an advantage for classroom learning and also a disadvantage for classroom learning as well.
E-learning in Nigeria has moved from a very limited system in the early 2000s, when internet access was rare and expensive, to a more widely accepted form of education today, driven by improved broadband access and digital tools. While classroom learning continues to play a vital role in structure, discipline, and direct interaction, e-learning has expanded opportunities for flexible and remote education. However, the gap between urban and rural access still highlights the need for better infrastructure, affordable data, and stable electricity. Moving forward, the Nigerian education system must not just choose between both models, but rather strengthen them together to build a more inclusive, modern, and resilient learning system for every student.
All right, let's quickly take the markets now as we'll take a look at how the markets shaping up today and how they closed yesterday. Let me start with the money markets, where liquidity conditions was relatively comfortable, but you can see signs that cash in the system is slowly tightening. On Monday, we saw the open back holding steady at about 22% ahead of MPC decisions tomorrow. The overnight rate is slightly to 22.14%. Now to the average viewer, to you listening to me, this may sound like just banking numbers, but they matter. What it tells us is how expensive short-term money is for banks, and that eventually affects lending costs for businesses and consumers. So I hope you now understand what I'm saying. System liquidity also declined negatively, with bank balances dropping from about 5.88 trillion naira to 3.56 trillion naira. So yes, there is still cash in the system, but less of it than we saw previously. Let's take a look at the fixed income market, where investors continued to show strong appetite for safe government securities. Average OMO yields closed low at about 20.84%, while Treasury bills yields also eased to 17.49%. That buying sentiment suggests that many investors still prefer safety over risk, particularly ahead of tomorrow's MPC's decisions. However, in the bond market, we saw some kind of selling pressure on longer dated papers like the April 2049 and April 2032 instrument, and that is the market quietly saying that investors are still worried about long-term inflation, government borrowing, and fiscal pressures. Now to the Naira. I saw the Naira earlier on here. The official window closed weaker at 1,373 Naira 70 kobo to the dollar. That's it. So 1,373 Naira 70 kobo to $1. It's a marginal depreciation that we saw on Monday, but the bigger story is that the exchange rate has remained so far stable compared to the extreme volatility we saw months ago. And there is some kind of support coming from external reserves, which rose slightly to about $48.5 billion. And that improvement gives the central bank some kind of firepower to defend the market if necessary. Now, let's move to the Nigerian exchange. It started the week on Monday in the red. The all-share index fell by 5 basis points, 0.5%, driven by profit-taking in major stocks like Seplat, WAPCO, as well as Dangote Sugar. But here is the interesting part. The year-to-date of this market is still above 60%. So with this recent pullbacks, equities have remained one of the strongest hedges against inflation for investors. 60% the market has done just about 5 months into the new year. All right, trading activity, however, slowed noticeably. We saw total volume traded falling by over 26%, value traded declined more than 16%, and that suggests some investors may be taking more cautious position ahead of key policy decisions tomorrow. Banking stocks were the bright spot of the session, with the NGX banking index gaining about 17 basis points. We saw consumer goods, insurance, industrials, as well as oil and gas stocks all closing lower. Our top gainers for Monday included UPL and Wandu, as well as Deep Capital, while IMG recorded was among the top losers, including NCR. All right, let's go over to other parts of Africa, and most importantly, Kenya. I did take you through what is happening in Kenya yesterday. The fuel price hike in Kenya, and there is a transport, there is a strike, but we're seeing that the strike in Kenya, transport strike over high fuel prices, is still continuing, and that story resonates even here in Nigeria, where energy costs continue to feed into transportation, food prices, and overall inflation. So that's it. Kenya transport strike enters second day. So globally, investors are also watching geopolitics very closely. In the United States, don't forget that President Trump visited China last week, but stock futures moving lower after a tech-led sell-off in trade, even as the Dow managed to post gains. All prices still remaining elevated despite some easing as markets react to Middle East tensions and President Donald Trump's decision to postpone a planned attack on Iran. So you can see red numbers coming in for the market, talking about the U.S. stock futures this morning. If we take a look at Brent crude, have I told you about Brent crude? It's still trading above $109 per barrel, which is important for Nigeria because higher oil prices can boost government revenue and FX inflows, but they also increase global inflation risk. So you're seeing here Brent crude at around the $110, 26 cents a barrel, down 1.64%. Intraday numbers this morning just before I came into the studio. Now let's take a look at the other region, which is Asia. Japan's economy came in, grew stronger than expected in the first quarter, we're being told by officials in Japan, while attention is now shifting to Putin-Xi summit in Beijing. Trump just visited China. Vladimir Putin will be visiting China today and tomorrow, I think 19th and 20th, where energy, trade, and global power balance will dominate discussions. What's happening? You see, the geopolitics, the global politics is just becoming interesting in the last few weeks. And finally, gold continued to attract safe haven demand as investors weigh inflation fears, higher bond yields, and the wider impact of global conflicts. So whether you're an investor, whether you're a business owner, or simply a Nigerian trying to stretch your income through the month, these market movements are no longer a distant financial headline. They are increasingly connected to the cost of living, job creation, business confidence, and the overall direction of the economy. And that is what I'll be discussing just after the break. So these are the markets for you today, at least at this moment, because the market is alive, it's not static. It has oxygen, it breathes in and out. And on this program, I try as much as possible to take you through the numbers, not just taking you through the numbers, explaining everything to you in toto, as they say. You know, basic. Just explain it to you so that you understand and not just take a look at these headline numbers or what's she saying again, what does this mean? But I've explained what this means. For example, gold, $4,538 an ounce. That means that even the gold jewelry that you wear, whether you're a man or a woman, is expensive. What you used to buy gold before, you don't buy that price again. That's just what it means. All right, we'll be right back after the break, so I'll be taking you through our conversation. Professor Adeola Adenikinju will be joining me after this break. To join us again.
In today's global economy, information is everywhere, but insight is rare.
Because of the high rate of fuel, the cost of commodities, cost of everything in this country is high.
This is unacceptable because Nigerians cannot be made to suffer every time.
So, where do you turn for clarity? The right questions.
What is the need for Nigerians? Let's really break it down. Income strata-wise, revenue strata-wise for companies. What are some of the inhibitions that are not making trade work for all?
The real answers.
Stimulus package must take a different shape beyond what we have seen in sharing of rice, sharing of money.
Nancy brings it to you on Moneyline with Nancy.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Moneyline with Nancy.
Clear, well-researched conversations focused on what truly impacts you.
Is it that we don't know the number of MSMEs we have in the country, or we don't know where they are?
I don't think we can identify 40-something million MSMEs as a people and as a country.
Nigeria has the policy framework in place to be a leader on this approach. You can make farmers bankable.
Moneyline with Nancy now airs 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Weekdays, live on AIT and online. If it matters to the economy, join us.
My question is, inflation for April came in at 15.69%, according to the NBS. At what point should we stop calling inflation, this double-digit inflation that we've been seeing, as sticky, more like it being a more structural price instability problem exacerbated by global tensions?
Interesting question. Kind of complicated, but I'll try to unpack it. So yes, you're very correct. Inflation came out at 15.7%, which is a slight increase from where we had it the prior month. At what point do we start to call or describe that metric as it not being sticky? It gets to a point where the lower the better, really, and there's really that balance in terms of inflation. So you don't look at inflation as a standalone metric. You need to look at it vis-a-vis a couple more variables or economic variables that affect the lives of Nigerians. Interest rates is one of those metrics.
The immediate past president of the Nigerian Economic Society joins me right now, Professor Adeola Adenikinju. Prof, good morning to you, sir, and welcome to the program.
Good morning, Nancy. Thank you for having me.
Fantastic. Prof, let's start from, if you step back a bit from the daily data headlines, what is the clearest signal to you as to assessing Nigeria's current economic direction?
Yeah, thank you very much, Nancy. It's a tale of two cities, a tale of two worlds. Okay? If you look at the macroeconomic variables, looking at GDP growth rate, you're looking at the trend in inflation, you're looking at the trend in the exchange rate, you're looking at what is happening to government revenue. The tendency is to conclude that Nigeria is doing well, okay? And, if a typical investor would take a number of factors or variables that are out there and say, oh, this economy is improving, it's doing well, stabilizing, you can use the word. The exchange rate is more stable. Inflation at some point was coming down until it gets to this level, But that's a word. Okay, another word is where the lived reality of Nigerians, okay, what are they experiencing? Okay, is this post-macroeconomic outcome, is it also dovetailing, is it impacting on the life of the average Nigerian? Now, the reality is that it is not because of issues around affordability. Nigerians are going through a lot, as you mentioned earlier on, look at transportation costs, energy costs, food prices, So the life of the average Nigerian is a little bit more difficult than it was. It's a tale of two worlds. That is what we are living in now.
Okay, Prof, if we take a look at the President Tinubu's administration, do you see a sense of coherence in terms of economic or macroeconomic modeling? Let me put it that way. Or do you think that they are purely reactive? The policies so far are mostly reactive?
I think they just follow the orthodoxy. Okay, the orthodoxy says to remove distortions, allow market to drive your economic process. Reduce distortions as much as possible. And so in terms of the books, they are keeping to the books. Okay, but what is missing, in my view, is that there's so hard work that is being done in terms of, looking at, the impact of policies, okay? What are the direct and indirect effects of these policies? before they are enacted or they are implemented, and therefore being able to make adjustments, in terms of how do you mitigate the negative effect of those policies. I don't see much of that, So we've basically walked through the orthodoxy, without doing the hard work that is necessary to consider the impact of these policies on welfare, on various sectors of the economy, and then also be able to design, compensatory mechanisms to mitigate, some negative outcomes that may arise. So in my view, that is what is happening. And you can see that also because, which is what I've argued before, that we need an economic, the government needs an economic intelligence team, an economic team, okay? Where they are able to actually do, analysis of policies, as to the effect of those policies, who are the winners of the policies, who are the losers, and how do you, take care of those who are going to lose in those from those policies. So that's why I say it's a tale of two cities. You look at some of the indicators, you say, hey, this government is doing well, but in terms of the lives of average Nigerians, the lived experiences of most people, and the long-term impact in terms of the industrialization, okay, the restructuring of the economy, then there are some challenges that I see.
What concerns you more at this stage of the economy? Is it the inflation persistence? Is it a weak, perhaps, consumer purchasing power? Is it even weak productive growth? Is it that macroeconomic indicators that tell us is doing well, is stabilizing, but we are not seeing it cascade down to grassroots? Is it poverty? 100 million plus people are poor in Nigeria. Perhaps 160 or 140 million Nigerians are extremely poor. So what concerns you now at this stage of our economy?
What concerns me more is that, like I said, is that we are one-sided. The government seems, they are not even communicating well. I mean, which is another major issue that I see. The complication in terms of, these policies that are in place, the impact of those policies, and what they are doing in terms of, where we are going and what they are doing in terms of how to mitigate the negative effect. So what concerns me more is that the average Nigerians are finding it extremely difficult to survive. Okay? I was doing a talk somewhere yesterday to a group of students, they call themselves next policy makers, next generation policy makers. And I was telling them that, look, you see, policies should not just be taken on the basis of, macroeconomic, indicators. The yardstick for measuring success or the work of a policy is the life of the average Nigerian. Okay, I did a quick calculation yesterday. Okay, what is the welfare loss to Nigeria, to an average Nigerian, a low-income earner, between 2023 and now, using the price of oil as an indicator? So in economics, we talk about the compensatory mechanism, okay? And you'll find out that what you need to take Nigeria, the average Nigeria, to where it was in 2023, on the basis of, using energy indicator, is that you need to pay that Nigeria an average of 180,000 naira per month. That was what is 33,000 naira. The amount of energy, the amount of energy that it could consume in 2023 compared to what they can consume now. So to compensate for Nigeria's loss of welfare, instead of paying 70,000 naira per month, what you need to pay that average Nigeria is 180,000 naira loss. So you can see the gap between where we are and where we were in 1983. So what concerns me more is that the fruit of the of the reforms are not trickling down to the average Nigerian.
So
okay? And the government is not doing much to address that.
Prof, let me come in here because don't you think we run the risk of not describing it well? Because if we say, the fruits of what the reforms, what are reforms supposed to do? They are supposed to perhaps recalibrate the system, and after the recalibration, things will begin to be okay. For example, we were told, let's remove subsidy. I'm sure you also supported removal of subsidy even during the Jonathan days, because a lot of you that are economists sold that to us. You know, that we'll remove the subsidy, The 3 presidential candidates, or at least the major ones in 2023, did tell us, okay, we're going to remove the subsidy. And that, things will get better. We will use the money to do this. We will use the money to do that. Now, Nigerians are living worse off. Now, more Nigerians have been plunged into poverty. So would you say that the reforms have worked?
Naturally, my colleagues will know, anybody who knows me will tell you that I'm a firm believer in the more of subsidy. And, I'm unapologetic about that. But we, as an economy, also know that when you are removing subsidies, fuel subsidies in particular, there are things that you have to do, okay? There are measures that must be in place. Okay, there must be a way by which you take care of those who are going to be negatively impacted. Because the truth of the matter is that subsidy benefits the rich more, but removal of subsidy would worsen the fate of the lives of the poor. So you have to take care of the vulnerable. We have not done that well. Okay, it's like we go into these policies, without really looking back as to how to take care of the negative effects that it would have that will occur. So any reform will have gainers, will have losers. But as for policymakers, you do what is good, from what commentary tells you. We have the first welfare theory, we have the second welfare theory. The first welfare theory tells you that reform, market economy is best, competitive economy is best under certain conditions. But the second welfare theory also tells you that, that the society, which is and the policymakers must design the reform in a way that will take care of the poor. You enable the poor, you give them the resources that will allow them to go to participate in the market. So that is what we have said, So the fact that the reform has been done without careful attention to the other side, it's not the fault of the reform. It's simply that the reformers have to do more to ensure that the benefits of the gainers, the benefits of the reform will trickle down. I know that it will take time.
How much time will it take? How much time will it take, Prof? Is it until we all die?
I was looking at 2 years. I was looking at 2 years.
2 years don't reach now.
At 2 years. But now we are now in the 3rd year.
Okay? Yes.
And they are not really telling us what how they have what plans government has to ensure that more people benefit from this. There are various ways you can take care of the poor, or you can take care of the poor. It doesn't even mean that you have to do direct cash transfer. No, that is part of it. But you must look at the areas that are concerned to the poor. And then see what we need to do to ensure that to mitigate some of the costs in those areas. In the areas of food, in the areas of transportation, in the areas of their, the medical, their health, and so on and so forth. So how does government, and I'm not just talking about the federal government, which of, even the state governments that have made so much money,
Prof, can you still hear me? Okay, it seems Prof's network has frozen on me. All right, we're still talking about Nigeria's economic direction, and I've been speaking with Professor Adeola Adenikinju, former president, as immediate past president of the Nigerian Economic Society, and been looking at if Nigerians are really feeling any relief from the economic reforms that have been done so far by the Tinubu administration, as well as even state governments. Is Prof back now? Prof, can you hear me now? Okay. Perhaps we'll take a break at this point. Let's see how to reconnect with Professor Adenikinju. But in case you want to join the conversation, please feel free to do that. All you need to do is to send us a message on WhatsApp. I think the number will be scrolling on the screen, and I would like to know if you're really feeling any economic relief. You know, we've been told the government officials, you know, say, like macroeconomic indicators are doing well, they're doing well. Prof just said, that he was hoping that the process will take us 2 years before we'll start seeing the dividends so far. Is Prof back? I think I can see. Prof, can you hear me? Okay, let's take a break, and when we return, we'll try to reconnect with Professor Adenikinju.
In today's global economy, information is everywhere, but insight is rare.
Because of the high rate of fuel, the cost of commodities, cost of everything in this country is high.
This is unacceptable because Nigerians cannot be made to suffer every time.
So, where do you turn for clarity? The right questions.
What is the need for Nigerians? Let's really break it down. Income strata-wise, revenue strata-wise for companies. What are some of the inhibitions that are not making trade work for all?
The real answers.
Stimulus package must take a different shape beyond.
All right, Professor Adeola Adenikinju is back. Prof, immediate past president of the Nigerian Economic Society. Prof, I would like you to land on your points before the network went off.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. I will say that, when we talk about, what, government have made so much money, from the economic reforms, government revenue has grown up significantly and at all levels. Okay, so we have expected that, both the federal government as well as the state governments will design appropriate welfare packages, okay, or programs that will show that the pace of adjustment is minimized, to the average Nigerian. So to the Tinubu regime, we should also look at the states. What are of this adjustment? Okay, that will enhance employment in your area. You try to ensure that you reduce poverty, and provide more infrastructure to enhance productivity of the average Nigerian. These are the things we need to look at. So we have to look beyond. In my views, we have to look beyond, this data that we usually show or we usually point out in terms of how the macroeconomy is behaving, to looking at, even more macroeconomic
Okay, the network is still not making us hear what Prof is saying. Prof, can you hear me? Are you still there?
Experiences of the average Nigerian.
Okay.
Energy costs has gone up, and yet when you look at power, the availability is extremely very low. So you are paying more, and you don't even have what you are paying. What you are paying.
Okay, Prof. Let me.
I just said that. What is happening is that
Prof, if you can hear, yes, Prof, if you can hear me, please let me come in here at this point. Do you think that the government has done enough to explain the destination of these reforms, rather than the sacrifices? I chose my words carefully. The destination of these reforms. For example, yes, you mentioned earlier on that you thought, that the lifespan of suffering or sacrifices will be 2 years. When I talk to government officials, ministers and co, even at different fora, they keep, okay, these are the pains we need to go through, these are the pains. I do not sufficiently hear the destination of these reforms to say, okay, this and this, we're passing through this now, this is what it will be. For example, now the exchange rate was liberalized. We're seeing 1,373 naira as of yesterday. Talk from the central bank, for example, to say, okay, we're looking at a stronger naira of like 1,000 naira to $1 in 2 years or 3 years. I hope you understand what I mean, Prof. So the destination of this reform, so that we know that just like a woman that is pregnant, in 9 months, you will birth.
Well, you know that, when you are doing reform, one of the major, requirements is that you must communicate, very well with your people, to provide a guideline to them as to why you are doing the reform, what the pains of those reforms are, but what that reform would lead you to. Okay, that's very important. Just like a doctor. Okay, I give an example of a doctor. A good doctor will tell the patient, this medicine that I'm going to give to you, okay, this is what the medicine will do. Okay, these are the effects that you will feel. Okay, and if there are things that you are feeling that is not considered what I said, okay, please come back so that we can tweak it and ensure that, okay, it achieves up to go. So when the patient is going through that process, he knows exactly what is expected. Okay, the pains, when it will come, and if those pains become unbearable, what he needs to do. But eventually the doctor will also say, 3 days in a week, call me and tell me how you are feeling. So there must be continuous, communication. So that people, you need people to buy into the reform. So that even when they are suffering or they are going through pains, they are convinced that this is for a while, this is necessary, and this pain is for a while. 1, 2, they also see that you are also, experiencing the same pain. Everybody is having his own fair share of the pain. It's not a situation where some people are not, are immune from the pains, and only the vulnerable people are bearing the cost of the adjustment. Okay. So it must be fairly distributed. Okay. That is also very important. And third, like we said, there must be a way by which the designer of the policies must continually, look at those policies and see whether they are working according to plan, whether the pace, are as expected, or whether they are more. And if they are more than what is expected, what do you need to do? To ensure that basically you provide relief to the people. So there are a whole lot of things that must be in the process of designing and implementing reforms, so that everybody can participate, can understand, and ensure that the gains and the pains are clearly distributed among the citizens.
Prof, you were a former member of the Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria. I would like you to give me a sense of what is happening behind closed doors now. The MPC meeting starts today. It will end tomorrow. By 2 p.m. Nigerian time, Olayemi Kadoso will speak to journalists as to the outcomes of that meeting. Speak to me as if you're in that policy room. Of course, you've been in the policy room a number of times. So if you are still in that policy room, what will worry you most now? And what do you think the policymakers should do at this point? Inflation remains elevated, growth still around 4%-ish. We also are seeing some macroeconomic indicators. Okay, let me take a look at FX. Naira's Kama, Naira still at 1,373 Naira-ish, as it were. The Naira is a bit stable, but it's still weak. So if you're in that policy room, what will worry you most now, and what do you think they should be doing?
Yeah, thank you. The good thing is that the FTC members have a lot of data before them. And some of those data are not available to everybody. So they have the most recent data based on which decisions are made. Now, if you look at, what is happening, like you said, inflation in recent times because primarily driven by, geopolitical factor. Geopolitics, is going as, it's rising. Two, the exchange rate, it's still, it's still very high, but, fairly stable. The growth rate, of the economy is still okay. It's still above the historical level. But again, the headroom, okay, between the NPR and the current inflation rate, still gives, positive, real returns. So, but there are a lot of uncertainties, again, driven primarily by geopolitics and geopolitical factors. So, if I'm there, other than the politics that is coming and the spending that's going to be taking place, a lot of money is going to come into this system in the next couple of months, because of the elections, So it's a big bag, okay? And if it's not an election period, you're going to be looking at a period of trying to, maybe tighten the monetary, monetary tightening. But now that, and again, when you're in election period, you don't also want to, mess up with.
Prof, are you going for a tightening?
Provide any.
Let me hear. I didn't get you wrong. If you were in that policy room, would you tighten?
Yeah, I say if not an election period, because election period you have to be very careful. You want to be very careful so that you don't seem to, do a policy that people may misread. So what if I were in that room? What I would go for would really be to, to hold, and allow some of these things to just play out.
Okay. Prof, Nigeria's debt profile continues to expand. Of course, you would have seen what's been in the news in the last few days. On this show, I did look at debt, I think a few days ago now, if I'm not mistaken. Should we be concerned about the size of the debt itself or the quality of what the debt is financing? Just briefly.
Yeah, both. I would prefer a situation where debts are tied to, to specific projects, so that you can evaluate, those, the debt in terms of whether it is something that makes sense or not, whether it's something that the economy should go for or not. But if it's just a general debt that goes into a pool, and some of that money can then be diverted to something that is not good for the economy, then we should get worried. But if a project type debt, then you know that, okay, the analysis has been done, the feasibility has been done, and then, you can judge that debt on the basis of whether this makes sense or not. For instance, you are doing infrastructure, you are doing something that will enhance growth, okay? Then you can basically evaluate the project, the debt. But if you say whether that debt is going to contribute.
Prof, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, final question in just a few seconds. For an average Nigerian household that is watching you and I right now, and their simple question is, when will life become meaningfully easier? What will your honest answer be?
Really is difficult to know. I mean, because again, like I said, there's no communication. We don't really know where we are going. Nobody is telling us the rationale for what they are doing, what plans they have in order to improve, the lives of Nigerians, what needs to be done in order to reduce issues, affordability, issues around affordability and cost of living. Nobody is talking to us. We don't have an economist in the team, or we don't have somebody who is really communicating to us to guide us, so that we have expectations. We can anchor our expectations on certain, outcomes or decisions. We don't know, so we are just flowing, with whatever comes day to day.
Okay.
And that I think is unfortunate.
So, Prof, that's your honest answer. You don't know. You don't know because we're not getting that communication.
I don't know.
The destination of the reforms, like I asked earlier, we don't know. So I don't know if I also have that answer for an average Nigerian watching us right now. But thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much. How is Ibadan? I'm sure you're in Ibadan now.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
So maybe one of these days you should come over to Ibadan.
Yes, I will. University of Ibadan. All right, thank you very much, Prof. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll speak to you soon. Thank you very much for your insights. One more can I say?
I appreciate it.
Yes, Professor Adeola Adenikinju, immediate past president of the Nigerian Economic Society. For a former president of the NES, Nigeria Economic Society, to say he doesn't know where we're headed, I don't think I need to say more. But that also speaks very loudly of what policymakers and authorities need to do. We need to be communicated to. We need to know the destination of these reforms. We need to know that the economic sacrifices we've made in the last almost 4 years of President Tinubu, because he embarked on this reform. So even the APC government of about, how many years now? Is it close to 12 years? And more Nigerians have been sinking and sinking deeper into poverty. Anyway, we'll continue to talk about those issues on this program, like I've always done, bring the attention of policymakers to issues that matter. I know we're in the electioneering period, a lot of things ongoing right now, but the people matter. That's the much I can take this morning. Nancy Naji is my name. Be the best you can be and be the change that you want to see. I'll see you all again tomorrow, same time, 10 a.m. God willing. Bye for now.
Welcome once again to the stage. Thank you for being with us as usual. And we are excited because we've been announcing the series we're about to produce to you for weeks now. Last episode, we dealt with the very first topic in the series. We talked about everyday kindness. Even though I say so, I think it was a particularly touching episode in which we again reminded all of us that our people are suffering and that we can all be part of the solution. And so this series that we called Living Our Hope for a Compassionate Nigeria is making the point that for our hope for a better country to materialize, we must all live it out. We must all act on it. We must all find a way to contribute to things that will make life better for this country and for all of us. We said, while this may not apply to everything that needs to improve our country, but that, however, there are some specific sectors that are critical, that we all play our role to make Nigeria a better one, a more compassionate country. And the very, perhaps, important sector is the sector on health. If this is the first we're airing, or perhaps if you wonder why we chose health, although I think it's obvious, it's self-explanatory, health is a fundamental human right. A healthy nation is a prerequisite to progress. Let me admit, I'm also influenced by the fact that I'm a health professional myself. First and foremost, all my life, almost 50 years of it at least, I've been a health professional. Health is fundamental to our ability to function right as a people and as a country. But it is also an area that is very, very amenable to input from all of us. We can all do something. It isn't just about government. But before, I think, again, let me use a professional parlance that says, let us have a brief situation analysis. Why is it important? What is it about our health that needs to be improved? Why are we discussing the health of our people in Nigeria? I can only do this effectively if I pick up, forgive me if it becomes technical, if I discuss a few of the health indicators for our country, for our people in Nigeria. So why do we need to focus on health and do something about health as part of our efforts to make Nigeria a better place? To have it peopled by a people of compassion. Health is fundamental. It is a fundamental human right. It is a healthy nation, a healthy people that can indeed make our country progressive. Let me show this. It isn't just an issue of passion and of talk. Let me try to prove this by citing a few of our indicators. Forgive me if it becomes technical, but I will try not to do so. Generally, Nigeria's health indicators are, compared to international standards, are quite bad. A few examples. Life expectancy in Nigeria today is estimated at 55 years. And yet, the global average is 73 years of life. So we're losing almost 20 years compared to the global statistics. Our infant mortality rate is estimated at 56 deaths per 1,000 live births, compared to the global average of 20 per 1,000 live births. Again, more than double the global estimate or global recommendation. Our maternal mortality rate is estimated at 512 deaths per 100,000 live births. Huge, compared to the recommended less than 70. 512 compared to less than 70 is a huge, huge. In fact, we have one of the highest, still have one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the world. Particularly in Africa, where we constitute such a large proportion of people in Africa. 1/5, I believe, is the estimate. I can go on and on. What about malnutrition and child health? It is estimated that the rate of stunting in Nigeria is at least 37%, compared to the recommended less than 7%. Our underweight children are as high as 22% of our children are underweight. What about our disease burden? Nigeria still, despite all the efforts and all the work that has been ongoing, accounts for, well, perhaps 27% of the global malaria cases in the world. That is huge. And it doesn't stop with, infections and so on. And non-communicable diseases, things like diabetes, hypertension, and so on, are on the rise, despite the fact that we don't even have the institutions and the facilities to deal with the problem. Yes, I don't want to spend time making everybody sad and depressed, but it is important to say, to give the statistics to support the fact that we have a problem here that needs to be addressed. That we have problems, and yet our infrastructure is so inadequate in dealing with it. Let us quote some of that. It is estimated that our doctor-to-patient ratio is 4 to 10,000 in this country, when the WHO recommendation is at the very least. Our health spending must be mentioned. Again, the estimate is that we are only spending 3.9% of our GDP, our gross domestic product, on health. When the standard, at least Africa uses, the Abuja Declaration, has for years recommended at least 15%. Our routine immunization coverages for our children are still only around 57%, when we should be doing at least 90% as per recommendation. I think I will stop here. I think for anybody listening to me, I should have made the point. I should have made the case that there's a lot to be done. We need to do a great deal more to be able to compare to global averages, but also to be able to improve and make the lives of our people much better. And so for us on the Sage, it's not just about talking about it. It's about how do we all work together to achieve optimal health, which we have said is a fundamental human right. Optimal health in Nigeria for us as a people. So what are the things that we can all do to contribute and make this happen? Let's break it down into some critical factors. Let me start by, we need to strengthen health care access. What do we mean by that access? Access implies availability as well as ability to avail yourself of whatever it is you're providing. And so, to be able to do this, we must do certain things. We must expand our primary health care services. Primary, that goes to the community where the majority of our people actually reside. Facilities have to be manned. We must train more doctors and nurses and other healthcare professionals who of necessity need to man these facilities. We need to improve our emergency services, especially in these rural areas. We need to make our health services, our health care affordable. We need to look at mechanisms that will make it so. Whether it's health insurance, whether it's support from one another, whatever. Universal health coverage must be fully implemented. It is a technical term for people in this field. But it is clearly defined and so on by WHO. But the point here is that it must be fully implemented. With better government funding and lower healthcare costs for all Nigerians, not selected Nigerians. And within Nigeria, not the situation that exists in which those of us who are privileged go outside to get those services. It has to be available and accessible to everybody. We need to focus on issues of disease prevention and control. Some of these factors include things like vaccination, preventive activities, vaccination programs, malaria control, and so on and so forth. Tuberculosis control, providing clean water. So many things that will actually prevent the diseases and prevent the conditions. We need to intensify efforts on maternal and child care. Our maternal mortality rate, as we had demonstrated before, is one of the highest in the world. Nigeria provides the largest figures for maternal deaths in the world. No woman should die giving birth. That is a divine service. We must ensure safe childbirth, and we must promote family planning that allows families to indeed more concretely plan and ensure that their families are cared for, given birth to at the right time and when they are ready. But you see, health is so complex sometimes in a way, because it's also not just about medical services, but also about wider things like nutrition and food security. We must fight malnutrition. We must educate our people about what is a balanced diet, what to eat and what not to eat, and when this should be done, at what ages. What the baby needs is different from what the young boy or girl needs, and what the mother and father needs, and what the elderly like myself do need. So nutrition. Something that is beginning to gain some prominence of recent, but which we must also focus more on, is the issue of mental health awareness. With the increasing hardship in this country, the incidence and prevalence of mental health in this country is increasing at a rate we are not even beginning to acknowledge yet. Suicide rates are increasing, depression is increasing, so many of those mental health problems are on the increase. We must intensify efforts at education, at providing them correct services, but also recognition that something needs to be done and that it is happening to us. And so that leads me to the issue of public health education, of course. So crucial, because unless you're informed, you're not going to take steps to correct the issue. But we shall dwell on this a great deal more in the coming episodes on health. Let me also say that environmental and occupational health are important issues that are often ignored in this country, but which are crucial. I remember when I was training as a medical student, that issue of environmental health was a very, very important one. I seem to get the impression that it's decreasing. I remember in my time as a student that we had environmental health and sanitation officers employed by government who were going around actually inspecting facilities and helping our communities deal with environmental health issues. I think, again, forgive me if I am lost touch with what government is doing, that this is an area where more focus is urgently needed. As a country, for the services we've been talking about to increase, to improve, there must be research. There must be innovation. We must intensify efforts at local drug production. We must be there, not just depending on the outside world to do it for us, but supporting our research and innovation amongst our scientists so that we respond to our own local problems. Nigeria must invest in medical research, strengthen disease surveillance, and produce affordable, high-quality medicines locally, and not be subject to importation of medicines from many parts of the world, substandard medicines. We commend the efforts of agencies like NAFDAC, but we think there's still a great deal more to be done. I think I will wind down on this by saying that the ability to do all the above, to a large extent, must be supported by governance, good leadership, and policy enactment and implementation. Good health requires accountability. It requires anti-corruption measures, whether it's with regard to drugs or whether it's regard to the services provided to the people. It also requires a stronger public-private partnerships. Many institutions, medical institutions in this country, a significant proportion are actually private institutions. There has to be greater collaboration between the public sector and the private sector. with adequate monitoring so that standards are maintained. A healthier Nigeria is possible. But if this commitment from government, health professionals, private sector, and indeed every citizen, and so in listing the many things that need to be done, I hope we have made the case that a healthier Nigeria is possible. But it requires the commitment of all. Commitment from government, commitment from health professionals, commitment from the private sector, commitment from donors, indeed commitment from every citizen. Together, we can create a future where health is a reality for all. And so I'm going to end this introduction to health, the health topic, by saying that, again, as usual in the stage, we zero in to the fact that each one of us can do something. It isn't that government is not doing, or that the doctors are not doing, the nurses are not doing. Each one of us can do something. Each one of us can help. It is everybody's responsibility. And let me particularly illustrate some of these things that we can all chip in and do. One, we had made the point earlier that personal health and lifestyle choices are very important for health. You, the viewer watching me, the decisions you make about yourself, your health, is important. You must take care of yourself. We must take care of ourselves. You must make the right choices about what you eat, for instance. The right choices about whether you are exercising. Do you sleep? Do you leave yourself stressed out all the time? And so, do you drink excessive amounts of alcohol? Are you smoking drugs? So many personal lifestyle choices are perhaps even more important in your health than anything else. So apart from things you do personally, as a people, as a community, we can do something. Community health initiatives are crucial. When I look back on my childhood, from where I feel privileged to have come from, a great deal of community effort is devoted to health. The people from the southeast where I come, for instance, allow me to quote them, believe a great deal in the fact that health of the community is everybody's business. Many health centers are community built. If it's time for immunization, the women meetings and so on are there, propagating it in their meetings and so on. I once functioned as a medical officer of health in one of the largest local government areas in the country down there. And I know that these women groups and women meetings were important. They were key and instrumental in making sure that mothers and families are persuaded to take up health care. Health education and awareness, which is crucial for understanding what to do and where to go to improve the health of yourself and your family, is also something that we can all mobilize ourselves as groups or individuals and do something about. And we're looking forward on the stage to bringing that particular example to life to you and show some experts who have indeed taken it upon themselves to make their contribution towards health awareness and education. Advocacy and civil engagement is something we can all be a part of. We have to make our voices matter. Those senators and legislators that we vote and send in there, hold them accountable for whether the policies are being enacted and implemented within our communities. We need to recognize the debt we owe to one another in helping our fellow citizens, our neighbors, our families access the healthcare services. Some communities organize themselves so that expectant mothers, as they are delivering, communities provide transport that takes them to health facilities. The examples are endless, but the examples have been given so that each one of our viewers listening can see a significant possible role for him or herself towards personal health care, but also community health care. So there's a great deal to be done. And we're going to ask you to please join us in the coming weeks as we explore these areas further. It is our hope to talk to individuals who are already doing something like some of the examples we cited, to talk to governments who will share with us what they're doing, improvements they're making efforts to ensure happen, and so many others, perhaps associations in medicine, who will talk about their own efforts. You cannot afford to miss the coming episodes on health. Who knows? To the viewers watching, let me say that it may well save your life. Something you hear here, something you take on and implement, may save your life, but also save the life of your family and friends. Don't miss the next episode. I thank you.
Walking through the ashes of dreams we left behind, building walls between us in the corners of our minds. We've lost the love we're owed, the kindness we've misplaced, but the hope is in our hands to rewrite this broken space. So lift the veil and clear the smoke, the cracks will mend where hearts are broke. We're stronger when we reach across, no more sinking in the loss. The light ahead, it's not too far if we become the change we are. Look beyond the shadows cast, we'll build a future made to last. If we become the change we are. The land our fathers saved is being sold off piece by piece. Leaders count their riches while the hunger never sleeps. The dreams they promised us have faded in their lives, but the power's in our hearts to reclaim what's been denied. So lift the veil and clear the smoke, the cracks will mend where hearts are broke. We're stronger when we reach across, no more sinking in the loss. The light ahead, it's not too far if we become the change we are. Look beyond the shadows cast, let's build a future made to last. If we become the change we are. change we are. Oh, the light ahead, it's not too far. If we become the change we are. So lift the veil and clear the smoke. The cracks will mend where hearts are broke. We're stronger when we reach across. No more sinking in the lost. The light ahead, it's not too far. If we become the change we are, look beyond the shadows cast. We'll build a future made to last. If we become the change we are.
The Four Seasons Nursery in Lilongwe is the oldest garden center in Malawi. But as much as I love plants, there is so much more to do here, and we're going to check it out. But first, here's what's up on the show today.
We meet Nafkot Gebeyu as she takes us through the art scene in Addis Ababa. Discover the updos of real fake hair in Malawi. And find out how a Lesotho bakery makes artisanal bread using the power of the sun.
I'm Cynthia Zonde Zulu, and you're watching Afrimax. In Nigeria, a museum is turning trash into treasure, wowing visitors with art and decor made entirely from recycled materials. It's inspirational and sustainable.
In my kitchen, so I started asking the question, what can we do with the waste that we generate instead of throwing it away? And nobody could give me the answer because it's like a stupid question. What is waste meant to be used for if not to be thrown away? But I just couldn't, give up on that idea, and I was trying to look for what else we could do with the waste.
Nigeria is Africa's largest oil producer and has a population of more than 200 million people. So plastic packaging and waste are unfortunately quite common. This harms public health and the environment. But what inspired Jumoke to create new uses for so many piles of garbage?
I could say I fell in love with the waste and I didn't want to throw the waste away. Every single waste that I'm able to save is like I'm on a rescue mission. For every waste I'm able to save from ending up on the landfill, from ending up in the ocean, that's my motivation. That's what keeps me going.
In 2022, Jumoke, a former visual arts teacher, attended a United Nations meeting in Nairobi, Kenya. There, member states agreed to build a roadmap that would create a global plastic treaty. But around Nigeria, especially Lagos, a lot of waste continues to pile up in waterways, causing concern about the growing amounts of plastic in the ocean. Jumoke's way of recycling may be a little unusual, but it's getting a lot of attention.
The idea of the secular world that she's trying to achieve, zero waste, is something that is profound, that we need to all learn to imbibe in our homes and around us, our surroundings. It will just make our country especially a better place to live in. Our initiative would help curb diseases and sicknesses that are needless, and then we'll create a sustainable environment, a greener environment, and a place where we can all enjoy our lives better.
The museum, which exhibits Jumoke's work alongside other artists who share her vision, is raising awareness of waste management. Jumoke also teaches young people how to turn waste into functional, durable, and affordable products and supplies that can be used on school playgrounds, for instance.
We also collect waste from source. So we have different families, friends, schools, organizations that have partnered with us over the years, and we collect waste from them from source, because the kind of work we do upcycling. We don't do recycling. So we don't use contaminated waste. So our waste must be from source, not contaminated.
Jumoke's path may not be an easy one, but she is certain that her efforts are not in vain.
So if I'm able to save 10 kilograms of plastic bottle today, I'm like, ooh, let's do more tomorrow.
And who would have thought that garbage could look this good?
That's what I've been doing for the past 6 years.
Started in 1989 as a backyard garden, Four Seasons Nursery has blossomed into more than just a garden center with shops, dining, and so much more. Right now, I'm learning to pot a plant while having a chat with Limbani Makina. Limbani, how are you doing?
Good, thanks to yourself, Cynthia.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so what do we have here?
We've got a plant. This plant is what we call a spathiphyllum. It's well known for its peace-bringing properties.
Okay.
To your home.
Right.
It produces a white flower, and it's very good for air purification.
This place has grown into so much more than a garden center.
Yes.
What are some of the must-visit spots and experiences that visitors shouldn't miss?
So we've got a man-made water feature. So it's home to different species of fish. We've got the koi fish, we've got gapfish, we've got lake fish. So the kids just love it.
What are some of your hidden gems and local favorites that many people might not know about?
We've got a gift shop called Yeo, that's a gift shop. We've got Forester, which is an ice cream parlor. Right before Forester, we've got Floral Creations, that's a florist shop. Right. So flower bouquets and whatnot. And right behind me, we've got Ishq, this is a clothing and gift shop. And to our front, we've got Kala, that's a bar and a restaurant.
All right, no, thank you so much, Limbani.
You're welcome.
Next up, we head over to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, to check out the city's vibrant art scene.
Hello and welcome. My name is Nafkot Gabayo. I'm a photographer, and we are here in Addis Ababa, the capital city of Ethiopia. Addis Ababa is called the political capital of Africa because it is home to the African Union. It is a modern city with bustling streets and a rich nightlife. Addis Ababa means new flower. And here we have the beautiful Bole Medhanelem Church. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church is one of the oldest Christian bodies in the world, and it has influenced the visual culture of Addis. As a photographer, my friends and I are the new generation of artists. We're embracing technology while still paying homage to the more traditional artists who have gone before us. Now I'm going to show you some of the talented artists here in Addis. Let's go. We visit the studio of painter Salome Muleta. In Ethiopia, only 1/3 of women are employed. Homes are female spaces, and Salome Muleta focuses her work on the inner lives of women. What do you want the audience to see when they see your painting? How do you want the audience to interact with it?
When I look at my work, I see myself. You would also see yourself in my painting. And when you do, you have moments of memory, which your mind refers to. So, I want everyone to see themselves when they see my work.
In your paintings, I've noticed, especially when you're painting women, their faces are either blurred or cropped. Why do you choose to do that?
When I do a portrait, it is the face or the hand that I paint. I only focus on the part that I want to. I don't, as in photographs, worry about getting the eye right, fullness of the picture, proportion, and all that.
Who are these women?
Every woman. For example, if I do your portrait, I don't capture you in a literal way.
I love what you said about you emphasize on a certain aspect of the portraits that you paint. It would be an honor to. As a photographer, I'm drawn to the energy of my city. Addis is always new. You turn around in one corner, there's something happening, and it catches your eye.
The skyline of Addis is dominated by construction cranes as people flock from the rural areas to find work. During the scramble for Africa, Ethiopia was one of the only 2 African countries to retain its independence. Its political history is complex and multifaceted, marked by periods of monarchy, military dictatorship, and our painful legacy also includes genocide, famine, and civil war. In recent times, we are trying to heal this through democratic dialogue. I want to play my part in creating a new Addis, and for me, that is about telling stories of my city.
So you're here at my studio, and as you can see here, some of my prints are hanging. These are some shots from the busiest marketplace in Addis. It's called Mercato. It's really hectic. It's really hard to take pictures, but that's one of my favorite places to shoot. And I love learning about people's stories. One of my favorite projects is this book, Vintage Addis Ababa. We worked on this project for about 3 years with my colleagues Philip Schutz and Wengela Bebe.
With the Vintage Addis Ababa project, my colleagues and I crowdsourced photographs from ordinary people who had great stories to tell from living memory. These were personal stories of hope, resilience, laughter, pride, and curiosity.
And it's been such an honor working on it because I got to learn a lot of stories of people that lived in the era that was considered dark in history, because all we knew was people were fleeing the country and dying of hunger and genocide was happening. But through this book, I got to learn the history of my people who were enjoying life, going to cinema, getting married, having children, falling in love, all these beautiful things. And it was such an honor to be a part of it because it felt like I did something to my community. We all felt like we did something to give back.
On the topic of art, the Kaliso Art Gallery has relocated to the Four Seasons, giving them more space to host events and make art more accessible. We're with curator Yves Gisambiro to learn more.
Now, art isn't something that we just see, it's how we feel. How do you create a space where people are able to connect truly with art?
Okay, so art, all forms of art, we're all born with them. In the same way that every person can dance, every person can sing, it just depends on how good you are at it, you would say. But also, the more you practice, the better you get. So for our space here, I think just the atmosphere itself and having the arts on the walls sort of like gives you a vibe where you just want to get into your creative side and just not art. I think, just gives you that vibe where you're just like, okay, I feel like creating something. So I think it's just a matter of bringing out what's already in you and then putting it out on canvas or on paper.
Thank you so much for having us, Eve.
Thank you for coming first.
Hair extensions, braids, weaves, you name it. They're fabulous fashion statements. And not very far from here in Blantyre, one innovator is making beautiful do's which are being dubbed real fake hair.
When you have textured hair, the possibilities are endless. Ethnic hair can be straight, short, long, kinky, curly, afro, or braided. But why are there still so few skin and health-friendly hair options? If you want to braid your hair, you have to resort to synthetic fibers. But plastic on your head? Forever? Wouldn't a different material, a natural and very stable one at that, be much better? And honestly, ropes as braids?
The fact that it degrades whenever it has been discarded is what catches attention
of a lot of people, but also because it's a natural fiber that is locally sourced, people are very interested because some will be able to farm Sisal and sell it to us.
Sisal refers to the fibers from the leaves of some agaves and is a relatively young natural fiber whose use flourished in the early 20th century. Nevertheless, it is still one of the world's most important fibers today. It is traditionally used to make rope and yarn, which can then be used to make sacks, rugs, and other handicraft due to its high durability. But hair? Can hair pieces and extensions made from Sisal be a real alternative to synthetic ones?
If you can take a look at this, it doesn't tangle, unlike to the synthetic hair.
Some synthetic hair has chemicals which may affect some scalps. The affected scalps may start itching within 3 weeks to a month. Some people remove it the same day because of itching.
The Sisal hair for me is a bit lighter and a bit breathable because usually by now, if I had synthetic hair, I'd be sweating behind my back and I would be able to feel the weight.
This hair extension is very versatile. It can be changed into any style that you wish, but also it is antifungal and antibacterial, which means it does not get contaminated when it's wet. But also, being a natural fiber, it suits well with natural hair. It grips very well with the client's hair.
A study has forecast that African hair care sales could reach $994 billion by 2026. Current trends favor products that support natural hair care, and this includes hair extensions, which are used for support, protective styles, or extra length. However, these are often made with single-use synthetic fibers, which get discarded and end up in dumps and landfills and can take 20 to 500 years to fully decompose, leaching toxins and microplastics into the soil, streams, and groundwater. Does the average customer and stylist think beyond the hairdo?
Some salons dispose their hair everywhere, but at our salon, once the hair is removed, we store it in a bin and burn it later. This way, the used synthetic hair is not discarded everywhere.
Plastic hair is just over in our streets, in the riverbanks. So I thought of coming up with biodegradable hair that will replace the plastic hair, so that whenever it's discarded, it will be able to decompose and not harm our environment.
The sustainable part is what drives it the most. Texture is needs a bit of work, but I think it's cool. I think also just the fact that once I take it off, it's biodegradable.
Moses and his team have built a production model that focuses on sustainability.
Considering that our main raw material is Sisal and it's locally available, we also have plans that will grow our own Sisal so that we reduce cost on accessing the raw materials. We have our own and we produce hair from that.
The hair production process involves harvesting the Sisal from the fields, taking them to our lab, extracting the fibers from the Sisal. We use manual extraction. We use sharp tools like knives, and then we wash them. After washing, we dry them. After drying, we give them color. So we use non-reactive dyes for coloring. After dyeing, we still dry them. After drying them, we soften them. We soften them using natural chemicals. And then from softening, we proceed to hair conditioning. And then we proceed to hair packaging.
Sisal hair is here now, and we're using it. We're happy with it.
I'm very happy with the hair quality, but I'm not very much satisfied because I'm not yet there where I want to be. There are some things that we need to improve as far as the quality of this hair is concerned, in terms of texture, the feel whenever you touch it, shining properties of the hair. In terms of length, we have to improve. We have to have varieties of length.
Styling and care of ethnic hair is constantly evolving, from the eras of the stretching comb and ironed hair
to chemical hair relaxers and perms that blazed through the 80s and 90s. As technology around Sisal fibers improves, hopefully this will provide an alternative that leaves our planet a little healthier.
There's a few things more comforting than freshly baked bread. And when it's made purely by using the sun and a bit of love, what could possibly be better? Let's head over to Lesotho to find out more.
Few things beat the smell and taste of freshly baked bread. But industrial ovens consume a lot of electricity, which is expensive and sometimes inconsistent. With this futuristic construction, really?
Not using the electricity won't make my bread taste bad. The only thing is the recipe that matters on how you make the bread.
But for this baker from Lesotho, it wasn't enough to just screw a few solar panels onto his roof to get his bakery up and running. Karabo Mutsamai really thought about how to build a solar parabolic cooker to make bread at zero costs. Let's check it out. How did he do it?
When the sun hits the parabolic, it then reflects to the tube that is made of iron. Then when it reflects there, then it absorbs the heat.
Baking without a carbon footprint? On sunny days at least. But there are disadvantages.
When it's rainy, cloudy, snowy, it can't work because it uses sunlight to operate. So when it's rainy, I use the stove in the house, the gas stove. Because I don't want the business to stop.
Fortunately, with over 300 sunny days a year, there's no shortage of sun in Lesotho.
On the sunny day, I produce 20 loaves. But when the sun is not much, I produce about 10 loaves. But the aim is to produce more. In the oven, it takes about 40 minutes on a sunny day or an hour.
Anyone wondering how Karabo managed to do this? Well, during his studies at the Bethel Business and Community Development Center in Mahalisok, Karabo specialized in food science and solar technology. Why this strange combination?
I love cooking, that's the first thing. And the other thing why I choose solar is because now the world is shifting to the power of solar technology, because I wanted to take part and contribute in helping the world to shift to renewable energy.
Over 40% of the population of Lesotho are young people. According to studies, youth unemployment is at around 25%. Most youngsters therefore try their hand as entrepreneurs in order to create jobs for themselves. Was this one of the reasons why Karabo founded Walker Solar Bakery?
I wanted to make something for myself, and I was passionate about starting the business. That's why I started Solar Bakery. I didn't have enough capital to start a bakery. So I used my skills to make this kind of machines to make my bakery work, and again to come up with a different way of doing business.
Bread is a staple, no matter where in the world you are. And this bread is steadily gaining popularity in Maseru. With a wide range of big-name bakeries delivering to supermarkets and corner shops alike. What is the appeal of Karabo's bread?
It just tastes so good. And every time the owner comes and gives it to us, it is so warm and fresh. It feels like my mother baked it herself. And I've also heard that it is good for the environment since it's naturally sun-baked.
I really found out that this bread, it's good for my business because it lasts long. It does not get stale within a short time. The challenge with supply for this bread is weather. If it's cloudy, there won't be any supply. I usually stock a lot so that even in bad weather, I will still have some to sell.
Walker Solar Bakery's oven has been firing up since 2023. But with only one solar parabolic oven, does it have a real possibility for growth?
I'm also looking for a partnership or investment that will help this business of mine to grow where it is right now. And I'm looking forward with making more machines and with different designs that can suit each and every one. And hopefully I want to inspire many of youth in Lesotho and create more jobs for them.
With determination and innovation, this bakery is on a roll, raking in the dough while spreading a little sunshine with every delicious bite.
And that's all we had for you in today's show. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms. Until next time, goodbye.
Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, arrests convicted former Minister of Power, Saleh Maman, in Kaduna. Turaki-led People's Democratic Party, PDP, declares Jonathan as sole candidate. And Oyo State Governor laid bare efforts to rescue children kidnapped by gunmen. Hello again, this is the News Hour on AIT. I am Enemaku Ojochegbe. Welcome. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has declared that the state will not bow to kidnappers or give in to their demands, adding that the government is deploying every resource within its capacity to secure the victims' release and bring the perpetrators to justice. Addressing the state's broader security response, Makinde said surveillance aircrafts purchased to boost coverage has arrived at the Air Force Base in Lagos for assembly and will be operational before the end of June. The governor stressed that his administration remains committed to securing every part of Oyo State and will listen to all concerns from affected communities.
As a government, we will not give in to terror. We will do everything to ensure that our children and their teachers are returned safely. And I'm also saying this to the group. Yes, whatever it is. So whatever it is they demand, we're ready to listen to them, address the ones that we can address as a state government, but the children and their teachers must be released timely.
The room has also been set up at the police headquarters to coordinate rescue efforts and ensure real-time communication among security agencies. 7 secondary school students, 18 primary school pupils, and 7 teachers were abducted on May 15 during an attack on Esienle primary and secondary schools in Ahoro Esienle community in Oyo State. Operatives of the anti-kidnapping unit of the Nigeria Police Force in Ogun State says it has neutralized a suspected kidnapping kingpin during an intelligence-led operation at a criminal hideout within the Orile-Ilugun forest axis along the Abeokuta-Ibadan expressway. The operation followed the release of a kidnapped victim abducted on the 14th of May 2026 at Nufa fuel station in the Odeda area of Ogun State. The victim regained freedom unharmed on the May 18. The press statement by the PPRO Ogun State Police Command Olushe Babashe stressed that police operatives intensified efforts to apprehend members of the criminal gang responsible for the abduction and subsequently stormed the kidnappers' hideouts in the early hours of Tuesday based on credible intelligence. According to the police, the suspects opened fire on sighting the operatives, leading to a gun duel. The operatives reportedly responded with superior firepower, neutralizing the gang's kingpin, while other members escaped into the forest with gunshot injuries. Recovered from the scene were one AK-47 rifle loaded with 20 rounds of ammunition and the sum of 2 million naira, as well as 2 mobile phone devices. Commending the operatives for their gallantry and professionalism, the Commissioner of Police reaffirmed the command's commitment to combating kidnapping and other violent crimes across the state. Kano State has launched an aggressive offensive against rising thuggery and violent street crimes as the State Security Council vows a ruthless crackdown on criminal gangs terrorizing residents across the metropolis. Rising from an emergency high-level security meeting chaired by Governor Yusuf, the Commissioner of Police, Ibrahim Bakori, addressed journalists and declared that the security has greater energy to halt their operations.
In recent weeks, armed gangs and suspected thugs have been seen openly brandishing dangerous weapons in parts of Kano, unleashing attacks that have left several innocent residents injured and robbed of their valuables. The disturbing development has heightened fears among residents and raised fresh concerns over public safety. At the end of the emergency security meeting, the Commissioner of Police, Ibrahim Bakori, issued a strong warning to these elements, declaring that security agencies would no longer tolerate any form of violence, intimidation, or breakdown of law and order in the state.
Recently, we had the upsurge of this banditry and thuggery in Kano within the first 2 weeks. So with this, all of us, the security agencies in Kano, we are telling the citizens, those who are miscreants, the bandits that are caution to Kano, and the thugs who are carrying weapons and arms around, that they should stop it from today. We are not going to tolerate any person undermining security and of this state. The peace of this state is paramount.
The renewed crackdown comes at a critical time as political activities ahead of the 2027 general elections gradually begin to gather momentum. Enemona Ocheme, AIT News, Kano.
The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, has expressed optimism that with sustained external partnerships, the Nigerian Army will continue to dominate the battlefield and prevent terrorists from operating within the region. The Army Chief, who stated this during the first biennial Army Conference in Abuja, said the joint operation between the Nigerian Army and the United States of America, which led to the neutralization of the world's second-ranked terrorist leader, Bilal al-Muniki, is a major milestone in the fight against insurgency.
No nation can successfully confront the evolving nature of terrorism, insurgency, and transnational crimes in isolation. The recent collaborative offensive operations conducted by Nigerian and American forces, we successfully neutralized the globally ranked second-in-command of the Islamic State for Iraq and Syria, Bilal al-Muniki, represent a major milestone in our collective counterterrorism efforts. This achievement clearly demonstrates the growing effectiveness of intelligence sharing, precision targeting, and a collaboration with strategic partners committed to regional and global security.
The Army will continue to prioritize collaboration with relevant authorities and international partners to tackle insecurity across the country.
Nigeria's security environment remains volatile, dynamic, and increasingly complex, shaped by a convergence of asymmetric threats and criminality across various regions. In the northeast, residual Boko Haram and Islamic State for West African province elements continue to challenge stability through sporadic attacks on military targets and the use of improvised explosive devices and incursions against civilian populations. These threats have necessitated our robust response in the form of sustained, intelligence-driven, and people-centric operations.
Nigeria has been identified as a major hub for transnational organized crime, ranking first in West Africa, third in Africa, and eighth globally in the Organized Crime Index. The Director General of the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution, Joseph Ochogu, says the alarming figure highlights the urgent need for authorities to focus on the growing link between crime, conflict, and instability across the country.
Organized criminal networks continue to fuel insecurity and weaken governance across Nigeria. Speaking at the event, Director General of the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution, Joseph Ochogu, noted that criminal groups are becoming more sophisticated, requiring security agencies to adopt innovative strategies.
And if you look at some of the research findings, from what they found, you discover that the criminal elements too are being dynamic, they are being innovative, in how they perpetrate their acts, and that is why responsible agencies too need to innovate. That's why the appeal for good governance at local level, is very high, because that is where the people are.
Research coordinator for the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime, Kingsley Maduke, said that many conflict actors now depend on criminal markets for funding, making it difficult to tackle insecurity without disrupting their financial networks.
Nigeria is a major hub for transnational organized crime. And then globally, Nigeria is number 8. So it's quite, these are quite significant scores. But I think what the authorities, Nigerian authorities, need to pay attention to is the interlink between crime and conflict.
Participants at the event say the engagement will help strengthen policies on crime prevention, conflict management, and national security.
The television interview that landed Nursery El-Rufai in trouble was for the first time played in open court on Tuesday as his trial for alleged breach of national security resumed in Abuja. The federal government also presented a witness to back up the charge made against El-Rufai, with the witness confirming that the investigations prove the wiretapping actually happened. It comes a day after he was granted bail, a bail he is yet to perfect.
It is crunch time in the trial of politician Nursery El-Rufai as the prosecution began flooding the court with evidence to back up the charge that El-Rufai breached national security. It is all contained in the video of his interview on Arise News, where El-Rufai reportedly claimed that the phone conversation of the NSA Nurubado were being listened to. The government frames it as a major national security violation, but it has a burden of proving that El-Rufai's alleged wiretapping claim actually happened. And so a witness was brought in who testified that while investigating the issue, he interviewed the NSA and the ICPC chairman, who were referenced by El-Rufai, and both men confirmed that the conversation El-Rufai said he knew about actually happened. Also tendered and admitted as exhibit before the court were witness statement by the uncle of the Arise News program, Charles Anyogulu, and that of the activist lawyer, Deji Adenju, as well as that of a cameraman, Gochuku Agalayana. Anyogulu, according to the statement, reportedly told investigators that El-Rufai openly admitted someone intercepted the charge. A preliminary investigation report was also admitted as an exhibit during cross-examination by Defense Counsel Paul Orokoro, a senior advocate of Nigeria. The witness made some admissions. He acknowledged investigators did not check the NSA's device, trace IP addresses, or run forensic tests. The witness claimed forensic were unnecessary because the NSA confirmed the conversation was real. He also agreed El-Rufai never claimed to have personally were tapped the call. When asked if El-Rufai was simply making political balls, the witness disagreed. He stated he considered El-Rufai a man of integrity who meant what he said. Trial judge Justice Joyce Abdul-Malik has adjourned the matter to June 21 and 23 for further hearing. Dimas Nanzum, AIT News, Abuja.
Again, Omoyele Sowore, a politician and an online publisher, has failed to enter defense in his ongoing trial before a federal high court in Abuja on cyberbullying-related offenses. Sowore is being prosecuted for allegedly making false claims against the person of President Tinubu by referring to him as a criminal in a post he made on X and Facebook accounts. When the case last came up on May 8, Justice Muhammad Umar, in a ruling, dismissed Sowore's no-case submission and upheld the argument by the prosecution counsel that a prima facie case has been established against Sowore to warrant his being called upon to enter a defense. When the case came up on Tuesday, Abubakar told the court that his client has filed letters and applications to the court's chief judge demanding a reassignment of the case to another judge. He said the applications, one filed personally by Sowore and the other by him, are accompanied by affidavits and exhibits containing reasons why they are asking that the case be reassigned to another judge. Responding, candidate said he was served on May 19 with 2 letters filed by the defense on the same date. The defense lawyer urged the court to adjourn further proceedings in the case to await the decision of the court's chief justice on the letters they wrote. Ruling, Justice Umar ordered the prosecution to file its response to the defense's letters dated May 19, which are addressed to the chief judge and which have also been served on the prosecuting lawyer. The judge adjourned the further hearing till June 4, pending the outcome of the petition written by the defense to the court's chief justice. And former Minister of Power Salim Maman has been arrested by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission EFCC following his conviction over a 33.8 billion naira fraud case linked to major power projects in the country. Chairman of the EFCC, Ola Olukoyede, disclosed this while addressing journalists in Abuja. He said the former minister was apprehended in Kaduna State during an early morning operation around 3 a.m. on Tuesday after weeks of intensive manhunt by the agency's operatives.
Justice James Omotosho sentenced the former minister in absentia to 75 years imprisonment after the court found him guilty of money laundering and conspiracy. The court ruled that billions of naira meant for the projects were diverted through private companies and broader change operators. It also stated that Maman deliberately absconded to frustrate the judicial process, prompting the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission to intensify efforts to capture him.
At about 3:30 a.m. this morning, we arrested Mr. Salim Maman somewhere in Kaduna. This is to assure Nigerians that anyone who has pilfered government or national resources will not go unpunished. And the eagle eye of Economic and Financial Crimes Commission will always catch up with you wherever you are hiding.
The anti-graft agency also arrested 2 other suspects accused of helping Maman while he was in hiding.
Where we effected the arrest, we've arrested 2 other Nigerians within alongside. And also the property, the ownership of the property and all of that, they are still under investigation because it's actually a crime for you to harbor or to protect or to give a protection to a convicted felon. Yeah, of course, it's a fugitive.
Salim Maman served as Nigeria's Minister of Power under the administration of former President Muhammadu Buhari from 2019 until his removal during a cabinet reshuffle in 2021. Kedonojo Okoleko, AIT News, Abuja.
The Nigerian Democratic Congress in Bayelsa State has recorded another wave of defections as former governorship aspirant and one-time commissioner for special projects, architect Reuben Okoya, dumped the People's Democratic Party, PDP, for the NDC. National chairman of the party, Senator Moses Cleopas, formally received Okoya and other defectors at the party's state secretariat in Yenagua.
Leading the list of defectors is former Commissioner for Special Projects and 2019 governorship aspirant Ruben Okoya. Also joining the party are businessman Deprier Leremont and grassroots mobilizer Esther Martins alongside their supporters.
I resigned from the PDP and I thought, where do I go to have political relevance, to serve people, to be useful to society? We're all here because we want to help Bayelsa State. Not so. So today, we have come in the spirit of a John man, a John nation, in the spirit of oneness, to take back that which belongs to us.
National chairman of the party, Senator Moses Cleopas, decorates the new entrants, describing their decision as a boost to the growing strength of the NDC in Bayelsa State.
I decorate you, my senior brother, as a member of the Nigerian Democratic Congress. Amen, 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 amen.
The ceremony also witnesses the defection of members of the African Democratic Congress and structures of the Obedient Movement in Kolokuma-Opokuma local government area into the Nigeria Democratic Congress. Onisofin Owe, AIT News, Nyenagawa.
The Kabiru-Turaki-led Interim National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, says it has granted automatic tickets to former President Goodluck Jonathan to contest the 2027 presidential election. The PDP faction says the decision was taken following the screening and other processes. The former president was, however, not available to either accept or reject the candidature.
Speculations about the former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan joining the presidential race. As the screening committee of the Turaki-led Interim National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party works assiduously to gain the recognition, the chairman of the screening committee and former Niger State Governor Babangida Aliyu disclosed that the PDP has taken the best decision to give credible alternative to Nigerians by granting former President Goodluck Jonathan its platform to run for the 2027 presidential race.
Became vice president, became president, so we didn't see anything that needed screening. And therefore, the party had given him waiver to come and start following. In other words, he has been declared and cleared as a candidate of the PDP for the presidential election, and that is President Jonathan.
The committee, which screened other aspirants for other positions in the coming elections, also says it has waived other protocols for the former president, owing to what it describes as his excellent track record.
The other waiver is also for the former deputy governor and ambassador and the secretary of the party, Taufik Arakwaja.
This is the office of the former president Goodluck Ebele Jonathan attempts to get his response on the automatic ticket granted him by the Kabiru-Turaki-led Interim National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party is unsuccessful, as neither he nor any of his aide is on ground to speak with us. Amaka Okoro, AIT News, Abuja.
The All Progressives Congress Senate primaries took place across the country on Monday with some interesting results emanating from the exercise. Here's a compilation of the outcome of the process put together by Amaka Ezekwe.
Akwa State Governor Umar Eno commends members of the All Progressives Congress APC for what he described as peaceful and impressive turnout recorded during the senatorial primaries across the state. Governor Eno, who gave the commendations shortly after casting his vote at his ward in Nsit Ubim local government, described the large turnout of party faithful as a clear sign of the growing acceptance and support for the APC in Akwa Ibom State.
Across the state, the reports I've gotten is that it's generally peaceful. And for my ward, you can see for yourself the number of people, almost even twice what we had during the House of Reps primaries. And this is how it will go. Even though the people are unopposed, but it's to test our strengths. You can see all of our people. They come out and they stand across the state, and you know that this is peaceful compared to other states right now.
In Benue State, former governor of the state, Gabriel Suswan, has won Benue Northeast senatorial primary election, defeating the incumbent senator Emmanuel Udende and others to clinch the All Progressives Congress ticket. Spouse of the secretary to the state government, Benjamin Abel, has equally been declared winner of the Benue Northwest senatorial district of the state.
Thank God Almighty for this nomination to represent the APC for the forthcoming election in 2027. I also want to appreciate the governor for the support, to appreciate the people of Zone A for nominating me.
Governor Ahmed Fintiri of Adamawa State wins the APC senatorial primaries to become the standard bearer for the Northern Senatorial Zone.
The entire state and the nation will expect more from my wealth of experience as a national leader, and of course I'm going to represent them, so more of my attention will be to the Northern Zone, particularly in addressing further and collaborating with other critical sectors to ensure that we put heads together to address the security challenges of the area.
The All Progressives Congress, APC, has concluded its direct senatorial primaries across Cross River State. AID's Nemesis Ethiopia reports that 2 incumbent senators were returned, with Senator Agom Jarigwe clinching Cross River North and Asuku Ekpeyong for Cross River South, while the Central Zone primaries is still immersed in controversy.
Party faithful turned out across the various local government areas in Cross River State for the direct primary election. In Cross River North, Senator Jarigbe Agom Jarigbe cast his vote at Nkamirede Ward in Ogoja, while several rival contestants stepped down in this favor ahead of the election.
Distinguished Senator Jarigbe Agom Jarigbe scored 31,702 votes.
I thank the people of Cross River North Senatorial Districts for always standing by me. This is an encouragement to me, and I'm poised to doing more in delivering services to our people.
Stakeholders, including the Chief of Staff to former Governor Ben Ayade, commended the peaceful process. They believe the overwhelming turnout cements the APC's political dominance in the senatorial district.
Expect more from him. I expect him to do more for the people. Yeah, because the people are expecting more from him. He's a people's senator.
In Cross River Central, incumbent Senator Ethan Williams is in a head-to-head battle with his main challenger Odenewa, who is a former commissioner for special duties, while Senator Asuku Ekpeyong secured the ticket for the Cross River South Senatorial Zone. In Emerson Ethiopia, AIT News, Ogoja.
Benue State chapter of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has officially affirmed 11 consensus candidates as flag bearers for the House of Representatives positions ahead of the 2027 elections. A statement by its State Publicity Secretary Yima Antio revealed that the affirmation exercise took place across various constituencies in the state and was done in a peaceful, transparent, and well-coordinated manner. He said it was attended by party stakeholders, INEC electoral officials, security personnel, and party supporters. Speaking after the exercise, the state chairman expressed satisfaction with the conduct of the affirmation process, describing it as orderly, democratic, and a reflection of the unity currently existing within the party. Adaji commended party members and stakeholders for their maturity, cooperation, and commitment towards ensuring a successful exercise. He noted that the emergence of the consensus candidates demonstrates the collective resolve of the party to remain united and focused ahead of the 2027 general elections. This is the News Hour on AIT. This is the point where we'll take a break. We will come back for more stories. Don't go away.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Staying with us, women's advocacy groups are expressing concern over what they describe as declining female representation in ongoing political party primaries ahead of the 2027 elections. At the briefing in Abuja, the coalition, Broken Promises, Missing Women, said many parties have failed to match public promises on inclusion with action during candidate selection processes.
The groups pointed to early primary results of some political parties where only a few states produced female candidates for the House of Representatives. They also referenced cases involving prominent female politicians who were either disqualified or stepped down during the process.
The promises made by the President and Governors Forum cannot become symbolic statements without political action behind them. This commitment raised national expectations that this election cycle would be different. However, the primaries conducted so far have revealed a troubling gap between those promises and political reality.
Speaking on behalf of the coalition, several advocates said women remain underrepresented despite repeated commitments by political leaders to encourage greater participation.
Imagine that you have 20 men and 1 woman running, and then you ask that 1 woman to step down for 20 men. So that's what we are saying, that it must be fair.
Communities with stronger women's representation consistently show stronger attention to education, healthcare, water access, and grassroots development.
The coalition is now calling on political parties to adopt transparent selection processes and ensure more qualified women are included on final candidate lists ahead of the elections. Kedonojo Okoliko, AIT News, Abuja.
There is a growing concern in Cross River State, South Nigeria, over declining ethical standards, weak accountability, and the erosion of public trust in leadership and governance in the country. This expression came to light at a public lecture in Calabar, where stakeholders warned that the trend poses a serious threat to Nigeria's development and democratic future.
Concerns being publicly voiced out include the disturbing issue of growing erosion of ethical values and rising impunity in the society, which dominated discussions. Speakers drawn from the academia, governance, and the intellectual community are warning that Nigeria is witnessing a gradual collapse of integrity systems that note that the problem is deeply rooted in both society and institutions, where accountability and transparency are increasingly being undermined by compromised standards and weak value systems.
Humility helps one to be trustworthy, good ethical conduct, accountability, consistency, and compassion.
When we send children to the university, it's about a learning environment that goes beyond the textbook to becoming a holistic person.
The gathering further highlights what is seen as unethical political environment, where the stakeholders observe that public silence and lack of civic pressure have allowed questionable practices and impunity to take hold in the society.
It's pertinent that we should talk about such an important matter, which goes to the roots of our existence as a people and a country.
The more you accommodate these tendencies, the more they become the norm. And when they become the norm, it's much more harder to build and push back.
The lecture ended with a shared concern that Nigeria's progress cannot be sustained without a return to strong ethical values, stressing that integrity remains the foundation of trust, leadership, and national development. In Emesat Ifiok, AIT News, Calabar.
Delta North stakeholders of the All Progressives Congress have firmly rejected what they describe as a self-imposed declaration of victory by former Governor Ifeanyi Okowa, insisting that results from the field shows that Senator Ned Nwoko won the senatorial primaries by a wide margin. In a statement by their spokesperson, Imaibo, the stakeholders accused Okowa of attempting to subvert established party procedures by prematurely claiming victory despite clear guidelines issued by the APC's National Organizing Secretary. According to them, the party had before the primaries outlined a strict process for result collation and announcement, including ward collation, local government area collation, designated constituency collation centers, and final submission to the national headquarters. The stakeholders maintain that the figures emerging from across Delta North overwhelmingly favor Senator Ned Nwoko, dismissing Okowa's claim as fiction sustained by propaganda. Citing results from several wards across the senatorial district, the group alleged that the primaries were marred by intimidation and violence in areas where support for Okowa was most pronounced, calling on the APC's National Committee to intervene decisively. They urged the National Committee to disregard what they termed manufactured narratives and ensure that the final declaration reflects the true outcome as expressed across the words. The African Democratic Congress ADC Screening Committee has concluded the screening of 70 governorship aspirants for its primary elections ahead of the 2027 election, as it sets Wednesday to begin the screening of presidential aspirants. The committee, which is chaired by Justina Banida, told AIT that all aspirants turn up with the required documents and will all screen while preparing for reports for submission.
Consensus. So even those who came here and were interviewed, we still encourage them that the time for consensus was still there until the date that it becomes compulsory to go into direct elections, direct primaries. So most of them, if not all, agree that they will still talking to one another.
We had screened 37 governorship aspirants in this group because we have two groups that are doing screening. So we have concluded successfully today with 3 governorship aspirants that appeared.
Committee Secretary Chile Bawa said with measures put in place by the leadership of the ADC, no aspirant will be aggrieved, as they all aware that the party encouraged consensus for candidates. The aspirants had commended the exercise as transparent, professional, and consistent with democratic standards through a fair and thorough process. This is the News Hour on AIT. Business News is next. As Nigeria steps up efforts to boost revenue under the new tax regime, the Nigerian Revenue Service has expressed concern over notable leakages in the deduction and remittance of value-added tax and withholding tax by some states and government agencies. At a national workshop on strengthening collaboration with sub-national and key revenue stakeholders, officials warned that public institutions must lead by example or risk weakening public trust and overall tax compliance.
Revenue Service says data from its monitoring and audit exercises indicate persistent compliance gaps among some subnational governments and government-owned entities. It says this necessitated this gathering aimed at strengthening revenue generation, enhancing transparency, and closing existing leakages in tax system.
Establish direct communication channels to address structural bottleneck, improve revenue collection, and encourage absolute transparency and timeliness in tax remittances. Our goal is to move away from an enforcement-dependent approach to a collective, voluntary compliance framework in which every institutional stakeholder contributes its fair share.
Let's make it a treasury discipline that every month the accountant generals of the states and the finance functions of other MDAs and the Nigeria Revenue Service Government Business Office reconcile what was paid, what should have been withheld, what was remitted, what is outstanding, before anything becomes large enough to trigger embarrassment or statutory deductions by the Accountant General of the Federation.
The Minister of Finance, Taiwo Oyedele, adding that greater alignment between federal and state policies supports smoother implementation of the reforms.
It's a duty to ensure that those national policies are sensitive and responsive to the unique economic realities of our states and local government areas. To foster an efficient tax ecosystem, it is essential to reinforce cooperation through information exchange, harmonized processes, and mutual accountability.
The service says it is prioritizing collaboration over enforcement through strengthened engagement with MDAs, simplified tax processes, and the deployment of technology-driven remittance platforms to improve compliance and reduce leakages across the system.
The Federal Character Commission says rising cases of job racketeering in the federal public service have made stricter recruitment guidelines necessary for ministries, departments, and agencies. Speaking in Abuja, Executive Chairman of the agency said MDAs with over 125 vacancies must advertise in national newspapers and on the websites for at least 6 weeks and must also notify the Commission before any recruitment exercise begins.
To reiterate that recruitment into the federal public service must follow established constitutional and administrative procedures designed to ensure fairness, transparency, accountability, and equitable representation of all states and geopolitical zones in Nigeria. Ministries, departments, and agencies must carry out proper manpower planning based on approved staffing levels. That is even before thinking of recruiting.
That's it on business. Moving on now, the Federal Capital Territory Minister Nyesom Wike has praised the speed and quality of ongoing infrastructure projects across Abuja. He says the Tinubu administration remains committed to expanding development to satellite communities through extensive road construction. During an inspection tour this Tuesday, Wike revealed that key projects, including the body of benches office annex and several major roads, are nearing completion.
The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, after inspecting key projects across Abuja, including the body of benches annex building, the access road being handled by the CCECC, and the Tudunwada road linking Old Ushafa Road, expressed satisfaction with the quality of work.
My greatest happiness is that we have also started going to Zuba. In essence, the entire of those communities will be opened, and that's what development is all about, opening up the satellite areas as directed by Mr. President. Very good quality job. I'm so impressed with the job and the timely completion.
Responding to claims that area councils are not optimally utilizing their allocations due to interference from the FCT administration, the minister dismissed the allegations as unfounded.
How much do they get? And how much is the money for payment of teachers' salaries? So it is not correct that the money given to them is not being utilized. It's not correct. I'm sure they're also saying that the money we get is not also being utilized. You know, people like to make assertion, make a complaint when you don't have enough facts.
Wike added that the ongoing and completed projects would be inaugurated as part of activities marking President Bola Tinubu's 3rd anniversary in office. Chukwebuka Obodo, AIT News, Abuja.
Vice President Kashim Shettima has hailed former Head of State General Yakubu Gowon as an elder statesman whose legacy of unity and service will endure in Nigeria's history. Shettima, who represented President Tinubu at the launch of an autobiography of the former leader in Abuja, highlighted Gowon's role in keeping the country one during the Civil War and Africa's regional development. They even drew serving and retired leaders who praised Gowon's example in both leadership and retirement.
Vice President Kashim Shettima has described former Head of State General Yakubu Gowon as an elder statesman whose legacy will endure in Nigeria's history. Speaking at the book launch in Abuja, Shettima cited Gowon's role in keeping Nigeria united during the Civil War, as well as his contributions to establishing the National Youth Service Corps, ECOWAS, and the African Union. He said Gowon's exemplary life in both leadership and retirement remains a lesson for all.
We are here because General Yakubu Gowon has given Nigeria a volume of memory at a time when our country needs the discipline of remembrance. We are here because the story of a man who stood at the center of Nigeria's most pressing years cannot be left to fragments, suspicion, and careless narration. We are here because the past, when honestly preserved, becomes a compass for the future.
In his remarks, General Gowon says his decisions during the Nigeria Civil War were driven by a duty to preserve the country, not by hatred. He urged Nigeria to embrace forgiveness and remain committed to peace.
60 years ago, our country stood on the brink of disintegration, and the circumstances of the time made me to renew my commitment to serve Nigeria with all my strength.
Other dignitaries at the event also extolled the former leader's virtues, describing him as one who led with integrity. The lunch was attended by serving and retired public officers, military colleagues, family members, friends, religious leaders, and politicians. Mustafa Muhammad, AIT News, Abuja.
The Trade Union Congress of Nigeria has expelled 11 officers from its affiliate with immediate effect for alleged acts of disobedience and violations of resolutions. This was part of the communique issued at the end of his National Executive Council meeting in Lagos.
Addressing journalists at the end of its meeting, President General of the Trade Union Congress, Festus Osifo, said the expelled officers are from Lagos, Rivers, Enugu, and Bayelsa states, stressing that they are barred from representing, acting, or speaking on behalf of the Trade Union Congress.
They shall no longer participate in any meeting, election, Congress, committee, delegation, conference, negotiation, or activities of TUC at the National State Council, affiliate, zonal, or any other level. They shall not issue correspondence, press statements, notice, communicate, circular, or any form of communication in the name of TUC.
Osifo noted that the NEC also ratified the suspension of another 14 officers for 2 years, reaffirmed that discipline is indispensable to the survival, stability, and integrity of any institutions.
When the NEC takes a decision, you must obey. If you don't obey, there are appropriate sanctions that are in the constitution of the TUC. And those sanctions are what was invoked today.
President General of the Trade Union Congress enjoined all organs, affiliates, state councils, officers, and members of the Congress to give full effect to the resolutions. Abiola Beckley, AIT News, Lagos.
The Edo State government says the administration of Governor Monday Okwebolo is making steady progress in delivering on this Project Shine agenda aimed at developing the state and improving the welfare of citizens. The Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Kasim Afegba, made this known during the ministry's bi-monthly media briefing, where he highlighted the achievements and ongoing activities of the state government.
Briefing with journalists by the Edo State Ministry of Information and Strategy is to give updates on the policies, programs, and achievements of the present administration under the Project Shine agenda. The Commissioner of the Ministry, Kasim Afegba, said the government remains committed to infrastructural development, improved security, and better welfare for residents across the state. The Commissioner also used the opportunity to dismiss claims that Governor Monday Okwebolo imposed candidates during the recent concluded APC National Assembly primaries. According to him, the governor, like every party member, reserved the constitutional right to support candidates during political contests.
What I can tell you categorically is that Senator Monday Okwebolo has allowed free choice to reign. The governor, as the #1 political factor in the state, has the right to also support an individual. The governor of the state is a political head, and he must have interest.
Speaking on transportation, Afegba said the state government has taken bold steps to ease transportation challenges with the purchase of the first batch of 50 CNG buses to improve mobility of citizens.
And once the government permissions, then they will be released for use by members of the public.
Here's Inarome, AIT News, Benin.
Activists and journalists were at the front line of bringing global attention to the deadly pollution in Nigeria's Niger Delta. But it appears the beam is dimming and spotlight gradually shifting in spite of ongoing degradation in some parts of the region. This is why there is a fresh call for media advocacy to save local communities from pollution-related diseases and premature deaths, as AIT's Edo APC reports.
For decades, the Niger Delta has powered Nigeria's economy, yet it remains one of the most ecologically devastated regions on earth. Oil pollution has ruined local livelihoods, poisoned water sources, and triggered severe health crises across host communities. Driven by these challenges, this year's Correspondent Chapel Week focused on a critical theme, the imperative of a comprehensive cleanup of the Niger Delta environment, the role of the media.
The media must sustain advocacy for environmental protection by drawing attention to ecological challenges facing our communities, amplifying the cries of affected citizens, and holding governments, multinational corporations, and all relevant stakeholders accountable to their environmental responsibilities.
Participants, including environmental rights activists, stakeholders, and students, warned that current level of destruction demands aggressive, unfiltered media reportage to hold polluters accountable.
Media has a duty and capacity to report the ecocide happening in the Niger Delta factually and in real time.
They urge media houses to move beyond routine reporting and sustain deep investigative advocacy to focus on total restoration of the ecosystem. Egogon Akabwe, AIT News, Port Harcourt.
At least 131 deaths have been reported in an Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo, with more than 513 cases suspected. A spokesperson for the DR Congo government says the cases are now being reported over a wider area. There are also 2 confirmed cases and 1 death in Uganda, says the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC.
Officials say the virus linked to the Bundibugyo strain is spreading to new areas, raising fears of a wider regional crisis. Cases have now been identified in multiple locations, including Ituri Province, North Kivu, and the city of Goma. There are also confirmed cases in neighboring Uganda, signaling cross-border transmission. The World Health Organization has declared the outbreak a public health emergency of international concern, though it has not yet reached pandemic status. Meanwhile, an American doctor working in the region is among those infected and is expected to be evacuated for treatment. Authorities said response teams are intensifying contact tracing and surveillance, while urging the public to remain calm. Despite reassurances, concerns persist that the outbreak could grow significantly if not contained quickly.
Coming up next is Sport Track. Nigeria's Super Eagles have been handed a favorable path in the qualifiers for the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations. The draw held today in Cairo, Egypt.
The 3-time African champions have been drawn in Group L, alongside Madagascar, Guinea-Bissau, and co-host Tanzania. Following CAF's official draw in Cairo, Egypt, Nigeria will be looking to continue their strong form after finishing third at the 2025 African Cup of Nations edition. The qualifiers were launched under the Pamoja 2027 campaign ahead of the historic tournament to be co-hosted by Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. Although Tanzania has already secured automatic qualification as co-host, they will still participate in the qualifying matches under CAF's regulation. The 2027 edition is expected to make history as the first African Cup of Nations tournament to be hosted by 3 countries together in East Africa. The defending champions Senegal are drawn in Group J alongside Ethiopia, Mozambique and Sudan, while Morocco will play Gabon, Lesotho and Niger Republic in Group A.
The Live Fubara has praised the Minister of Education, Marufa Lausa, for sustaining the federal education sector games known as FEDUGAM. Governor Fubara gave the commendation during the opening ceremony of the 6th Games in Port Harcourt, where he reaffirmed his administration's commitment to supporting initiatives that promote national unity.
Fewer than 25 agencies and parastatals under the Federal Ministry of Education are participating in this year's games in the Rivers State capital. Representing Governor Siminalayi Fubara, the State Deputy Governor and Chairperson of the main organizing committee, Professor Ngozi Nma-Odu, expressed the state's readiness to host an impactful event that showcases the strength of the nation's diversity.
And remember that beyond winning medals, the true victory lies in the building lasting relationship and promoting unity. As a state, Rivers remains committed to supporting initiatives that promote youth development, wellness, and national integration.
The Minister of Education, Maruf Tunji Alausa, and the chairperson of the FEDUGAM Steering Committee, Ineji Nkiru Florence, both praised the Rivers State government for its hospitality and providing a befitting environment for the agencies and parastatals to compete.
I wish to express my sincere appreciation to His Excellency Sir Siminalayi Fubara, the Executive Governor of Rivers State, and indeed the government and people of the state for their magnanimity of hosting and sponsoring the game.
The tendency to strengthen the bond between the national and international.
The 6th edition of the Games, tagged FEDUGAM Rivers 2026, will feature 13 sporting events. Abajo Sekwe, AIT News, Port Harcourt.
The Director General of the National Sport Commission, Bukola Olakpade, has said that Nigeria's sport sector has experienced a new lease of life since the assumption of office of President Tinubu, particularly in terms of increased funding and the renovation and construction of sport facilities across the country. Speaking in an interview with AIT Sport, Olakpade explained that the federal government's intervention has encouraged several states to revive and upgrade their sport infrastructure.
Do you know that those stadiums you just mentioned, Tafawa Balewa, George, Ahmadu, all approved and concession, to the various states by Mr. President. So much so that the investment that has gone into Ahmadu Bello Stadium now is an approved 33 billion naira investment by the Kaduna State government. That facility is ongoing. Continuously, employment is being generated in thousands. Continuously, facilities are being built, both indoor and regular outdoor sports, track and field, football, around the country. As we speak, there are construction going on in more than 8 states. Have you heard of the Bichi Stadium, 35,000 capacity, Kano, paid for by the federal government of Nigeria in Kano? Paid for by the federal government of Nigeria. That is a stadium that will be able to host any international or national events.
User on AIT. Thanks a lot for watching. I am Enemaku Ojochegbe.
inclusiveness, and the interpretation of party constitutional processes. The internal crisis has also drawn attention to the growing influence and political ambition of the party's 2023 presidential candidate, Adewale Adebayo, whose emergence on the national stage brought renewed visibility and public interest to the SDP. While Adewale Adebayo is widely seen by supporters as a symbol of reform and ideological rebirth within the party, critics argue that the struggle for influence among competing blocs within the SDP could undermine efforts to build a united and formidable opposition platform ahead of 2027. Beyond the personalities involved, the crisis within the SDP raises broader questions about party cohesion, internal democracy, leadership succession, ideological consistency, and the ability of opposition parties in Nigeria to effectively manage competing interests without jeopardizing their electoral prospects. Political analysts warn that unresolved disputes within the party could weaken its credibility among Nigerians seeking alternatives to the dominant political parties. Prince Adewale Adebayo is the SDP presidential candidate in the 2023 election. He joins us shortly to examine the leadership crisis within the SDP, the controversy surrounding the Bauchi Convention, the roles of Shehu Gabam, Abubakar Gombe in shaping the party's future, as well as the broader implications of these developments from the SDP's preparedness and visibility ahead of the 2027 general election in Nigeria.
A very warm welcome to you. The program is Jigsaw. My name is Benga Aruleba. As you heard there, Prince Adewale Adebayo is our guest. Ordinarily, he should have been with us here in the studio, but he just returned from the party's convention, which took place in Bauchi. He just got back to Abuja, and so he's joining us virtually. Prince Adebayo, congratulations on your emergence as the SDP presidential candidate for a second season running.
Thank you very much, Benga. Thank you for the congratulatory message. May God bless Nigeria.
But if we go by what is happening, I would say it's not yet Uhuru. I am surprised that the SDP that we thought was free of crisis, and the little crisis we had that time was just an internal issue of management of party funds and all of that. But we didn't believe that that was going to snowball into a major crisis. Now it's like the SDP is involved or engulfed in the crisis of its own. How did the SDP find itself on this much-traveled path by other political parties?
Well, I don't think that, I don't want to minimize any issues, but it's all a distraction. I don't think SDP has any crisis because there are no factions inside the party. And what they want to do to the party is to stop the party from talking about Nigerians and be talking about issues within the party. Every organization has its own internal rules, including the TV station that you are representing there. There are things that are allowed, there are things that are not allowed. And the Supreme Court has heard many times, and even common sense will tell you, that the disciplinary process inside a political party should be the internal affairs of that political party. And the political party is not supposed to spend most of its time talking about itself. It's supposed to talk about the government in power and to assess and evaluate how that government is performing and to bring alternative viewpoints and programs to the public. That's where I'm focused on. I just allow the political party internal processes to go on. The problem lies with INEC in the sense that INEC has been won several times, in particular with respect to the SDP. And INEC was fined 2 million naira just less than 6 months ago by the Supreme Court. So that don't interfere in the affairs of this party, don't tell them who is going to sign documents for them, just leave them to sort their issues out. Now, there's no new issue. It is that it has become convenient for the government of the day to use police and INEC to revive an issue that has been resolved in the party. There's no new issue in the party at all. So for me, I'm not a party official. I'm a member of the party. I am now the presidential candidate of the party. The mandate given to me by the party is to go and preach to Nigerians that all the suffering, all the mismanagement, all the bad governance, all the lack of welfare, and more particularly, all the issue of insecurity in the country, that the SDP has clearly laid out 500 programs that will tackle all these problems that we are facing. And for the first time, we can have a country that works. That's the mandate given to me.
All right.
I'm not on the side of anyone who has a problem, who's a party official, who has a problem. The party official who was accused of misappropriation of public party funds, who was investigated, I wasn't on the panel, I'm not the accuser. When the panel brought the report, I wasn't there, I didn't testify, I'm not involved, I don't have the fact. When he was charged to court, granted bail, and the matter is pending, that's even the last time I can talk about it, because the party official who was removed, former chairman who was removed, has now been charged to court. The court has, I think, remanded him and given him bail condition. So the matter is now sub judice. As a lawyer, I will suffer more consequences than other politicians if I am caught commenting on that subject when the person is now facing trial in the court of law.
Okay, the matter appears much more than that. It's not a question of whether somebody is on trial or somebody is not on trial. But I would like you to listen to this report. It's just, this happened just a few days ago. Let's listen to the report together, and then you help us make sense out of it.
Executive Board by recent recognition from the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, following a court ruling arrived the premises to assert control, but they were met with stiff resistance from the Gombe-led faction, which insisted it remains the authentic leadership of the party.
We are here going, and I'll take over my office. The guy that was removed and mentioned in the judgment 3 times illegally, perverse, and lack of jurisdiction. And the judgment was set aside. So the main reason we decided to come in today, legally backed by security agencies, to take over my office.
Sadiq Abubakar Gombe maintains his faction is the legitimate leadership of the SDP, deepening the standoff.
A professor of law, a son, distinguished son, and purportedly saying that he is returning our expelled member onto their portal, as if the portal is to determine who is the chairman of the party or not. We are not responsible to any portal.
As temper fled and the situation threatened to spiral, officers of the Nigerian police force stepped in, taking over the premises to restore calm and enforce the court's back order.
Now, Prince Adebayo, you heard that, but let me add something new that is not contained in that report. This happened yesterday. Alhaji Shehu Gabam posted on his Facebook page that his office is open and he has been receiving aspirants under the SDP, and that 2 from Nasarawa State visited him in the office to pick expression of interest and nomination forms to contest for elective positions in the 2027 general election. That was Shehu Gabam yesterday. Now, all of that roped together. Where does this lead the SDP?
Well, if you want do you want me to comment on the report?
Yes, please. I want you to comment on both the report and then the information I just gave you now about what Alhaji Shehu Gabam said as regards his position as the authentic national chairman of the SDP.
Okay. My honest opinion, and you will excuse me and I say with all due respect, is that you need to train your reporters more to understand what they are saying. Because the report, from what I see, showed that Mr. Shehu Gabam was accompanied by policemen to the office, the National Secretariat of the SDP, ostensibly to say he wanted to take his office back as national chairman. And the people at the Secretariat did not want to recognize him. In the course of that, the police had to take some action. One, there is nothing called faction there. The Shehu Gabam, Sadiq Gombe, Agunloye, all of them belong to the same executive. What had happened was that the same executive presided over by Gabam had suspended him on the allegation of misappropriation of funds and all of that, which, because it is now before court of law, I don't want to comment on those. So it's not about two people claiming to be two different executives. Maybe your journalist is already memorized what is happening in other parties. So it's not a case where you have one set of executive here, another set. It was a case of one individual removed from the executive, the rest of the executive remains. So if the court says his removal is wrong, it will be put back. If the court doesn't say so, then it won't be put back. So
to the best of your knowledge, has the court said so? Because he's insisting that the court said so.
No, you see, it's taking back to journalism. In journalism, you don't ask parties. The court says so because courts say things in writing. So, a journalist, before you go on air, you will at least keep a copy of the judgment, read it. If you don't understand it, you will give it to a lawyer in your office to interpret it for you. I have not seen any court judgment presented by INEC, by the police or anyone, so that says that the removal of Shehu Gabam by the party is unlawful and it should be restored. I have not seen it, and I'm sure you have not seen it. So this is in the realm of speculation. You haven't seen it, your reporter hasn't seen it, the policeman hasn't seen it, INEC hasn't seen it. So it's most likely it doesn't exist because I haven't seen it. So that is that. But I cannot oppose any individual who has a right under the law, because it is a fact of law. It's a fact that Shehu Gabam was elected as national chairman of the SDP on June 8, 2022, and his tenure will have ended at the next convention for this year. So it is a fact that he was removed by the National Working Committee, which he led. It's a fact that he was also removed and expelled by the NEC, held on March 9, 2026. Now, if he has a court order that says that those expulsions and removal are unlawful, I will join Gabam to enforce it, because a political party must obey court order, and I don't deserve to keep my law license. If I belong to a political party and I'm influential in a political party, and I don't encourage that political party, or I discourage the political party from obeying court order, there's supposed to be a petition against me as an irresponsible lawyer. So, and I won't want to be an irresponsible lawyer. So if anytime that judgment is presented and that judgment is to be enforced, if that's what the court says, I will ask SDP to comply. If they want to appeal against it, they can appeal against it, but you must obey court order. But that court order is in the realm of speculation. Nobody has seen it.
Okay, but
now with respect to the other side about selling forms, I encourage anyone who wants to rescue the country and who wants to run on the platform of the SDP to go and run on the platform of the SDP. Leadership come, leadership go. That is not the issue. What is important is the party remains. So I'm not going to use the travail of individuals in the party to discourage anyone from going to the party to work. What's even more particularly interesting is that even when there was a court order, which I haven't seen, and I cannot speculate that there is, I suspect there isn't, but if there was a court order, it only would say that Shehu Gabam removal as chairman should be reversed. It will not affect others who are also elected with Gabam. They also are entitled to go to that office and do their work. Okay. So because I don't think there's a court order that says that Gabam will be a sole administrator and all his executives, even though they were the one who removed him, if he's brought back by a court order, would that court order also say those people are automatically removed? Or will he now say that state chairmen are removed or zonal vice chairmen are removed? It can't be the case. So it's like an employer-employee situation. If it's a case of wrongful termination of the national chairman, of Gabam as national chairman, the maximum we can get from the court is a restoration of back to his position. He won't remove the rest of the executive. He will still continue to work. And one individual cannot take a decision for the party. So I think it's a very small matter. Okay. It's unfortunate that you are spending valuable time to talk about sources.
Prince Adebayo, can you provide a context for the national convention that that took place just 2 days ago or so, or yesterday?
The context is very simple.
That took place in Bauchi. That convention vis-a-vis the claim of Alhaji Shehu Gabam. Would you say the national convention, which kind of endorsed the tenure of new officers, has that overtaken whatever claim Alhaji Shehu Gabam is making?
What I can say is this. One, the national convention can be held anytime, but it's due at least once every 4 years. Because the Constitution says that when Nigerian Constitution says that when INEC announces the calendar, the timetable for elections, political parties will have to comply. And any political party that wants to nominate candidates must nominate candidates within the framework timeline of INEC. And under section 12.1.5, Roman 2 of the SDP Constitution, it is the National Convention that elects the presidential candidate now at a primary. So the National Executive Committee of the party had to meet and fix a date for the National Convention. And on March 9, 2026, at Abuja, in the presence of INEC, the NEC held, and the calendar for the National Convention and the primary, everything submitted to INEC. And INEC was also written a letter on the 7th of April, giving them 21 days that the convention will hold. And shortly before the time, 10 days before the time, the convention was published in two national newspapers, Newsprint and Punch, Blueprint and Punch. And also INEC was also informed, all of that. So everything is there. So whether one person was rightly removed or not, the party will continue to operate. That has nothing to do with it. If Shehu Gabam goes to court and say he was wrongly removed, the court will give him declaration. But what had happened at the convention was that the National Convention took a resolution to also confirm Gabam's expulsion from the party. So he may wish to also challenge that one. I cannot deny him his right to challenge if he was wrongly expelled, but the National Convention has expelled him. That the implication that I can see, to be honest, to your question is that the tenure of all of them expired at that convention, and the new executive had now been elected. So the fight over tenure, whether Gabam was removed, now relates to the last tenure, the past tenure. But it doesn't mean that whether his right is extinguished thereby, he may have personal rights that may survive that. But they have a new election now. So it's not a case of Gabam's deputy, Gombe, taking over from him because he was suspended. Now, that former deputy has now been duly elected by a new convention in his own right. So that may be the issue, but I don't think that it's abnormal. It is a normal issue, and I think the public who are facing insecurity, facing hunger, facing unemployment, facing the disappearing economy, and all these things. I don't think that they want to be entertained about the internal succession plan in political parties. If INEC follows the law and the people involved in it follow the law, I think it's a very simple matter to resolve that we can now discuss the issue that pertain to the Nigerian people. I did not join politics to install chairman, remove chairman, and get myself involved in petty things like that. I joined politics so that we can have a country that all the black people of the world can be proud of. We can have a country whose leaders will not be stealing the resources, whose people will not be living amidst plenty and be living in penury. We won't have a country where ragtag terrorists will be picking army generals and killing them at will. Right. We want a safe community.
Prince, I know, just for the purposes of clearing all doubts, the law is clear as to how political parties hold their conventions and all of that. There has to be a statutory notice to INEC and all of that. In the case of the Bauchi Convention that you just ended, were all those statutory provisions complied
of course,
with?
They were all
was INEC present? Was INEC present at the convention?
Well, that's up to INEC. Why would they not be present? What's their problem? Is INEC...
Okay, was INEC informed?
Why will INEC not be involved? I mean, INEC will not be doing his job if he's not involved. What I'm saying to you is that the political party, INEC was present when the convention was fixed at the NEC. INEC took note at the NEC. INEC itself concluded in the NEC that SDP comply with its constitution and INEC regulation and gave the certified copy. INEC monitored from the ward level, ward, local government, state, and zonal congresses that led to the convention. So INEC is involved in all of that. INEC was given more than 21 days notice, acknowledged by INEC. So it is not, the main concern we have for INEC is the need for INEC to comply with the Electoral Act and the Constitution, so that all the time, political parties who have their own issues will not be implicating INEC. If you fire or sack your national chairman because you said, allegedly, he misappropriated money, you cannot say INEC was the one who told him to misappropriate the money. If you were sacked by your National Working Committee and NEC because they said that you misappropriated their money and forged documents and all of that, you cannot say it's INEC that made them to do it. Where INEC needs to be careful is not to try to help one side or the other. Because if, for primordial reasons, from pressure from government or from inducement, INEC is now helping one side or the other against the law, that's where INEC gets into trouble. That is why political parties point to INEC. And I've always encouraged SDP, do not blame INEC for your issues. Make sure that you do what is right. And if you use your internal mechanism, you can resolve most of the issues that you have as a political party. But INEC, from time to time, are being influenced by people in government who believe that a political party, an opposition political party, having problem is to the advantage of the government. So people in government tend to lobby INEC to worsen the case. And people in INEC tend to succumb to that pressure from time to time. And I hope that that will not be the case here. So what is important is that the political party is meant for the public. It's not meant for infighting. And anyone who is an official of a political party, who is disciplined by that political party, if he doesn't agree to that discipline, he's entitled to appeal with the party. He's also entitled to go to court to challenge that, subject to the fact that court says internal affairs of parties should not ordinarily be looked into, except if you can show that they violated the Constitution. And I am not a politician who forgets that he's a lawyer. So when I see anyone who is fighting for his right, I am not the one who will speak against the person. So if Shehu Gabam files a case in court against SDP or challenges his removal, if the court gives him judgment, I will tell SDP, comply immediately. If you want to appeal, go and appeal. If Gabam he has not done so, he wants to do so, if as a friend he says, follow me to court, I'll follow him, because I believe that rights of individuals must not be subsumed by politics. So I take no sides in the matter. What matters to me is that SDP remains a credible platform for Nigerians who are tired of his governance of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the dark ways, Ali, that APC is taking the country into. Do not lose hope. They know that it's an alternative political party, social democratic party that believes in social justice and democracy and believes in Chapter 2 of the Constitution, fundamental objective and directory principle of state policy. And they should not be distracted and say, oh my God, the party we're hoping for to fight for the poor, to fight for the country, to fight for constitutionalism is now consumed in ego fight and in
all right.
Personality discord. We don't want to be known for that.
All right. Let me just get further clarification on what has happened here now. So the new national chairman is Alhaji Abubakar Sadiq Gombe. You have Senator Gochukwu Ba, Rufus Ayenigba, Dr. Oluwagunloye. All those people have been returned to office for a fresh term of how many years now?
4 years as per our constitution.
4 years, starting afresh.
Starting afresh, so
starting from the day of the convention.
To leave by, they will be to leave by May 8, 2032.
Okay.
If they make it to that time.
Okay. Then right now, who has Alhaji Gombe been able to regain control of the National Secretariat?
I don't know about that. I don't live there. I don't work there. So they will sort that out. Maybe, I don't know. That's not really my priority. But what I know is that the National Secretariat of a political party is not a tug of war. It is not a place for and then that should be go into the central bank today and I occupy the building doesn't make me the governor of central bank. It only makes me a burglar. So it is sitting down in one office or the other. The party can write a single letter to the INEC signed by all the majority of the National Working Committee and move the secretariat to another place. It's not a holy ground. It's not like the Kaaba or the wall of the Temple of Solomon. No, it's just an office which changes from time to time. So the issue is a political party should know that the duty is to form governments. And if you must form governments, those who run it must not be lawless. They must be seen by people that the way they are running their party affairs, if you give them a government like, they will be able to run it. And that is my hope. But that's why I don't take part in partisan fights and all of that. My mission in politics, I'm losing so much to be in politics and live my private life that is perfect for me to be in politics. And I won't spend it on lousiness. So what's important is for us to raise very good candidates that people believe in their community and to follow the law in everything that we do and to see that Nigerians have no excuse to say, well, we don't like APC, but all the other parties are not stable. So we need to do that. And that may be the reason why President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his handlers, unfortunately, think that, by making fun, by poking fire, by taking side and sponsoring elements to scatter political parties, they would dispirit Nigerians who will say, okay, APC is a disaster, that shouldn't happen again, but there's no alternative. There will be alternative. We'll work together. If you saw at our convention, you'll see that many political parties, opposition political parties, came there to do goodwill messages. We will unite Nigerians, and we will be able to change this government, not because we personally hate President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, but because we cannot live with the outcome of his governance. You can see poverty everywhere. You can see underdevelopment everywhere, unaccountability, wastage of human lives and resources, and total disregard for the laws of the country. Appropriation Act, injustice is all over the country is getting more and more disunited. His appointment are skewed to only people he has known from high school, and people who are working with him as if the rest of the country don't exist. And all sorts of mismanagement, constantly getting out of the country for no accountable reason or the other, and not being able to deliver on his own minimally set mandates. No electricity, he can't do that. No employment, he can't do that. He can't do projects, can't even secure our lives. He can't even go to Agwarukuba or all those places where we are losing lives to go to the community and console them. He's now having a strange flu, which is now calling Special Advisor on Homeland Security. What is the meaning of all this balablu? So you cannot continue with this kind of government. So to do otherwise would be to ruin the whole country. So what we are doing now is to make sure, no matter your personal differences, political differences, to try to unite everyone together to achieve two things. One, get rid of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, let him be gone from May 29, 2027. Secondly, to put in place a government that we have not seen in Nigeria in recent times. A government that is following the law, that is using the resources of the people for the people, that is using the best talents of Nigeria for the country, and ensuring that even 50 naira is accounted for in the government, and that everyone who is in government is living responsibly, and that all arms of government are allowed to do their function. Don't emasculate the National Assembly and don't embarrass the judiciary, so that Nigerians can also enjoy government at lower levels. Don't confiscate local government money. Don't use local government money for political bargaining. Let different political parties have their governors and all of that. Don't blackmail them. Don't threaten them. Don't bribe them. Don't intimidate them into having all of them in your party. Even for us to be able to go to Bauchi, if you know the background story, they were putting pressure on. First, in Abuja, they will not give you a space. Even if you pay with gold, they will not. Second, any governor that wanted to host you, they put pressure. So we are being told, don't come here, please don't put us in trouble, don't come here. That is why I commend the governor of Bauchi State, Governor Bala Muhammad, for showing courage. Even on that day, pressure on them, kick them out of that state. Even at the venue, they brought over 500 literally armed troublemakers. We know what it took the authorities there to be able to see that the thing went on smoothly. We cannot continue like that.
All right.
Nigerians are crying over poverty, unemployment, but what we shouldn't be crying on, which is about to come next, is crying over
in spite of all of this,
yes.
You still had a successful convention. But I'm worried that for you as a presidential candidate, it was a voice vote. It was a voice vote. How democratic is that? You can't.
Okay. Okay. Now,
I don't know.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. The Electoral Act itself was passed by voice vote in National Assembly, and it's illegal. Now, what happened was that we had only one candidate. Okay. The other vote yea or nay. Now, it was put to the convention, and the convention is the highest level of the party. Do you want to go and cast ballots one by one? They said no. Voice vote. And they were asked on 13 different occasions. The yea were 99.99999%. So what will you do? You could also go there and start counting ballots and writing yes, yes, and count the yes till now, because to count 11,600 something votes, because this is not delegate election, this is the direct election. So in the last time at International Conference Center on June 8, 2022, in Abuja, we had 1,708 delegates. It took us 5 hours to count the ballots. So if you have 11,000 something people in the stadium, you'll be counting till Monday. So they decided that we only have one candidate anyway, aspirant. We might as well just use the voice vote. But if anyone thinks that it is not proper, they can go and challenge it in a court of law. I'm not going to. I'm a lawyer. I won't stop anyone from testing anything at law.
Okay.
If the court says that voice vote is invalid, I would rather the court say so than
so how much did you pay now to become the presidential candidate of the SDP? Because I saw somewhere, that's why I don't know. We keep talking about Jehu Gabam and Sadiq Gombe. I don't know whether it's the executive under Alhaji Sadiq Gombe that pegged the nomination and expression of interest from at 15 million naira and 60 million naira. That's combined 75 million naira. Was that how much you paid to become the candidate now?
Okay, let me make it clear. Number one, the way I think you should have, I will send you immediately we finish this program a copy of the SDP Constitution. The executive is not under anybody. The executive is the executive. The executive is not under anybody. INEC made a mistake last year, August, when Shehu Gabam was under suspension. He had not been removed. The National Executive, National Working Committee sponsored candidates for elections. And the National Secretary and the acting chairman signed the nomination. INEC said, no, the chairman must sign it. INEC was wrong. Why? They said their regulation says the chairman must sign it. SDP took them to court. Justice Nwite of the Federal High Court in August 2025 said, INEC, you are wrong. Look at their constitution and obey that. Your regulation is your own opinion. INEC disagreed and went to Court of Appeal. Court of Appeal said, INEC, you are wrong. And INEC disagreed and went to Supreme Court. Supreme Court fined them 2 million naira. So in the SDP, whether Bengaruleba is the acting chairman tomorrow, or it is Gabam, or it is Aki and Popo, it's not relevant. It is the organ of the party that must meet and take the decision. So it was the organ of the party that stipulated the amount to be paid. And that amount to be paid was paid, and the screening took place, which was televised to all.
What's the amount? What's the amount?
The amount was reduced to 60 million naira because many aspirants complained that the initial amount was too high, and they reviewed it. Even today, I'm told that the women wing of the party have brought another appeal to the party that there should be a special rate for women, as it was before. But the National Working Committee took the view that they might accuse the Electoral Act does not say we should not put any other qualification. They said there are many things they put in the new Electoral Act. So they were thinking, if you charge a different price for women, a different price for men, somebody might say you have put a precondition that is unconstitutional. So they said it will be the same rate. So the rate will be reviewed from time to time. For people with disability, I think there's an exemption, all sorts of things. So really, it's not a problem for some. If you want to run for president of Nigeria and you cannot find 60 million to buy from, you better go and act a movie, be president of the movie.
So you paid 60 million naira to pick the form, and then 50 million naira for expression of interest. So I was right there, 75 million.
Well, I will check the record. I didn't bother myself too much about that. I think somebody in the office went to do that. I won't bother myself at such a small amount of money, really. What matters to me is that...
but you are the one who purchased the form now, and the form was in your name. So how much did it cost?
I will check. I will ask the person to check and bring the bill. But what I'm going to let you know is that the last presidential election cost us billions, and this one will cost us billions. So in that mode, the amount of money to transport yourself to the convention will cost more than the form. The form is not a major issue, and I didn't want to make an issue out of it because not only you, because I know you are a disciplined journalist, somebody who listens will say, Adebayo decries high form, whatever. I've given my opinion to the party regarding, not everybody is buoyant, and they've taken that into consideration. But what matters to us is that if you are running for president of Nigeria, at least that kind of amount of money should not be a challenge to you. Even if you don't have it, there will be people who support you, who believe in you, to come and give you the money. So that's not an issue.
All right. All right. Let's leave that. But I know that I can put 2 and 2 together. I know what the expression of interest costs, and I know what the form costs. Yeah. But let's move on to...
My only worry is that you didn't even call me to make a contribution to this, knowing that I will do well for the country.
You didn't ask me to come and contribute to your campaign.
I didn't have to ask you. After all this, if you are to choose 2 or 3 people who can change the fortune of this country, I count that you will be able to mention my name. And you are a well-to-do man, assistant journalist, wealthy journalist. There's no reason why you shouldn't make a contribution, and it's never too late. Now I'm asking you officially.
Okay, I hear. We'll talk about that after the program. But let's talk about, you made a point, and I really need you to clarify it. You said the Supreme Court already told INEC that regulation requiring national chairmen and secretaries of political parties to be the only ones to interface with INEC, that the Supreme Court said no to that regulation. Is that what was that what you said?
That is true. That is true, and INEC has complied. In the new INEC regulation now, INEC regulation says that every political party will decide who will sign for them. So now no party needs to worry that if the chairman goes rogue and you win your primaries and the chairman refuses to sign, that you are in trouble. No. What INEC says now is that we won't tell you who to sign for you. It is you who will tell us who will be signing for you. But you must notify us so that not every Tom, Dick, and Harry will be signing for you.
What if you have a situation whereby there's a leadership dispute and both sides are laying claims, as we have in the case, okay, let me use the SDP, the PDP for instance now. 2 camps lay claim to who can interface with INEC and all of that, and both decide to send lists of candidates to INEC. What would
I
don't
do in that situation? Legal opinion, INEC has enough lawyers.
Because a lot of people thought that the INEC regulation requiring it to make its code available to only the recognized national officers, that is the national chairman and secretary, as the only ones who can get on that portal and file the details, the particulars of their candidates.
What I know, and I'm talking law now, don't look at me as a politician, and when I'm talking law, I talk law. What I know is that the Supreme Court has said anything that is not in the Electoral Act, INEC should be careful in stipulating conditions. That was why, you remember all those cases within the Supreme Court which you covered. Omehia versus Okowa, all those cases regarding card reader. Supreme Court says the card reader was not in the Electoral Act. So INEC regulation is not binding. The same thing with this signature issue. And in the case of INEC versus SDP, which went all the way to the Supreme Court, I happen to be the lawyer in the Court of Appeal and Supreme Court, so I know the case intimately. What the Supreme Court said to INEC is that you can't force political parties and choose for them who will sign their own letters, nomination, collect their code, anything. Leave it to them. So what INEC did was to now write a regulation telling the political party, we are not going to tell you who will sign for you, but tell us by yourself. So it might happen that one political party might say, retain our chairman and secretary. Another one might say it's our organizing secretary. Another one might say it's our youth leader. Another one might say it's our staff, whatever. It's up to them. In the case of the SDP, if I'm not getting it wrong, I'll cross-check. What they did was to write to the National Working Committee, pass a resolution and send to INEC that it is the National Secretary that will be doing so until further notice. So I think that's for the SDP. Then now you ask me a question about regarding if they have 2 factions, because SDP doesn't have 2 factions. They only have one chairman who will know whether it was properly removed or not. But now they have a new executive completely. But in the case of SDP, PDP, the judgment of the Supreme Court didn't appear to solve their problems, in the sense that there are two sets of executives. What INEC will do, and INEC has very learned lawyers there, I don't think I'm the advisor, but what INEC might decide to do is to take from both or take from none. If they take from both, then the people who are beneficiaries of one or the other will go to court to go and clarify whether their own is the right thing. So it means that, for example, for a governorship, they might nominate two different governorship candidates. And the two of them will have to go to court to ask who is the proper person to be nominated. Or INEC might not take any from any of them. And then each of them might go to court to compel INEC to take their own. And then at that point, the court will now sort it out, because the court can never tell INEC, take for both. You know, so that can be resolved. The important thing for INEC is to know that parties will usually have their problem from time to time. Just don't get yourself implicated in it. That's all.
Okay. In view of all those plenty authorities now on political parties, crisis, dragging INEC into it, how do we, and then INEC himself getting his fingers burnt in the process? Because I remember the uproar that greeted INEC's decision when the Supreme Court, when the Court of Appeal first said, return to status quo antebellum, and INEC interpreted it in a particular way. Is there a way we can insulate INEC from being dragged into all those intra-party crises, being joined as a political party and all of that?
You cannot insulate INEC necessarily, because INEC is the one that needs to enforce. Even if the court says this is the right person, wrong person, this is the right candidate, INEC is the one to enforce. So in any suit, INEC will be added, just like the Attorney General of the Federation or Attorney General of a state. Once you sue the state, you are entitled to add the Attorney General. What INEC needs to do is, one, ensure that they don't add to the problem by taking action that is going to add to the problem. For example, like in the case of the status quo antebellum, I was on the side of INEC that if they say restore status quo antebellum, all of us are bound to obey the status quo antebellum order. The question was, what was the ante before the bellum? What was the ante before the bellum is that whoever was on your portal, as at the time the case was filed, that person will remain on your portal. Whoever you put on the portal, well, after the case started, you put the person away and put another person. But at the end of the day, the matter was resolved, and INEC now is complying with the current situation. Well, the lesson to learn from it is that INEC needs to be independent. And in my acceptance speech in Bauchi, I asked Nigerians to pray for Amukpito, because that his name is very ominous. Amukpito, Yoruba means historical reference. So I don't know what he'll be referenced for, whether for disaster or for prosperity, because the government of the day is putting too much pressure on Professor Joash Amukpito. And if he believes that he's not a man of steel, if he believes that he's not a man who fears God only and doesn't care about position, he should just leave the position and go away, because the government is desperate. Yeah, the people who are supporting the government are desperate. And they will be putting pressure on INEC to help them destabilize political parties. And Professor Amukpito needs to build his muscle, because I know how much pressure is on when it comes to the case of the SDP. And if he cannot withstand that, what will happen when he has to declare results, and declare a result in which the commander-in-chief of the armed forces may be the loser in the election? So he needs to go back to God and hear God's voice again as to whether this job is worth it. But I believe that Nigerians should pray for him and support him and not leave him to the dogs, because the government of the day is determined by hook or crook to put pressure on INEC to destroy this democracy. And I believe that, in my sincere belief, and if I'm wrong, may God forgive me, my sincere belief is that they chose Amukwiton because of his mild personality, taking that it's a pushover, and they can use him and dump him after they've achieved their aim. So it's left to him to realize that you cannot be a professor of law, you cannot be a senior advocate, and don't deserve any appointment in Nigeria. So the appointment, don't make it look like a favor. It's the way INEC, the way the Constitution describes who can be INEC chairman, Amukwiton is qualified to be. So the people who lobby for you, put you there, are not doing you any favor. You have to serve the country. It's the country that has done you a favor by training you to get to that level where you are qualified. So you don't owe them anything. You owe the whole of Nigeria plain, clear, credible elections.
All right.
Where political parties who can't win know that they couldn't win because they didn't deserve to win. Not that the election is already sold and Amukwiton is just coming like a Shakespearean character to read the script that has been given to him on the stage.
All right. Prince, we have to go now.
The next one is used again.
Prince, we have to go now.
Thank you.
Do we say congratulations? God bless Nigeria. We say congratulations to you and congratulations to the SDP for a successful convention. And from all indications, you are primed now for what promises to be a very historic election. Congratulations, Prince.
Thank you very much. I mean, God bless Nigeria. Thank you, Benga.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All right, that's the Jigsaw today. We looked at the Social Democratic Party, and of course, the Social Democratic Party just held its convention in Bauchi State, and Prince Adewale Adebayo emerged as the candidate, the presidential candidate of the party for the January 2027 presidential election. That's the program today. Thank you for investing your time with us. My name is Benga Aruleba. I'll see you around. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Marijuana is a psychoactive drug from the cannabis family, which primarily serves medical purposes. It comes in green, brown, or gray color. Affordable and available in every part of our society, although its possession and consumption is illegal. Marijuana is gotten from dried flowers, leaves, stems, and seeds of the cannabis plant, and is one of the mostly and widely abused drugs and probably the most easily accessible in the world despite its illegality. In our local parlance, some call it ganja, grass, hemp, weed, gangster, while others call it eja, igbo, broom, ewe.
It's marijuana. You call it igbo for Yoruba land. You call it sesimila, you can call it marijuana.
This one they will call smoke or eja.
This confirmed taba. It's very easy to get. It's cultivated here. That's why we no longer call it Indian hemp. We call it cannabis sativa.
In Nigeria, its production and use is criminalized by local laws, yet it is one of the illicit drugs produced domestically. The reason it is secretly sold and used. Some wrap and conceal it in small pieces of paper to smoke.
Marijuana
Igbo, cannabis, or skunk, they're giving it so many names. It's actually illegal in Nigeria. The first thing to say is to let Nigerians know that if you do smoke any of these substances, you're actually engaging yourself in an illegal act. There are laws in the land that specified clearly, the penalty for smoking, which is about 25 years, the penalty for growing, which could be as high as even life imprisonment.
The fact that you still have the prevalence of marijuana, the availability, the accessibility of this mind-altering herb everywhere, despite the fact that government is talking about, arresting those who either grew them or use them, is indicative of a failure itself. It means something is wrong somewhere.
Government cannot be everywhere. It is we that can help ourselves. They are doing their best.
The side effects are numerous. They include addiction, decreased mental ability, behavioral problems, chronic coughing, red eye, dry mouth, and exposure to respiratory problems. What are the implications of these hazards on the future of the Nigerian youth?
As long as you are taking it over a period of time, you become chronically mentally unstable. That chronic psychosis now comes in, what you call schizophrenia. Then you now become a liability, both to yourself and to the society. Liability in what way? Of course, by the time you become easily aggressive, we see that in our youth nowadays. By the time you become aggressive, of course you might have to harm one or two people. And of course, because you are taking this thing, you have to have money. If you don't see money, because even you see that the people who are taking it are the youth who probably has no job, then pilfering starts, stealing starts, and all sorts of social vices.
A smoker, I will feel fine, work fine. But some people smoker, you feel ugly, you cannot work, they go down.
Despite the known side effects, why is the abuse still on the increase among youths?
They believe that the thing really doesn't harm them. They take it, they think they are much better than what they are before, which is to the contrary.
When I take it, I feel good, I feel all right, because when I take it, even though I'm not before, when I take it, I will just calm myself down.
They make me think well. Nobody say they think go do bad thing or the thing we no good, but they make me walk well.
When they take it, of course, they are euphoric, they become euphoric, but it might give them anxiety and all those things. Because they give them they are euphoric, they will want to take more. And at the end of the day, they become addicted to it.
Statistics have shown that Nigeria is ranked as one of the highest consumer of marijuana, in spite of the stringent laws put in place against offenders.
It is very, very common in this country. And unless the mechanisms are put in place to check all of these loopholes, we'll still be left with that feeling of frustration.
We advise them not to be taking this thing, and at the end of the day, they will see that they will become more useful than when they were taking it.
Be that as it may, all hands must be on deck to checkmate this abuse and its addiction. A stitch in time saves.
Hello out there and welcome to Political Platform. We are on Repower FM, Africa Independent Television, AIT, and the Political Platform YouTube channel. I am Okiri Agbonsuremi, so glad to have you on the program today. The recent surge in schools abductions and the senseless killings of kidnapped victims in Oyo State have sent shockwaves throughout Nigeria. I don't know if you were bold enough to watch that video, but that is exactly what these terrorists want. They want to give everybody the chillings, the shock, so that we all begin to contribute money for the release of those they are holding behind. At least 87 students and teachers were abducted from different schools in Oyo and Borno states over the weekend. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Governor Seyi Makinde expressed their distress yesterday like helpless hens, unable to protect their chicks from predatory hawks. You know, in the village when you see the hen running after the hawk coming around, sometimes very helplessly. That's what we are seeing in government officials. Governor Makinde assured Nigerians that efforts will be made to rescue the students and teachers, the same usual promises. In their attempts to calm anxious relatives and the wider public, Oyo leaders, including the police, say they will deploy both kinetic and non-kinetic measures to rescue the victims. You are familiar with those things. Cane and carrots. Give them if they want, and then we have been seeing that. On his part, Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum announced that the state government is actively working with the military and police forces to rescue the 42 students and children, including babies, adopted from schools in Musa Askira Uba local government area of the state. I mean, they were told that they were just babies, sucking babies that are sucking the breast. They were also part of those they adopted. In fact, we saw one of the women carrying, in your state, we saw one of the women kidnapped carrying a baby behind her. President Tinubu, as usual, condemned the latest wave of school abductions and the killings of the teacher that we all saw yesterday in the media. The situation is reminiscent of the confusion and outcry that followed the abductions of Chibok girls during the Jonathan administration. Ironically, many of those who criticized Jonathan and labeled him with unprintable names for not acting swiftly enough to save those girls are the ones in power today, making similar promises to distressed citizens all over Nigeria when these things happen. These terrorists appear to know their game, and in the absence of any meaningful response from what I can call lazy governments over the years, they have turned Nigeria into a huge field of ransom collection for fundraising. They use the videos of victims, including the bloodletting, to whip up sentiments and pressure on both Nigerians and the government to pay ransom. And we are here just looking at the whole picture, almost helplessly. Now, the primaries of the APC, beginning from the weekend into yesterday's exercise to pick candidates for the Senate contest, ended in confusion and multiple declarations of results in clear show of undemocratic power play. We will be telling you what we know about the contents in the contest and the contents of their actions in parts of Nigeria. And our guest on today's program is Senator Nenda Imasuen, the incumbent APC senator representing Edo South in Nigerian Senate. He claimed that he was kicked out of the primaries by the leaders of the party. And let us meet my colleagues as usual. I have Mustafa Mohammed on the far right. Mustafa, welcome to the program. And it is, if we keep quiet and everybody keep quiet about this, insurgents that is, the government probably will not get the message very clearly. We need to say it in a very hard way and say it in harder than we have ever said before, that they are failing Nigerians and the Nigerians are helpless as we speak. We have so many people in captivity, and the only thing we hear is lip service, promises, and all that we want to hear.
You know, when you are analyzing conflict, you don't appeal to emotions just like our administrations usually do. They kidnap people, we are going to get them now, trying to calm down. What are those things that have been leading to continuous problems of security in Nigeria? Like I mentioned yesterday, you have issues of ungoverned spaces, poverty, which also give rooms to a lot of social ills in the country. And then even the involvement of some politicians, for example, arming talks. When you arm political talks and they no longer get money, they go into robbery.
Particularly if you have given them guns.
Definitely, and now that election has come, the problem is going to be compounded. So it's rather unfortunate that this thing continues to happen in Nigeria. The Boko Haram war is over a decade right now. The displacement is so massive. And this problem has crept to places like Zamfara, Katsina. Whole villages burnt. Now we are talking about southern Nigeria. So where does this problem
now, Amechi, I would have thought that. I mean, I'm not a military person. I don't claim to have the experience, but I know that I'm also knowledgeable in strategic studies at a very higher level of study. Now, one would have thought that because of the experience we had at Chibok and all those ones we have seen, there should be a rapid response from volunteers, from the military, but coordinated by the government. You come to Oyo State, you go from one school to the other. From one school to the other. They take their time. How do they, is it in a truck they put them, or in the case of Chibok, they put them at the back of motorbikes and take them away? They take their time, move them away long distances into the forest, and we don't have any response?
When ordinary citizens are picked even from their homes, because they have moved from picking them on the highways to right inside their homes, they are left on their own. They are left on their own to negotiate for ransom, a limited ransom. So these terrorists understand that if you target soft target schools, it will draw the attention of the whole world, and the ransom will run into billions of naira. And I repeat again, they are raising money from Nigeria to finance the activities even across the Sahel region, because they know that the money is here in Nigeria, get some school children, and you rake in billions. So we ask questions, where do they get money to finance their activities? This is one of them. And they are taking advantage. So I'm expecting a different response. And we appealed. The government, for once, do something different. This new Special Advisor on Homeland Security, this falls directly under his purview. Now, he has to begin to live to expectations based on, yes, he has been within the corridors of the national intelligence, military intelligence, all through his career in the military and all through the period he worked in the Office of the National Security Advisor. If for no other thing, he sees to the quick takeoff of state police, he can draw credit from that. Let it be something different that we are seeing the government is doing. Quickly establish state police, let communities and states take responsibility for their security, with the federal government complementing, and we hope to see something different, a form of improvement.
Why? I don't know how to situate it, because when I saw the video yesterday, I can tell you it took me a lot of energy, and I couldn't completely watch it, because it takes you deep into the crisis. You have to put your legs in the shoes and assume you were doing it. And nobody is actually too particularly exempted from. You can run into this crisis, and anybody who feels is not part of it, it's happening to them. And I also want to ask, Uju, do you know of anybody who has not contributed to ransom? I have contributed three occasions from the community, a lot of pressure, that so 3 communities I belong to differently. The person has been kidnapped. You will need to contribute, even if it is 50,000 naira that you have. There's hardly any Nigerian. If you see 10 Nigerians, at least 6-7 people have made contributions for ransom in the entire country. So we are contributing. Yeah. We are making contributions, and nobody seems to be bold enough to come up and say, "Oh, this is." We have to free the person, because at that time, what is important to you is for the person to be freed.
Yes, of course. I recall that some weeks back, one of our colleagues too was kidnapped, and of course, as a family. And
the WhatsApp fundraising was
exactly. I mean, what was uppermost was, let him just return, safe. Let them not do anything to him. Like you saw what happened to that poor teacher. I was just thinking yesterday, I couldn't watch it through, just like you. So, poor man, he's struggling for his salaries to be paid, struggling for better pay, and from that struggle to another kind of peril, and that was most unfair. It's so sad that up to this moment, the government has not been able to get some concrete answers for the insecurity that has pervaded the land. We talk about safe school initiative. This thing has been on for a while now, but we don't understand why schools are left unmanned, schools are left unpoliced. Yes, unpoliced, particularly even in the very vulnerable areas in the north. Schools are left unpoliced. You can drive through 3-4 towns and you do not see a police officer or army officer in any school in that area. And you begin to wonder, is it that we are happy when these things happen? Is it that we wait for these things to happen before we start running helter-skelter? I think that there should be more proactive measures. Let's not mouth this thing. Let's get down to action. Let government begin to actually make our schools safe, except of course if we want to breed a generation of illiterates, a generation of uneducated people, because people are even so scared of sending their children to school. Look at somewhere like Oyo. Who would have believed that such a thing can happen in Oyo State? It's like it's getting closer home from Kwara. Kwara that used to be one of the safest states, now Oyo. Government has to do something. Let's make our schools safe, and let's make Nigerians safe. It's so difficult. Many times you just think, God, I mean, one can wake up in the middle of the night now and no. This is unacceptable. So this is unacceptable.
For a ransom payment, same way we contribute money for
weddings and
grand health problems. We do it for burials, so citizens are bearing more burdens where governments have washed their hands off the responsibility.
Would you hit the nail on the head, talking about schools, even churches?
Yes.
Even churches. I mean, they are also vulnerable because they target places where you have so many people.
Capacity to
for negotiation.
But beyond that, Okiria, I think the issue of security architecture has been discussed for a very long time. But for some of us who had a bit of knowledge on security strategy, would always say that policing our perimeter is always better than guarding individual VIPs. If you guard parameters, you restrict the movements and activities of bad elements. Look at our society. You move around some of the big areas, you find 5, 10, 12 personnel guarding one family at a gate.
What about those who drive you off the road?
With the convoys. There was a day I was almost pushed off the road around behind that Sheraton. The convoy of the customs CG when he was appointed. So there are so many of such VIPs. If we guard our parameters, we protect everybody. But when we guard individuals, those bad elements have the opportunity and knowledge to move around and carry out whatever thing they want to carry out.
We have to say it the way we want to say it. There's no mixing words. There's no need to color it. What is bad, according to what the popular say in Yoruba land, what is bad is bad. There's no need, there's nothing, no way to say it is bad, is bad. Government is failing, government is failing. There's no need to color it. They are not living up to responsibility. They are quite secured. They move around with convoys. Not the economic challenges don't touch them. They don't belong to WhatsApp groups where they contribute money. They don't pray overnight for problems that government can solve. and they are asking God to come and solve the problem. This is the problem Nigerians are facing. We have to let you know that unless you begin to live responsibly and govern responsibly, the impact on the people will not be felt. Let us move over to the APC primaries. But after we come back from this break, I will tell you how irresponsibly the APC primaries were conducted around yesterday in the name of any other thing but democracy. We'll take a break, we'll come back, we'll give you some of the things we know about the primaries that went on yesterday, how multiple declarations of results manned the spaces, particularly in South Nigeria. Don't go away.
Say you know, say I don't begin to register people for voters card, and this registration when they do so, that will be the last one when they will do before 2027 general election. I don't begin to register people from on the 11th of May, and they go close on the 10th of July 2026. If you know say you never registered before, or you just clock 18 years, you can enter any INEC office where they near you, or you first visit us online, where be www.cvro.inecnigeria.org to pre-register. And when you do that, you must enter INEC office where you're able to do your fingerprint and your photograph. If you relocate and you won't vote on your new location, or your PVC don't lost or damaged, don't register afresh. Just enter INEC online portal or enter any INEC office. Apply for transfer or another PVC. My people, make you not waste time again. Register, make you free vote. Now you're right. Now INEC they bring you this message. Now we they make you vote count. Now we they make our democracy stand. Gidigba.
In the hallowed chamber.
On the platform, the most contentious and controversial conduct and declaration of the APC primaries were in the south of Nigeria. From Rivers to Delta to Edo State, this was where you saw a lot of anxieties. I don't want to talk about the counting. Some persons posted videos, laughable videos of counting from 1 to like 6, and they jump to 100, and then in multiples of hundreds, 200, 300. Those were, I thought they were jokes until we started to see that, look, there were no jokes at all. In Edo Delta, parallel announcements were made of each of the by each of the Senate contenders, declaring themselves as winners. Let's take some clips of some of the things we saw yesterday trending on social media and those brought in by some of our correspondents. Let's take some clips.
Even the elders in the entire local government, about 100-something years, today you can see queuing behind me because he is happy to preach the gospel of the renewed hope agenda. Tinubu have done very well. If not for anything, today you can see what the Minister of FCT is doing in Abuja.
They should be encouraged that they should remain calm. That's again is why I am calling on the National Party, is that they should look at these terms of equity.
And I thank the people of Cross River North Senatorial District for always standing by me. This is an encouragement to me, and I'm poised to doing more.
We thank our people for their resilience. In many places, those who were entrusted with the responsibility of coming to county refused to come. In all the places, they refused to bring result sheets. What is? And the primaries will fail. And so they counted. And in many places, security personnel were there to see what was happening. INEC was there to see what was happening. And of course our members were there with their membership slip. And I can tell you that even before I got back to Benin, all the reports I got, it was clear that apart from Ovia Southwest, we had won in the remaining 6 local governments.
Power only comes from God. There is nothing that was not done about these primaries. It was like a governorship election, but today, Almighty God has vindicated the actual APC leaders and their delegates. So I want to call on my senior brothers who contested against both of them
and my senior brothers. I want to call on them, their party leaders, that in the spirit of oneness in the APC family, they should join us for President Tinubu, and all our House of Reps.
Thugs came and invaded the place. Shot in the air, shot at my car. I can show you the bullet mark. Started trying to machete people, beating people up. They disrupted the entire process. Now, that is not even bad enough. I am getting reports from all over the senatorial district that the same thing is happening, and that they are not allowing my supporters to even get onto the field.
So, but for you to now begin to mischaracterize us and say that you step down because there's planned violence, it's very disturbing. Everyone knows that my position has been that of peace. Normally in Ogun State, around this time, there has been a total breakdown of law and order. But today, everybody in Ogun State is going about their normal duties.
On behalf of all of us, not separately, we have jointly and individually accepted to step down without any coercion, without any inducement. We have decided to step down for our senator, distinguished Senator Patrick Ndubezi.
This is the handwork of Mr. President. Mr. President has laid this foundation for long. That is what we are doing here. No imposition. We allow people to speak, to choose those that will serve them. And this is what we are simply doing here. The exercise is peaceful.
So, but for you to now begin to mischaracterize us and say that you step down because there's planned violence, it's very disturbing. Everyone knows that my position has been that of peace. Normally in Ogun State, around this time, there has been a total breakdown of law and order. But today, everybody in Ogun State is going about their normal duties.
There is a speculation that Nasarawa State, there is issue, there is problem, there is crisis. As far as the primary election concerned, that when we came in, we try to engage with all aspirants, with all concerned members of our party.
Thank you. I think you have gotten some dose of what we also saw yesterday. Now, I'm very careful picking my words this morning on describing the APC primaries. In some parts of Nigeria, some states, elections were declared and there were no rancor, and they just, maybe the protest will come in later. In some parts, then you have double declarations, and contenders, contestants claiming victory and saying they won. We have some results, and the independent, their own electoral body, talking about those committees and those people they set up to go and conduct the elections, started issuing some statements. Some came up to say, don't announce the result, that the results will be announced in Abuja. I heard Omo Agege in one of the clips saying he has, like a gentleman that he is, collated the results by himself from his agents. He has seen that he has won, but that he's waiting for Abuja to announce the result. And I say, what are you talking about, gentleman? You conduct an election in a particular place, you wait for Abuja to validate and tell you this is the result. And I saw the press statement issued, or the statement issued by the party saying they should not make any announcement. I have not seen democracy where elections are held, and from the ward, local government to the district, and then they are not announced. You have to wait for it to be announced from Abuja. What manner of democracy is that? Now,
I was referring to individual announcements, maybe like the type made by Senator Omo Agege.
No.
They wanted to be the ones to release.
No, the statement is very clear. It wasn't the individual announcement. They said once they collate, they should allow the Abuja to to have a say. They will validate it and decide how to. The statements, I think we have one that we can put on air for people to see. I saw a statement from APC and saying that
yes, the party issued a
statement. The party issued a statement
stating that they are the ones that we announced from Abuja.
I can't understand that.
It's just like the national election. INEC will tell you for state assemblies, for House of Representatives results for senatorial, the presiding officer can announce. But for state governor, for president, he gets to Abuja. Perhaps they tailored it that way, but we all know that
it couldn't have been tailored that way.
Guys, to really indeed the will of the party on the outcome of that process.
I had many analysts saying that it's like there has not been any rancor in northern Nigeria. They've not had people shouting or disagreeing. I said, no, the political culture in northern Nigeria is not about coming to shout your disagreements in the media. Most of them are angry because they were knocked out at the screening. With their supporters, they may definitely wait for the election, and then you cannot rule out the issue of anti-party as a result of the anger it has generated. There are so many people who wanted to return, but they have been knocked off because of the screening. Look at even the national list of those rejected, the senatorial screening. You have like 46, 47 out of 109 seats. That's too much for one party.
That's 7 senators. And then Rivers is quite interesting. The current Senator Palibo, former deputy governor, I think she was disqualified. And then you found that just like the House of Representatives contest, the primary contest, all the ones from one side scaled through.
Wow,
the ones from the other side to Wike scaled through, and those lawyers to Fubara were asked to go and sit down.
The pattern we have seen during these primaries is that the party is trying to impose itself as being supreme. Now, whatever the outcome of the counting, the open ballot system, the party would decide. We see situations where some people claimed that these were the results. You mentioned the counting and all that. So there are instructions given, and it's clear mockery of democracy.
In fact,
I was asking myself, the primaries, direct primaries, is it better or worse off than the local council elections conducted by the CX, State Independent Electoral Commissions? Which one is better off? Can aspirants go to court based on the outcome? Is it justiciable? Does the Electoral Act protect the parties saying is their internal affair? Can they also go to court? I think because the Supreme Court has said if it is a matter relating to primaries, can approach us where a party is not seen to be following the rules it made for itself.
Unfortunately, this is the party in power in Nigeria that is also helping us to understand how citizens and every other persons or institutions should behave during elections. And you want to ask, if the APC cannot conduct elections at the primaries level and get results that we need to have that will be satisfactory,
credible results.
Credible results. How do we ensure that at the larger level, at the upper level, at the general level, that we will be able to stand and conduct the elections without any problem? Now, we are going to be joined by our guest shortly. Our guest is Senator Neda Maswen, the incumbent APC senator representing Edo South in the Nigerian Senate. He claims that he was kicked out of the primaries by the leaders of the party. And one of the questions we want to ask him will be how it feels to be shut out, gentleman that he is. But he decamped to the APC after being elected from the Labour Party during those Peter Obi's fiery days in Edo, that tsunami that drove everyone away. He was elected on the platform of the Labour Party, but he decamped to the APC, hoping to find favor with party leaders to be able to walk his way through to them. It appears they didn't take him into the inner room of the party.
That was that room.
They didn't take him into the inner room. He was just at the periphery. And when the time comes, they say
he was left at the sitting room.
We saw. Is this sitting room? Let's ask him if he was left at the corridor or at the sitting room. Distinguished, thank you for joining us on the program this morning.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for that light-hearted characterization of the situation.
Yeah, we saw you.
Awesome.
We saw you yesterday on very gently making your own comment to say you were shut out, you made calls, and they told you, look, clearly you are not supposed to be seen by anybody. You should just stay clear. They have decided what they want to do. Tell us what actually happened. What happened to you in Edo South?
Well, thank you again so very much. I went like any other loyal party person to cast my vote for myself and to also have my timid supporters also vote for me. The method of the voting arrangement was each candidate should stand, and those supporting you should stand behind you, and then cast your vote, and then to be counted. But unfortunately, according to the directives have come, and so there will be only one line. There couldn't be any two lines. And I'm standing there, I said, listen, I'm here to vote for myself. I said, no. There has to be only one line. And that line is for the preferred candidate of the party. Oh. And when this situation was getting a little bit rowdy and I couldn't predict what next they would do, I had to take my leave from the scene. And this seemed to be replicated in almost all of the voting areas across Edo South Senatorial.
So have you accepted it as the way it is, or are you going to take some steps towards correcting what you called an anomaly?
Well, it is an anomaly, all right. But again, APC, it's a structured party. We have leadership from ground up to the top. And we are all subsumed under the leadership of our president, who is the leader of the party, our father. And so I know that justice will be done. It's still one party, and we'll support the party, support the president, and we'll do the best we can.
What form of justice? What form of justice are you thinking?
Are you going to court?
No. There are appeal mechanism that's open to all of us, and so I'm studying the situation, and I will make that move at the right and appropriate time.
At this point, do you regret having left the Labour Party?
To be honest with you, this question has been asked severally by different persons, and I've tried my best to answer that question honestly. Before I joined APC, I must be honest with you, I sat down with Mr. President himself one-on-one and told him I was joining the party to support him, to support his policies, and I can defend them because giving. Let me finish.
Let me ask this question.
No. You allow me to at least bring my thoughts to the conclusion. So, I sat with him and to join the party. At that time, again, we all have to be very dispassionate and be honest about it. The Labour Party was in shambles. We were one of those who did everything within our powers. If His Excellency Peter Obi is listening, he will also tell you they are one of those who pushed that we should look for a solution. We went to Abia for that meeting that we had that brought up the critical committee and all that stuff. But the likes of the Aburi and the rest were hell-bent on destroying the party. And so, apart from Abia, where we have a sitting governor, Please tell me one other state that you think Labour Party is actually breathing. I don't see it. And so it's not, people will see it and say, oh, you came to power through Labour Party, now you abandoned. No, Labour Party abandoned us. That's the way I say it. And so for me, I have no regrets leaving Labour Party, because as of the time I left, Labour Party was more or less its shadows, if at all.
Being in the Senate, being a senator, have you, do you have any regrets that you were part of the people who made legislations that made these political parties so powerful that they can knock off anybody during a contest without what many people felt is not a fair contest, that you just screen somebody out because you don't like his name or his face? Do you regret passing those laws with your colleagues?
Again, there's no regret. You know why? I've always said to friends and to those who are not in the parliament that when we consider Nigeria and we consider the policies and we consider the implementation of the policies, there's always the unknown factor. And that unknown factor is the Nigerian behavior. It doesn't matter what law you pass. You must always consider that factor. The Nigerian factor is heavy, is there, and you cannot push it over. It doesn't matter what law you formulate, you pass. It takes a Nigerian to implement that law. And that Nigerian's thinking must be altered positively for it to be able to do its right, what is right. And I've also argued in most of the, I'm sure when I appeared on AIT on a few occasions, that I said we have to go back to our primary schools and begin to change minds and attitudes of our Nigerians, telling them that they owe Nigeria a lot, such as Nigeria also owe them a lot.
All right.
And if we cannot bring these two factors together, tell me, what are you going to make? Even those behind us are already corrupt.
Now,
their minds are set up, their minds are different, and so we cannot just say you make a law and therefore this law is not going to work the way you envisaged. No, the Nigerian factor will always come in.
Now, distinguished, let me take you back to Edo South and the politics of these primaries and vis-a-vis the play-up that we have seen. What do you think is particularly bad with what is happening in those states? We have two declarations yesterday. One party declared for Yamu, the other party declared for Ogbede Hamad that they were the winner. You have two persons laying claim to the victory. What do you think really happened? And then secondly, do you think you didn't play politics well since you were elected, since you joined APC, that you were so driven away with such a speed and swiftness that you didn't have any force to even resist it? Those two questions in one, distinguished.
Well, let me take the last question first. If you know me, you also know that I will not play politics the way some people play politics. Nothing's going to make me do that. I don't have thugs. I don't go about with thugs, and I will never do that. I will not use force in whatever form to bend minds or to make people support me. Again, that I'm not going to do. And I don't have that kind of resources that, again, the Nigerian factor demands before certain things happen. I'm not going to steal. I'm not going to borrow money to do that. For me, politics is service, pure and simple. And if you're able to do that and your conscience is clear about what you are set to do and what you've been elected to do, to God be the glory. Second question is whether or not, what is the second question? Whether or not,
the second question on the power play in Edo, where you have two parallel results and people laying claim to.
Yes. That to me, that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate in the sense that the announcement of the results will be done by the NWC in Abuja, not here in Edo State or any of the states. And so for me, for us to go now and begin to declare each other as the winner of the primaries, I didn't subject myself to that. I'm not going to do it. But what I saw is the imposition, and that is what I believe that is not right. If you want fair play in primaries, let it be fair play. A situation where the party adopts candidate, because it's also in writing, where the party secretary said that a candidate has been adopted by the party, and that's the candidate we vote for, and that and in fact, circular paragraph 4 of that circular said that all card-carrying members of the party to queue behind the party's choice candidates. And then they send the information out who the party choice candidate is, and everybody is been circulated all along, and we all know who they said is the choice candidate. So for me, that is just not right. But again, like I said, APC is a structured party. We have the leadership of the president, and we believe that justice will be done at some point. But in any case, as a loyal party member, I'm not going to stir up the heat of politics as it is now. So that I can drag a point through. No, I'm not going to do that.
Distinguished, we must appreciate you, but I now understand you better. After answering that my first question, I discovered that you went with no shishi into the APC, where they have a lot of shishi to spend. You didn't spend money, you didn't have money to spend, or if you had it, you didn't want to spend the money. You went with the Labour Party master of doing things without money, and your fingers got burnt in the APC as a result of this. Do you have a large, in your future steps to do politics, will you reconsider looking for shishi to spend, or you want to go out of it?
I like the way you characterize things. Again, listen to me clearly. Politics, for me, if you want to serve the people and you offer yourself a service, then that is what you need to do. And I've done that, and I'll continue to do that. For me, it's going to dawn on our people at some point that this is not the way politics ought to be played. Perhaps that is based on my background. I mean, back in the US, I would pick up flyers for candidates when I leave work to distribute to different homes, knock on the door, vote for this Democratic candidate, vote for that. Nobody gives you water to drink even. You know, but you do it because you're a party man. You do it because you want your party to win.
All right.
And so that is the deal.
We must thank you so much for being part of the political platform today. Unfortunately, you didn't work hard enough to provide electricity. They have taken light in your house. We don't have light to see your face. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, now we have been speaking with APC Senator representing Edo South in the Nigerian Senate, talking about Nelda Imasuen. He was a smart guy, came in from the US, jumped into the Labour Party, very popularity then, and got a ticket, and against all odds, he won. But they just told him, you don't belong to us. You cannot come back again. Even when he made effort to join them, to say, let me decamp and join them, he's shown pepper as well.
So we'll say, here, you know, that this thing has like a trend from the AD, the AC, ACN to APC. Remember, in those days, they would say, look, these are original members, these are joiners.
Yes.
So it appears that that joiners factor is still there. And then in Ondo State, let us also not forget, what happened in Ondo yesterday was also disgraceful. There were gunshots.
Yes.
There was violence.
It's not the first time.
I think that's really
during their state convention, some people were killed, one or two lost their lives. So Ondo State is where you should keep an eye. The governor and other. But for the senator, a gentleman like you described him, but he got the baptism of fire when he went into APC. He chose the option of Jonathan. My blood is not what they. My vision is not what they. So for him, if you can't beat them, step aside. Don't
you join them.
I know he has opted not to join them.
Okay, we will just take our mails now, and if we have time, we will quickly tell you what the governor, Mustafa will explain to us the video of what the governor of Kano said. He said the governor claimed that Kakaaki called him a boy. and he has threatened that if he calls him a boy again, he will start talking.
He will respond.
Let's take the names. I will come back to that and wrap up.
Well, the first one is from Emeka from Abuja here. The All Progressives Congress, he says, state congresses ongoing across the country have been largely characterized by the desperation of the various state governors and powers that be to select and impose candidates of their choice. There were reports of undemocratic practices in various places, resulting in violence and even gunshots. I make bold to submit that a ruling party that cannot organize and conduct free, fair, credible, and acceptable primaries cannot be trusted to organize general elections that will meet the yearnings and aspirations of Nigerians. And this is a glimpse and test run of what is to be expected in the upcoming 2027 general elections. And John Peters from Port Harcourt says, Nigeria is gradually normalizing electoral irregularities, and that is dangerous for our democracy. Then came the APC primaries last weekend, where Nigerians watched strange counting methods openly favor certain aspirants, while others were denied fairness. Everyone saw it, yet nothing happened. The real danger is this. When manipulation is tolerated at party primaries, many citizens will naturally fear that the same thing may happen during the 2027 general elections. And afterwards, the usual response will be, go to court. Democracy cannot survive on courtroom slogans alone. It survives on transparency, credibility, and public trust.
From Port Harcourt in Rivers State, we cross over to neighboring Bayelsa State, where Victor Ebi is writing from, and he says, while pump price is rising, economy crumbling, and job losses, our politicians are busy doing the only thing they know how to do best, which is care for themselves. All they know is one election to another election. It's like they are more curious of the next election than the umpire, INEC. Why this is going on around the world, heads of states are going to China to book a seat for the future. In case our leaders don't know, electric vehicles slowly but surely replacing conventional gasoline vehicles. These electric vehicles companies are looking for business-friendly environments to build factories. We should grab this opportunity now, just as we did with Peugeot. Ugochukwu Godwin from Lagos, Nigeria's Commercial News Center says, El-Rufai is fighting three agencies of government at the same time: ICPC, EFCC, and DSS. Because of some claims he made on TV, his stringent bail conditions have made it almost impossible to release him. Same man worked for the president in 2023, but the forces that be didn't want him to be a minister. What changed? He asked. Well, maybe our power issue would have been resolved, but some people won't be happy with his swearing status, as he may have a shot at the presidency in 2031. I urge the AGF to take this case to court for speedy dispensation. His health and mental health of his family matters. He deserves fair hearing instead of this seeming persecution he ends. El-Rufai got a bail?
No, he got a bill. I hope he can perfect it.
Yeah. That's what he should be working towards now.
And you keep on sending mails to us through political platform at darkgroup.com. Just as we wrap up, 1 second, Mustafa Mohammed. Don't call me a boy. If you call me a boy the next time, I will open my mouth. Is there a problem deeper than what we know in Kano?
You know, it's not just Kano. In politics, your boss can call you his boy. In business, your boss can call you a boy. And it's our political...
No, he says he's only six years older than him.
Even if he's 1 day older than I, and a godfather is a godfather. Even if he's 1 day older. So sometimes your godfather can even be younger than you. Mm-hmm. It's all about God's own elevation, whether it's in politics, business, or even traditional rulership. But I also call on Abba to be cautious. He knows what Konkoso has done for him in his life.
But he has been cautious, to be fair to him. He had appealed to his supporters not to do name-calling. But what he's saying is that there's an extent to which I can tolerate verbal attacks, that if you do it again, I will let
He should just calm down. He should just calm down. A father is a father. They were eating from the same plate. He brought him up politically. If only for that reason, no, it's not necessary. It's not necessary.
All right, we have to go now. Political platform will be back tomorrow as usual with all these reports, the analysis that we have, and your mails. Please keep a date with us tomorrow as we make, I should advise you and really recommend that you stay out of trouble anywhere you go. My name is Okiria Agbonsuremi.
The agricultural sector contributes approximately 25% of Nigeria's gross product, GDP, and employs over 70% of the country's workforce. Despite these significant contributions, access to credit and financial services remains a major challenge to farmers in rural communities.
I was trying to get the fertilizer, but there's sort of financial problems.
We are facing some serious challenges in the farming system. And without fertilizer, we cannot farm very well.
The price of fertilizer has raised up beyond imagination.
But these lamentations do not fall on deaf ears, as the Association of Northern Agricultural and Allied Commodities Practitioners, in collaboration with Central Bank of Nigeria, is launching a programmable money to farmers in Nigeria. Thus, according to the president of the association, Sadiq Dawari.
We have carefully studied those challenges and call for our partners, particularly the agro-input suppliers. We have also identified Central Bank, the ICT department as our critical partner. We want to leverage on information technology to make this project seamless.
Branch controller of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Rukaya Muhammad, says the bank intends to raise the status of farmers and agriculture.
We have a set of farmers. These are really human beings who are going to have wallets. They are going to use their money to go and buy inputs. These inputs are going to be bought from merchants, who are people who also drive the economy. They are going to have wallets as well. And these input providers, in turn, are going to go and buy these commodities from other people. And that's how we are going to grow our GDP, the gross domestic product in the country.
New Ansem, AIT News.
I want to share a story around the Recycle Space educational project. This project started far back, I think 2018 December, and it came out of the desire to provide solution to children that are out of school in terms of trying to find an alternative for us to ensure that they stay in school to learn.
As the saying goes, education is the best legacy. It is the desire of every parent to give quality and acceptable education to their words. However, the inequality of life and the systemic poverty level in our society have made it difficult for some to pay their words school fees.
The Recycle Space educational project came out of the desire to provide solution, out of the desire to meet a need.
The reason schools have encouraged and engaged the underprivileged in collection of plastic waste in exchange for fees.
We will collect it from school, and the fund that is equivalent to that recyclables, we will pay it to the school. And for example, if my school fees is 5,000 naira per term, and I am able to bring recyclables that is worth like maybe that 1,000 naira per term for the first maybe donation of turnover, we will take those bottles and we deduct the 1,000 from the 5,000 naira that is meant for the school fees of that particular child. So it comes down to 4. So they keep doing that over and over and over until they eventually knock off the entire school fees for that term.
Our crew caught up with Mrs. Emen Adiola, a principal of one of the schools that keyed into this waste collection vision and its translation to school fees.
We know that recycling is all about taking dirt out of our environment. So to help our school not to litter the bottles around, that's why we decided to keep the bottles in a place to recycle. Then our own base of value is the monetary aspect. So we are doing it as a school, just to help get some things for the school with the money that we are making from the recycling. So we are not just doing it for getting our money instantly, but our money is, they call it monetary value. So we keep it. I think for now we are up to above 5,000, so I'm sure it will still keep counting. Not touching the money for now. We are looking at getting, most especially, laptops for our students.
How do the parents feel about the mode of payment of their ward's school fees?
You don't help my family, most especially one of my sons graduated from here Niger secondary school. Wow. Then I still can't get small and we will say, nah, they assist now.
Since I was born, in fact, I have never seen this kind of program in my life. Even in my own days, it's not like that. If it is like that, most of the people who do not participate in education, maybe with this or that, they can be able to participate. They can be able to go to school because of, some people don't go to school because of money.
It should be noted here that waste collection has been a regular trade for some, as stated by Sefiu Saminu, a truck pusher from Katsina.
For it's almost 2 days to pack it because they are following inside the area. Some then enter inside quarter. Some, if people they read minerals, if they throw it, they are follow and pick it one by one. Some of them, they are a student because they don't have school fees. If they come Lagos and supply this one, they will gather the money and go back to pay some school fees. Because some of them, they don't have a father or seniors brother where they go assist them about the school. So especially like me, I am fucking it. I don't have a person who can assist me to pay my school fees. Some, if we get holiday, I am coming in Lagos and do this like this work or to carry car, or I will follow a simple road to get to see money, but I can't tip person something. I can't do any bad. I will show my sweat to go back and pay my school fees.
The whole idea is to create wealth from waste, keep the environment clean, and also creating a means of livelihood for
Hello there. Now, except for the First Republic, Nigerian political landscape was heavily gentocratic, even though nearly 70% of the population is under the age of 35. Constitutional age limits barred a massive demographic chunk of the country from running for leadership positions, leaving them on the margins as voters or campaign foot soldiers rather than candidates. But on May 31, 2018, late former President Muhammadu Buhari signed into law the Not Too Young to Run Act, which remains a landmark constitutional milestone in Nigeria's political history that legally lowered age barriers for political office, though its practical execution continues to, face both political and financial hurdles. It is a fresh season of political parties primaries in Nigeria, marking the kick-off of internal party selections for party standard bearers contesting the 2027 general election. Major political parties have rolled out their comprehensive schedules characterized by high political tension, screening exercises, and strategic alignment across the country. On Democracy Today tonight, we'll examine a glaring contradiction in Nigeria's democracy. The minimum voting age limit is 18, yet political leadership remains a stark gentocratic issue. 8 years ago, the passage of the Not Too Young to Run Act sparked nationwide hope. Or so it seemed. It lowered the constitutional age limit for political offices. It also promised a historic shift in both the legislative and executive chambers. Yet, the promise is being stalled at the first major hurdle. The parties lowered the age, but they did not lower the cost of nomination forms. And the true gatekeepers of Nigeria's democracy are the political parties, definitely. Inside these parties, the financial barriers to entry have skyrocketed, exorbitant expression of interest on nomination forms, that's the form fees to an invisible age barrier. Now, while the rules favor wealthy political forces and those with deep pockets, deep-seated godfatherism dictates who gets the party's ticket. Now, as a result, youth inclusion remains mere rhetorics or, at best, become symbolic rather than systemic. Now, has the Not Too Young to Run Act become a mere paper tiger? Why are young aspirants filtered out before the electorate can even vote? Well, why has the law failed to democratize the primaries? Should we also ask, should political inclusion be treated as a commercial commodity? Yes, you guessed right. Questions and more questions begging for several answers. Well, before the conversations on the program tonight, let's examine inter-party democracy. The All Progressives Congress APC senatorial primaries are still in the news. The senatorial primaries were not just an election, they were a systemic purge. During the exercise, there were reports of a masterclass in structural supremacy. Now, while some elite power brokers tightened their grip on the party's machinery, some other political titans were quietly, systematically pushed into oblivion. Who influenced this sweeping outcome anyway? Here is an analytical anatomy of the APC senatorial primaries.
Nigeria's ruling All Progressives Congress APC senatorial primaries serve as a high-stakes arena where political destinies are forged, fractured and fiercely contested. Within this theater of ambition, the dual phenomena of the sudden fall from grace and the iron grip of power reveal the volatile nature of Nigerian elite political engineering. The primaries are rarely a simple exercise in grassroots democracy. Instead, they operate as a marketplace of influence, state machinery, and godfatherism. For many heavyweights, including incumbent senators and former governors, these intra-party elections have become an unexpected graveyard of ambition, proving that decades of hold on power could collapse overnight. In a way, the pursuit of a Senate ticket exposes the fragile underbelly of party cohesion, laying bare the fierce struggle between entrenched godfathers seeking to maintain their grip on power and defiant new breeds attempting to dismantle established oligarchies. For many heavyweights, the primaries serve as a stage for a tragic fall from grace. Titans who once commanded absolute loyalty find themselves undone by shifting political alliances. Sudden calculation is by the party leadership, or the quiet wrath of delegates who decided to vote against status quo. These fallen aspirants often discover too late that power in the ruling party is fluid, clinging not to individuals but to the shifting centers of gravity within the presidential villa and state government houses. These who tighten their grip on power do so through a masterful command of political leverage. But in the two cases, the winners and the losers' vast resources were deployed. While the winners secure the crucial blessings and support of powerful governors who act as the ultimate gatekeepers of party's machinery, those who lost did not get even a mention. Ultimately, The APC senatorial primaries reveal the true nature of Nigerian political engineering. The exercise highlights a system where structural power and strategic positioning often triumph over popular will, leaving a trail of fractured alliances and newly minted power brokers. As the dust settles on these internal battlegrounds, the victors emerge not just as party standard bearers or, better still, candidates, but as battle-tested survivors who perhaps understand that in the relentless pursuit of power, the line between absolute control and political oblivion is real.
Let's move away from that, from the primaries for a moment. There is something quite unique about an autobiography. It is a first narrative of a person's life written by the subject themselves. Its primary uniqueness stems from insider perspective, offering readers intimate, unfiltered access to the author's internal thoughts, emotional landscapes, and, of course, personal motivations that no third-party biographer could ever fully capture. On Tuesday, General Yakubu Gowon, the former Nigerian military head of state, who ruled from July 1966 to July 1975, and at just 31 years old, led the country through a harrowing Nigerian civil war from 1967 to 1970, officially launched his much-awaited autobiography, My Life of Duty and Allegiance, in the Nigerian capital, Abuja. Now, the event attracted top government officials, diplomats, and military veterans. The former head of state explained that his decision to write an 881-page memoir was intended to provide personal clarity on his administration's policies during the Nigerian conflict rather than to revive old painful grievances. Gowon spoke about an unforgettable lifeline from Olusegun Obasanjo than a general and military head of state to bail him out of financial difficulties after he was overthrown and settled in London, where he was in exile. Now, on the military, Gowon said, and I quote, "The era of military government is and must remain behind us. Democracy, despite its imperfections, provide the best framework for national development, rather." End of quote. Well, here are a few sights and sounds from that event.
"60 years ago, our country stood on the brink of disintegration, and the circumstances of the time led me to renew my commitment to serve Nigeria with all my strength. On my watch as head of state, the country did not fall, and I am confident that the nation, despite all its challenges, still will not fall. But I am worried that Nigerians never seem to get tired of presenting difficult solutions to simple problems, which they further complicate with more complex and ambiguous solutions that invariably generate tensions in the country."
Our boss, Yakubu Gowon, therefore assumed power with a triple mandate at a moment of grave national necessity. He was challenged to keep the nation united. He was called upon to keep the military united as an instrument of national unity. Above all, he and his colleagues faced the challenge of resuming the task of nation building from where the colonialists and founding fathers had left off. It is to General Gowon's eternal credit that he faced all these historical challenges with courage, wisdom, and characteristic humility.
We are here because General Yakubu Gowon has given Nigeria a volume of memory at a time when our country needs the discipline of remembrance. We are here because the story of a man who stood at the center of Nigeria's most testing years cannot be led to fragments, suspicion, and careless narration. We are here because the past when honestly preserved, becomes a compass for the future. Embodied in the enduring declaration of no victor, no vanquish. That philosophy laid the foundation for healing, reconstruction, and reintegration at a time when bitterness and division could easily have prevailed. And of course, we all remember General Gowon. Every leader, if anybody who have the opportunity to become the president of a country will be remembered from one thing or the other. But there are two key things that we remember leaders. Policies that endure, policies that reform society, policies that change things.
All right, there you have it. One of Nigeria's youngest military heads of state, General Yakubu Gowon. That event was at the launch of his personal memoir. Well, this one just, reaching us today. It says the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has arrested former Minister of Power, Salim Maman, in Kaduna State. Addressing journalists in Abuja, the chairman of the anti-graft agency, Ola Lukoide, says the former minister was picked up during an early morning operation at about 3 a.m. on Tuesday after weeks of intense manhunt by anti-graft operatives. Maman had been declared wanted after he failed to appear before the Federal High Court in Abuja for sentencing in a high-profile corruption case involving alleged diversion of public funds meant for critical power projects.
In absentia to 75 years imprisonment after the court found him guilty of money laundering and conspiracy. The court ruled that billions of naira meant for the projects were diverted through private companies and broader change operators. It also stated that Maman deliberately absconded to frustrate the judicial process, prompting the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission to intensify efforts to capture him.
At about 3:30 a.m. this morning, we arrested Mr. Salim Maman somewhere in Kaduna. This is to assure Nigerians that anyone who has pilfered government or national resources will not go unpunished. And the eagle eye of Economic and Financial Crimes Commission will always catch up with you wherever you are hiding.
The anti-graft agency also arrested 2 other suspects accused of helping Maman while he was in hiding.
Where we effected the arrest, we've arrested 2 other Nigerians within alongside. And also the property, the ownership of the property and all of that, they are still under investigation because it's actually a crime for you to harbor or to protect or to give a protection to a convicted felon. Who, of course, is a fugitive.
Salim Maman served as Nigeria's Minister of Power under the administration of former President Muhammadu Buhari from 2019 until his removal during a cabinet reshuffle in 2021. Head Nojo Okoliko.
All right, let's get back to the concern of the day, political matters. Now, the People's Democratic Party, PDP's presidential screening committee, the faction led by Tani Mutaraki, has officially waived the screening requirements and cleared former President Goodluck Jonathan to run as the party's sole presidential candidate for the 2027 presidential election. Former governor of Niger State and a prominent member of the presidential screening panel, Babangida Aliyu, told journalists that the committee has granted a total waiver of screening protocol to the former president. Now, despite this announcement, it could not be confirmed if Jonathan had formally accepted calls to throw his hat into the race one more time. Now, a crew of Democracy Today took prompt steps to confirm from the former president if indeed he has succumbed to, pressures to enter the presidential race one more time. One of his top aides confided in our correspondent that neither he nor anybody or none of his colleagues can speak on the matter at the moment. When pressured further, he said, and I quote, "We shall surely speak, but the time is not right," end of quote. Our guests are in the studio, and they will join me soon. This is Democracy Today on AIT, and I am Enemaku Ojochigbe. Welcome.
The issues moves as they break. The multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our government seem to be incapable of protecting
the scheming.
This is not a period we should say Bawa and go.
Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe it was for that reason in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
Thanks for staying with us. If you're just tuning in, this is Democracy Today on AIT. Before the break, I did tell you that about the former President Goodluck Jonathan's, talk about entering into the presidential race one more time. It's still not confirmed because of his aides, whom our correspondent did catch up with, said he could not speak on the matter. Here now is that comment.
The president became president, so we didn't see anything that needed screening, and therefore the party had given him waiver to come and start following. In other words, he has been declared and cleared as a candidate of the PDP for the presidential election, and that is President Jonathan.
Former Governor of Niger State, Babangida Aliyu, and a member of the PDP's screening committee, was talking about the entrance of former President Goodluck Jonathan into the presidential race for the 2027 presidential election. For tonight, we're discussing the price of power, young, qualified, but broke. Yes, indeed. How many young people? Well, you had, in my introduction, you had the story of former head of state, General Yakubu Gowon. He was 31 when he became head of state. Yes, he was a military ruler, but we're talking about the age at this time. Well, my guest is already in the building. He's a member of the ruling APC, and he's no other than Tukura John Daniel. Himself a young man. Many thanks for joining the program tonight.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
How have you been? It's been quite a while.
Yes, it's been a while. I've been well, and then pushing it within the party.
All right. And I have another guy joining me via Zoom right this moment. He is a pro-democracy campaigner, and you may also call him a former journalist, but, once a journalist, you're always a journalist. I'm talking about Arms-Free Ajanaku. Thanks for joining the program tonight.
Thank you, Enemaku. Thank you for the very fantastic introduction.
Of course, yes, indeed. You know what, Arms-Free? I'm going to start with you. The party's primaries are still very much in the news. It's not yet over. I mean, of course, they still have till May 30 to wrap things up and all of that. But it's not clear whether they're going to have enough time to, wrap up to resolve all the issues that may arise. Well, that will definitely arise, of course, from the party's primary. So let me ask you, beginning with this one, what is your observation of the process of the primary so far across all the political parties, including the ruling APC?
All right, thank you so much, Enemaku. For us at Grassroots Center for Rights and Civic Orientation, we have been closely following the process because we understand and we realize that the political parties are critical institutions for any process of transition and any process of consolidation of democracy. And so, with respect to what we have observed, there have been a lot of anomalies. I'm sure your crew and even you yourself would have seen all of those videos on social media where we had very chaotic primaries, very flawed primaries, in which, in the first place, you could not imagine that in this time and age, people will be lining up school children, there is no ballot paper, and then people will start counting and manipulating the counts. So this is what we have seen. In some places, we've seen a lot of violence. We've seen attacks on people who wanted to vote, and all those kinds of anomalies that have dogged our electoral process. So if the process at the level of the party can be this chaotic and acrimonious, you would imagine that is the same mentality that they will bring into the general election itself. And that's why our organization has been at the forefront of calling for credible process, transparent process, a properly organized process, because again, we want to also ensure that the proper thing is done, even though we do not have, any dog in the fights, the political fight within the political parties, but we have to also advocate that the political actors should do the right thing and should create the right mindset, create the right atmosphere as we head into the elections.
All right.
Because some of the things we've seen from the primaries, honestly, is enough to discourage voters. It's enough to create more voter apathy and worsen the level of voter apathy than we currently have.
Okay.
And so this is our initial observation of the process.
All right. Just a thought. I'll be back with you in just a moment. John, I would like to, hear a view regarding the process first before I go to another issue. What did you observe? I mean, beginning from your party, the APC.
I think that the primaries were nothing short of what we had expected. There's a lot of realignment going on. And like I mentioned, one of the times that we had a conversation about partisan politics, there's been a change of guard. There's a process, so change of guard in the country. So with the defection into the party, and then the groups and camps that have been formed, it was expected to see a lot of clash of interests and a lot of intrigues around the primaries. But one thing that's for sure is that the guidelines of the party were duly followed. For instance, there were attempts to arrive at consensus in various states, and in some states, those discussions, fell off and didn't produce anything. In other states, eventually, like in the FCT, eventually consensus was agreed upon. We had aspirants who stepped down. There are those who were disqualified. They were screened and didn't meet up with the criteria, so they couldn't contest. Those who were left then stepped down for distinguished Senator Aduda. So the process was interesting to observe.
There is certainly some level of increased political awareness.
Yes.
But is it really yielding any fruits? Because considering what we are seeing, the exclusion and the barring, if you will, of so many young people to begin with, and now, of course, women from the contest is raising a serious concern already. So, is the awareness yielding any fruit so far?
Yeah, yes, it is. But again, I should correct this notion. Nobody was barred from contesting. There was no time where the party said, you cannot contest, this person cannot contest. What happened was you had a lot of people who had interest in contesting, and all of a sudden, they dropped along the way because they couldn't afford to purchase the form, right? And for the women, I think the party had increasingly had this conversation about this quota system, or encourage. I remember the last time forms were sold, there was a discount for young people and also women, so they could meet up and make these purchases. So there is no deliberate disenfranchisement.
There you are. It may not be deliberate, but some persons believe it's some sort of systemic, way to exclude the young people out of it, because you see you're angling too much. You see you need to let us have this thing our way and all of that.
Yes.
The Not Too Young to Run law, it probably didn't capture some of these flaws at the time in 2018 when it was signed into law. Look what we're having now. Many young people who have the capacity, the drive, the will, the zeal, now they are some sort of, edged out of it systemically. That's the belief of many Nigerians.
Talking about systems, when you are confronting a system, what you need to do is understudy that system, find out where are the loopholes, take advantage of them, and then what are the challenges, and then you build your own system. For instance, a lot of people say that young people are too broke to run, but how do the older politicians do it? A lot of them bootstrapped their careers, right? And then they have sponsors. They had people who pull resources. They may not call it crowdfunding like we do. Like, you know, we do create GoFundMe links and raise money. They may not call it that, but that has always been in the system. So what are the young people doing? If I am going to run and I need 10 million naira to purchase the form, I do not have the money. Why can't we pool the resources? We have the money. Where are the people on social media flaunting luxury lifestyle? Where are the ones? Where are the people going to clubs to blow money? Where are the ones? So if this is a leadership, especially politics here, is serious business. And if you understand that it is serious business, you will have to put your resources into it. So there is nobody gives you power. It's the reality. Yes, the law is there. You're not too wrong to run, but you understand the practicalities of it. So you already know the moment you went to print your poster, you know that you're going to need money to prosecute the campaign and also to purchase your form. So why don't we process that? We must begin to play this game the way it is, by the rules that exist, rather than wait until when it is utopia. So this is that's my counter to the argument that they are being systematically phased out. Nobody gives way. You might remember, nobody gives way. I like to make reference to the Chinese dynasty, for instance, to show you that for time immemorial, it has been the nature of power. You know, there was a time where sons have to kill fathers to ascend the throne. Emperors assassinate their children to protect the throne. It's the nature of power. So when we as young people need to understand that and come there not as victims, not that we are begging, we need to come from a position of strength to negotiate and also come prepared knowing that there will be a pushback. That is how I would like for us to view these challenges.
We'll come back to this, you and I, right in the studio. Let me get back to Amfrey. Amfrey, you see, the activists, some of your colleagues, I'm not so sure if you were part of the, young men who drew up that act before the president graciously signed it into law, but perhaps the constitutional age limits and barrier, what have you, were sort of prioritized, right, over financial inclusion barriers and limits in the parties as against what we're seeing now. Maybe that was given more attention than the financial aspect of it. That, to some people, is what is costing what we're seeing now. So, is there a chance that could have been given too much attention, the age limit could have been given too much attention over the finance aspect?
Thank you so much, Enemaku, and also to your guest in the studio. I found his analysis quite interesting, even though he's a partisan person. But
okay,
yeah, to say that the older political actors are bootstrapping and pulling resources. Many of these guys are using state resources. They are using our state resources to steamroll the political process. So let's say it the way it is. So you do not expect, and you talked about young people that they go to club to blow money and they are living luxury lifestyle. What is that percentage of the young people of Nigeria? Many Nigerian young people, many of their businesses, the ones that are doing proper businesses. You can see what the economy is doing to them. So let's focus on addressing the structural imbalances that have made it so possible that the political process can be priced away from the average citizen. Anywhere in the world, you do not have such humongous amounts being shelled out to buy just a piece of paper in the name of a form. And this is an anomaly. We cannot, as Nigerians, be rationalizing this or justifying this. But having said that, I think I'll go back to the question you asked, whether we've prioritized or placed more premium on age limits than the financial aspect. Yes, of course. I think what the not too young to run law addressed was one aspect of the structural imbalance, which is the gerontocratic nature of our politics. But now, that legal framework has not also been able to address the fundamental question of political financing. And political financing is a big deal. Number one is that we are supposed to keep the threshold at a point where there can be free entry and free exit. If you look at the Electoral Act of 2026, the campaign finance threshold has now increased. For presidency, it has increased by over 100%. So we are seeing the heavy monetization of our political process. And if that is not addressed, you cannot tell me that a Nigerian, a young person doing a honest business today can shell out, let's say the person is 35 and he wants to run for president, he can shell out 100 million naira that APC is charging for presidential nomination.
Okay.
Or even the NDC is charging 60 million. So this heavy monetization of our politics is something that will not do us any good. And you can already see it from the outcomes we are having in terms of our political process. People go in there with the goal of recouping investment. And, your guest in the studio said politics is serious business. Politics is service. It should be about service. It's not a business where you put in money and then you want to go and recover money like a PLC. Yes.
All right, I'm sorry. Let me ask you this now. So does that mean in order to get past the financial blocks, a new legislation will be needed, therefore? Do you feel so?
Yes. I don't know if you can still hear me because you are breaking up a bit.
I can hear you loudly.
What we will advocate at our level at civil society is for there to be a change in the political culture, because it's not just about legislation. It is also about the evolution of the political culture. The political culture is moving increasingly towards heavy monetization of our politics. And the Electoral Act itself, the 2026 Electoral Act, I think that should be section 91 or so, is validating this heavy monetization of our politics, which is quite unacceptable. Even the young man in your studio, I don't know whether he has bought his form or I suppose he's a politician. But of course, he probably will be waiting, for somebody in government to be able to back him. And you do not advance democracy that way. You do not consolidate democracy that way. Democracy tends to recede where you have a minute aspect or a subset of the population dominating the politics because they have the access to resources, and particularly it's not their personal resources, they have access to state resources.
Okay.
We must make it clear that it is state resources that these people are using to ensure that they hijack the political process, and the political process is not open enough for any citizen with the ideas and the savviness to come there to say they want to go and serve the people.
All right,
so our politics right now is not about service. It's heavily monetized and it is not doing us any good.
John is going to respond to you right away. John?
Okay, so first let me begin by clarifying. When I said politics is serious business, what I meant is, even like you said, politics is about, leadership is about service, but service in itself to humanity is serious business. Governance is serious business. That's what I meant. Right. So you don't come into that looking for for a pity party. It doesn't work that way. And he talked about system. You mentioned that as well. You can see that the fundamental problem we have is the system of recruitment, leadership recruitment over here. There are countries that I have studied how they do it, and I appreciate what they do, and you can see the result in how they've survived over time. Israel is one. Singapore is another country.
Singapore, that's right.
Just
case
recently,
in point.
Yes, case in point, Singapore. Just recently, Iran
You could see how Iran was able to survive. Iran, people are now realizing that Iran is actually a superpower, right? Because of how it's able to prosecute and survive the war, the gang up between Israel and US. So it's about leadership. There is a conscious system put in place to prune certain people out. In Singapore, for instance, there are certain people with certain characters that would never get close to governance, any position in government. So we need that system. We don't have it. What I'm saying is we must play. Mr. Humphrey has the luxury of academic thinking to get scholarly with this conversation. I don't. I'm already in the field.
Why do you feel so?
Yes, he is in the CSO. You know, they ideate and then advocate. I am already in the field. I'm dealing with the present reality.
Let me point something out as well.
Okay.
Because, you know, there's something...
I think I should respond to that.
Okay, Humphrey, okay, quickly, just go ahead before I make this next point.
Yes. For us to move from the ideal to the to a better reality on the ground. Of course, I like the fact that he is talking about the fact that I have the luxury of thinking about it academically. Yes, we have to think in terms of those ideas that would drive us and shape our policies, shape our political culture to the point where we begin to do the right thing. In fact, what I expect from somebody like Mr. Tukura there is that all the youth in APC, they can go to the secretariat of APC and insist that they want to pay 500,000 for the nomination form of APC. That is the kind of action I'm expecting for the young people. Are you okay with the state of the country? Are you okay with the direction of the country? Are you okay with the same old people holding the system, hostage? Now, I'm not saying we need a pity party. I'm not interested in the pity party. In fact, I advocate for the fact that we must organize rather than agonize. But you can't come here and tell me that
Mr. Humphrey,
okay.
Mr. Humphrey, I like the word you use, that we must organize rather than agonize. That's what we are doing, organizing within the system. That's why I am telling you that I do not share the same luxury that you have. I appreciate the work that you do, continue doing it, but we who are already here understand the hurdles. We see them practically. We manage the landmines. So, which is why I am saying that we are in a place where the society itself, first thing that happens, I bring out a poster I'm going to contest. The first thing that would happen is the same young people as myself, and some would even go, some from the CSO, your colleagues, will come out and start saying that, who is he, what experience does he have? Does he have money? And on election day, we see this thing play out where people come with their voter's card and tell you point blank that, see, you don't give me money, I'm not going to vote for you.
The civil society members?
Yes.
Or the voters themselves?
We come from the same society.
Okay.
Right? And one thing I would like Mr. Humphrey to understand is that we are in a country that operates and survive as a nation, but we are yet to understand the need for statehood. Statecraft is not a thing yet. So we are in the gutters. We are dealing with crude political permutations. So this is the reality that we are faced with. And I mentioned something earlier to him when I said that people like you and I if I ask you now, I'm not sure you've contributed to one or two persons to run for election, young person, based on their ideologies. What's the CSO
based on ideology,
yes,
or based on financial impulse?
No, ideology. I'm going back, I'm throwing it back at him.
Okay.
Because the CSO itself, you are all part of the society, part of the nation, the process for governance.
Yes.
Now, has the CSO also done to say, hey, young man, let's raise funds for you and back you? And even if your organization has been doing that, to how many people? It's a dot. It's a drop in the ocean. So this is the challenge that we are facing. We need a new system.
Okay, Humphrey would like to respond this time.
Okay.
Humphrey, quickly, go ahead and respond before I come in here.
I think you have made very valid points around what the challenges are, which is something we cannot run away from. We cannot wish away the problems in the system. And in terms of what my organization has done, my organization has provided training. We have provided training for young aspirants. We have even given some form of monetary support for young women aspirants that are interested in positions at the local government level, like councillorship position and all of that. But of course, we have limited resources. But what I am saying to you, Daniel, is that we should not be co-opted into a system that is already rigged against the youth. We should not be co-opted, because if you have been co-opted into the system and you say, oh, it's okay, we'll pool funds together, that system will only produce, even if you get there, it will only produce a few of you. Right. And of course, the people who are the old men will continue to hijack the process.
All right, just hold that thought. Let me bring up this other point. John,
yes,
the Not Too Young to Run law has no doubt, encouraged a lot of young people. It has produced so many young persons who otherwise probably would not have even be able to get anywhere near the corridors of power. Mm-hmm. But majority of these so-called young people are still from the, community of the elites. How did you know exactly where I was going? Because recently, even though all the results are not out yet, we heard that son of former President Yusuf Buhari, is in the race. Mm-hmm. Son of former military head of state, Abdul Salami, what's his name again? I can't quite place it now. Brother. Good. Yes. He's in the race. These are young people and so many other young persons. Look at the caliber of these young people. Mm-hmm. Do you think if they want to contest twice over, they cannot afford the resources for campaign and for the nomination forms? So look at what many Nigerian youths are complaining about. Is there a chance that people like you can start focusing on that to challenge your own party and indeed other political parties as well, so that these financial barriers, as it were, can be removed? Okay,
so you see, talking about the realities, the practicalities of these things, when you have a law, and until and unless that law is amended, there's nothing we can do about that, right? Then also, even within advanced democracies, where you have specific laws around limiting money that comes into campaigning, influence of money in the electioneering cycle, they still find ways around that. They call them PACs. And guess what? CSOs. They use CSOs. So somebody comes and tell you that, hey, my organization is sponsoring this ad campaign for you, ad buy. And then they pump money before you know you've beat the threshold legally and nobody will hold you back. There would always be a workaround. Why are we not considering a workaround against the barriers that have been put in place? And again, here, I'll give you a practical example. Okay. With my area council, to tell Mr. Humphrey that the position that I'm taking is yielding practical results. We had, in the FCT right now, we have 4 new chairmen that have just come into power. These are people that the old guard didn't want to come into power. Right. But because we were able to organize ourselves, we were able to bootstrap at first, and then eventually we had leadership, certain select few within the leadership, like Senator Aduda, who backed us at the end of the day, and we succeeded. My elected chairman-elect for Bawa Area Council, for instance, he is. After the swearing next month, you're going to come and see. By next year, we'll come back and have this conversation. Is that an invitation? You would agree, yes, you are invited. Even Mr. Humphrey is invited. I'm sure he had. So you would agree with me that the area council had never had a chairman like him, because intellectually, he's the soundest of them all, and then he's prepared for governance. He's had trainings that Mr. Humphrey has been. Let me ask Humphrey one question. If he had not organized, and if he himself had not bootstrapped his journey over the years, he would not be in the position to... We need to manage what is left of our time now. Humphrey, let me ask you one last question before we start to wrap things up. How can alternative power blocks be built to challenge what we have at the moment? Yes. Because many people say, maybe independent candidacy will solve it. What are your thoughts regarding that?
Yes, I welcome any process that will lead to more inclusion, but I do not think there are quick fixes. And I definitely agree with Daniel that there's a lot of work to be done. It's just that we disagree on the methodology. Why he thinks that we can manage within a system that is already rigged, financially rigged against young candidates. I think we need a disruption of that system. And I'm giving him a practical example. Maybe Daniel is too tied to reality. Maybe he needs to be nudged. Maybe we need to nudge you because I love your level of exposure in the political space. Probably we need newer methods to disrupt, because you cannot tell me that a youth should be looking for 100 million naira to run for president, or 50 million, and all those. If you have ideas, those ideas themselves value should be placed on them. And that's why, in other parts of the world, like you mentioned, they are not just talking in terms of politics, they're talking about innovation, the contribution the youth can make, and they are deliberately including them. And so we even have a current legislation about women, special seats for women, which has not been pushed to the fore. So marginalized groups also have to come together, and I believe there are alternative political parties. It's not only the APC.
But you see something like...
Thank you very much, Humphrey. Let's wrap things up there, because our time is almost up.
Okay, so you see something that we're still cycling back to. Mr. Humphrey is still philosophizing around this subject. You asked him for an alternative. There's no practical solution. So we have to deal with the reality on ground.
In your own view,
yes,
do you think independent candidacy, if it's signed into law, perhaps, hopefully in time to come, do you think it could solve this?
Right now, no. Nigeria is not going to fly. And the reason is that we are, like I said, we're a nation, bonded culturally along religious and tribal ethnic lines. So the party structure goes down that way. I can tell you that in the FCT, each area council, name any area council, I will tell you people within the area council that if they do not back you, you're not going to win elections, because there are layers of supporters that listen to them for direction.
All right.
So and these people already belong to political parties. When you come, you have an independent candidate. In fact, during negotiations, there are people that are told point blank, you have good ideas, you are sound, but you are not sellable. You cannot win an election. So for that reason, we're going with this person. These are the realities that we do.
All right.
And he talked about youth participation. This is something that I think the CSO should hammer on.
Definitely. That's his view.
Yes. But it is something that I think the youth, the CSO should hammer on for youths. Do something, contribute something over the line, have a track record. That will speak for you. And then you can have an in-road into government. To be clear, Mr. Asprey, I'm not happy. Mr. Asprey, to be clear, I'm not happy that we are being asked to pay exorbitant fee to get a ticket. What I am saying is that it is what it is, and we have nothing to do right now, because there's no law stopping that. So we now have to find a way. We can't be complaining. We have to find a way to survive with that.
It's like you have been favored by the system, so you don't want to do anything about it. But it's fine. It's fine. What I want to say is that
Humphrey, our time is up, and we need to go at this time. But I must thank you very much indeed for joining the program tonight. Humphrey Ajanaku is a pro-democracy campaigner, a civil society member, and of course, a former journalist, but always a journalist. Thank you for joining the program tonight. And of course, Tukura John Daniel is a member of the ruling APC. A young man himself. I wouldn't say you have all the money, but I wouldn't say you are broke as well. But you know exactly where you stand.
I want the money.
Well, thank you very much for joining the program tonight.
Nice to be here.
That's our show for today. The price of power, young, qualified, but broke. Where is the hope for Nigerian youth? The conversation will definitely continue. But this is all draw the curtain for tonight's show. I'll see you again tomorrow. Don't forget, you can follow us on all social media handles. You can also find me on all social media handles. We'll continue the conversation there. I'll see you again tomorrow. I am Enemaku Ojotegbe. Bye for now.
James Akbarshe arrives for a checkup at the community medical center in Dadere, but it's not for his health. The student journalist is there to see how well the government-run center in Nigeria's central Nasarawa state is working. It's part of an initiative called Udeme, an Ibibio word for My Share. It sends student journalists, known as U-monitors, to investigate public projects and hold authorities accountable.
Sometimes you travel to those communities where those projects have been awarded, you discover that those residents don't want to talk to you because they have no idea of those projects. So you face challenges, maybe sometimes threats to your life. And when a lawmaker find out or individual find out you are doing a story that will implicate him.
The Media Non-Profit Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development, or CJID, launched Udeme in 2018. It recruits about 100 students like Akbarshe each year. They track public infrastructure projects like the construction of schools and hospitals. And they talk to residents about what they find.
So our youth monitors are fluent in the local dialect in those places. So when they go on radio shows, they speak in those local dialects so that people can understand the relevance of the topic that we're talking about. And we see them calling in after the program.
Nigeria ranks 145th out of 180 countries on the Transparency International Corruption Perceptions Index. The CGID says ignorance is often why public officials are not held accountable. At a visit to Nigeria's Independent Corrupt Practices Commission in February, authorities pledged their support.
The issue of corruption and corrupt practices is a problem. We will always continue to work with you.
CGID says its approach brings change and could be a model other media should follow. The initiative brings results. When Akbarshe first visited this health center, it was not operational. A few months after he reported on it, the government opened the hospital to the community, a small step to holding public officials accountable. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
At 17 years old, Job Nimbi has never spoken a word. Born with speech and hearing disabilities, Nimbi and others at this Ghana school instead found their voices through photography. Nimbi says he is happy to share his life journey with the world through photos, and he wants to inspire others who live with disabilities. But Nimbi and his peers face significant challenges, including discrimination. Other hurdles are limited training and resources. Ghana's Statistical Service estimates only a fraction of the children with a hearing disability are able to pursue a higher education. Yet, Nimbi remains resolute.
So now, what I'm learning and focusing on is to become a doctor.
Photography was introduced to the Savalugu School for the Deaf by Geoffrey Buta. The award-winning photojournalist is on a campaign to amplify marginalized voices through visual storytelling. His project, Photo for Change, has one focus.
Train people, assist people to tell their own story in the community they find themselves, and as well as using photography or visuals to address societal issues.
Buta's Photo Club offers classes on photojournalism. In less than a year, students can take professional quality pictures by themselves and write captions.
So with the power of photography, they can tell stories around them. They can become visual journalists in the future. They can become broadcasters.
The teachers also benefit, with the club providing easy access to visual learning materials.
You have seen a picture somewhere that has connection with what you are going to deliver, the lesson you're going to deliver. And so you use the camera to take that photo, bring it to the class, and then show it to the children. then you can develop your lesson from there.
Buta plans to expand his project to 10 more schools in Ghana and create exhibitions to showcase students' work. Other plans include setting up internship with media outlets. And in the long term, he wants to inspire a generation of students with disabilities to become award-winning photojournalists. Sana Lutod, VOA News, Savulugu, Ghana.
The fall armyworm has caused devastating crop losses across Africa since it arrived in 2016 in Malawi at Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources. Biotechnology research scientist Kingdom Kwapata is leading studies into varieties of maize whose genes have been modified to resist the pest. Such engineered crops are considered genetically modified organisms or GMOs.
We needed a solution because our farmers are suffering. Our main purpose and aim for the research is to establish whether the gene that confers resistance against fall armyworms and other lepidopteran insects is effective.
The trials are expected to take about 5 years. They are conducted in a fenced and confined maize field 500 meters away from any traditional crop to avoid possible contamination with the traditional varieties. In the meantime, lawmakers, traditional leaders, and farmers have visited the trial site to observe its progress. Some farmers are excited about the trial, which is in its first year.
This will solve the problems of lack of money to buy pesticides to kill fall armyworms, which have affected my maize harvest for many years. And I am now a happy farmer because these trials are providing solutions to the problem.
Another subsistence farmer, Esther Ganjawala, is skeptical about the technology. She notes that replacing local maize varieties with high-yielding hybrids has created new troubles.
These new varieties are not good at all. You can't harvest anything without applying fertilizers, and they are easily attacked by pests. That's why there is growing poverty. But with our local varieties, we can harvest even without applying fertilizers.
Researcher Kwapata says genetically modified crops have been introduced safely elsewhere, including the United States, Brazil, and Argentina. But many in Malawi are concerned about possible health and environmental impacts.
So even though the target is to make sure the stalk borer doesn't attack the maize or the armyworms, but actually the introduction of this GMO will affect other beneficial insects such as bees and other birds. So that is something that we don't want. We don't want to disturb that cycle.
Ghana also fears that once introduced to farmers, the GMO maize would keep other local crops from growing. Kwapata says there is no evidence that would happen, but he acknowledges that people are concerned.
There's a lot of skepticism. There's a lot of political anxiety, but in the final analysis as researchers, we are saying that the nation needs to give us a chance to do the research diligently, independently, without due influence.
Kwapata says the researchers will present results of the trials only to government authorities so they can decide whether the GMO maize should be introduced in Malawi. Lamek Masina, VOA News, Lilongwe, Malawi.
Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, arrests convicted former Minister of Power, Saleh Maman, in Kaduna. Iraqi-led People's Democratic Party, PDP, declares Jonathan as sole candidate. And Oyo State Governor laid bare efforts to rescue children kidnapped by gunmen. Hello again, this is the News Hour on AIT. I am Enemaku Ojochegbe. Welcome. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has declared that the state will not bow to kidnappers or give in to their demands, adding that the government is deploying every resource within its capacity to secure the victims' release and bring the perpetrators to justice. Addressing the state's broader security response, Makinde said surveillance aircrafts purchased to boost coverage has arrived at the Air Force Base in Lagos for assembly and will be operational before the end of June. The governor stressed that his administration remains committed to securing every part of Oyo State and will listen to all concerns from affected communities.
As a government, we will not give in to terror. We will do everything to ensure that our children and their teachers are returned safely. And I'm also saying this to the group. Yes, whatever it is. So whatever it is they demand, we're ready to listen to them, address the ones that we can address as a state government, but the children and their teachers must be released timely.
The room has also been set up at the police headquarters to coordinate rescue efforts and ensure real-time communication among security agencies. 7 secondary school students, 18 primary school pupils, and 7 teachers were abducted on May 15 during an attack on Esienle primary and secondary schools in Ahoro Esienle community in Oyo State. Operatives of the anti-kidnapping unit of the Niger Police Force in Ogun State says it has neutralized a suspected kidnapping kingpin during an intelligence-led operation at a criminal hideout within the Orile Ilugun forest axis along the Abeokuta-Ibadan expressway. The operation followed the release of a kidnapped victim abducted on the 14th of May 2026 at Nufat fuel station in the Odeda area of Ogun State. The victim regained freedom unharmed on May 18. The press statement by the PPRO Ogun State Police Command Olushe Babashe stressed that police operatives intensified efforts to apprehend members of the criminal gang responsible for the abduction and subsequently stormed the kidnappers' hideouts in the early hours of Tuesday based on credible intelligence. According to the police, the suspects opened fire on sighting the operatives, leading to a gun duel. The operatives reportedly responded with superior firepower, neutralizing the gang's kingpin, while other members escaped into the forest with gunshot injuries. Recovered from the scene were one AK-47 rifle loaded with 20 rounds of ammunition and the sum of 2 million naira, as well as 2 mobile phone devices. Commending the operatives for their gallantry and professionalism, the Commissioner of Police reaffirmed the command's commitment to combating kidnapping and other violent crimes across the state. Kano State has launched an aggressive offensive against rising thuggery and violent street crimes as the State Security Council vows a ruthless crackdown on criminal gangs terrorizing residents across the metropolis. Rising from an emergency high-level security meeting chaired by Governor Yusuf, the Commissioner of Police, Ibrahim Bakori, addressed journalists and declared that the security has greater energy to halt their operations.
In recent weeks, armed gangs and suspected thugs have been seen openly brandishing dangerous weapons in parts of Kano, unleashing attacks that have left several innocent residents injured and robbed of their valuables. The disturbing development has heightened fears among residents and raised fresh concerns over public safety. At the end of the emergency security meeting, the Commissioner of Police, Ibrahim Bakori, issued a strong warning to these elements, declaring that security agencies would no longer tolerate any form of violence, intimidation, or breakdown of law and order in the state.
Recently, we have the offside of this banditry and thuggery in Kano within the first 2 weeks. So with this, all of us, the security agencies in Kano, we are telling the citizens, those who are miscreants, the bandits that are caution to Kano, and the thugs who are carrying weapons and arms around, that they should stop it from today. We are not going to tolerate any person undermining security and of this state. The peace of this state is paramount.
The renewed crackdown comes at a critical time as political activities ahead of the 2027 general elections gradually begin to gather momentum. Enemona Ocheme, AIT News, Kano.
The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, has expressed optimism that with sustained external partnerships, the Nigerian Army will continue to dominate the battlefield and prevent terrorists from operating within the region. The Army Chief, who stated this during the first biennial Army Conference in Abuja, said the joint operation between the Nigerian Army and the United States of America, which led to the neutralization of the world's second-ranked terrorist leader, Bilal al-Muniki, is a major milestone in the fight against insurgency.
No nation can successfully confront the evolving nature of terrorism, insurgency, and transnational crimes in isolation. The recent collaborative offensive operations conducted by Nigerian and American forces, we successfully neutralized the globally ranked second-in-command of the Islamic State for Iraq and Syria, Bilal al-Muniki, represent a major milestone in our collective counterterrorism efforts. This achievement clearly demonstrates the growing effectiveness of intelligence sharing, precision targeting, and a collaboration with strategic partners committed to regional and global security.
The Army will continue to prioritize collaboration with relevant authorities and international partners to tackle insecurity across the country.
Nigeria's security environment remains volatile, dynamic, and increasingly complex, shaped by a convergence of asymmetric threats and criminality across various regions. In the northeast, residual Boko Haram and Islamic State for West African province elements continue to challenge stability through sporadic attacks on military targets and the use of improvised explosive devices and incursions against civilian populations. These threats have necessitated our robust response in the form of sustained, intelligence-driven, and people-centric operations.
Nigeria has been identified as a major hub for transnational organized crime, ranking first in West Africa, third in Africa, and eighth globally in the Organized Crime Index. The Director General of the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution, Joseph Ochogu, says the alarming figure highlights the urgent need for authorities to focus on the growing link between crime, conflict, and instability across the country.
Organized criminal networks continue to fuel insecurity and weaken governance across Nigeria. Speaking at the event, Director General of the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution, Joseph Ochogu, noted that criminal groups are becoming more sophisticated, requiring security agencies to adopt innovative strategies.
And if you look at some of the research findings, from what they found, you discover that the criminal elements too are being dynamic, they are being innovative, in how they perpetrate their acts, and that is why responsible agencies too need to innovate. That's why the appeal for good governance at local level, is very high, because that is where the people are.
Research coordinator for the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime, Kingsley Maduke, said that many conflict actors now depend on criminal markets for funding, making it difficult to tackle insecurity without disrupting their financial networks.
Nigeria is a major hub for transnational organized crime. And then globally, Nigeria is number 8. So it's quite, these are quite significant scores. But I think what the authorities, Nigerian authorities, need to pay attention to is the interlink between crime and conflict.
Participants at the event say the engagement will help strengthen policies on crime prevention, conflict management, and national security.
The television interview that landed Nursery El-Rufai in trouble was for the first time played in open court on Tuesday as his trial for alleged breach of national security resumed in Abuja. The federal government also presented a witness to back up the charge made against El-Rufai, with the witness confirming that the investigations prove the wiretapping actually happened. It comes a day after he was granted bail, a bail he is yet to perfect.
It is crunch time in the trial of politician Nursery El-Rufai as the prosecution began flooding the court with evidence to back up the charge that El-Rufai breached national security. It is all contained in the video of his interview on Arise News, where El-Rufai reportedly claimed that the phone conversation of the NSA Nurubado were being listened to. The government frames it as a major national security violation, but it has a burden of proving that El-Rufai's alleged wiretapping claim actually happened. And so a witness was brought in who testified that while investigating the issue, he interviewed the NSA and the ICPC chairman, who were referenced by El-Rufai, and both men confirmed that the conversation El-Rufai said he knew about actually happened. Also tendered and admitted as exhibit before the court were witness statement by the uncle of the Arise News program, Charles Anyogulu, and that of the activist lawyer, Deji Adenju, as well as that of a cameraman, Gochuku Agalayana. Anyogulu, according to the statement, reportedly told investigators that El-Rufai openly admitted someone intercepted the charge. A preliminary investigation report was also admitted as an exhibit during cross-examination by defense counsel Paul Orokoro, a senior advocate of Nigeria. The witness made some admissions. He acknowledged investigators did not check the NSA's device, trace IP addresses, or run forensic tests. The witness claimed forensic were unnecessary because the NSA confirmed the conversation was real. He also agreed El-Rufai never claimed to have personally wiretapped the call. When asked if El-Rufai was simply making political balls, the witness disagreed. He stated he considered El-Rufai a man of integrity who meant what he said. Trial judge Justice Joyce Abdul-Malik has adjourned the matter to June 21 and 23 for further hearing. Dimas Nanzum, AIT News, Abuja.
Again, Omoyele Sowore, a politician and an online publisher, has failed to enter defense in his ongoing trial before a federal high court in Abuja on cyberbullying-related offenses. Sowore is being prosecuted for allegedly making false claims against the person of President Tinubu by referring to him as a criminal in a post he made on X and Facebook accounts. When the case last came up on May 8, Justice Muhammad Umar, in a ruling, dismissed Sowore's no-case submission and upheld the argument by the prosecution counsel that a prima facie case has been established against Sowore to warrant his being called upon to enter a defense. When the case came up on Tuesday, Abubakar told the court that his client has filed letters and applications to the court's chief judge demanding a reassignment of the case to another judge. He said the applications, one filed personally by Sowore and the other by him, are accompanied by affidavits and exhibits containing reasons why they are asking that the case be reassigned to another judge. Responding, Kennedy said he was served on May 19 with 2 letters filed by the defense on the same date. The defense lawyer urged the court to adjourn further proceedings in the case to await the decision of the court's Chief Justice on the letters they wrote. Ruling, Justice Umar ordered the prosecution to file its response to the defense's letters dated May 19, which are addressed to the Chief Judge and which have also been served on the prosecuting lawyer. The judge adjourned the further hearing till June 4, pending the outcome of the petition written by the defense to the court's Chief Justice. And former Minister of Power Salim Maman has been arrested by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) following his conviction over a 33.8 billion naira fraud case linked to major power projects in the country. Chairman of the EFCC, Ola Olukoyede, disclosed this while addressing journalists in Abuja. He said the former minister was apprehended in Kaduna State during an early morning operation around 3 a.m. on Tuesday after weeks of intensive manhunt by the agency's operatives.
Justice James Omotosho sentenced the former minister in absentia to 75 years imprisonment after the court found him guilty of money laundering and conspiracy. The court ruled that billions of naira meant for the projects were diverted through private companies and Bruder change operators. It also stated that Maman deliberately absconded to frustrate the judicial process, prompting the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission to intensify efforts to capture him.
At about 3:30 a.m. this morning, we arrested Mr. Salim Mama somewhere in Kaduna. This is to assure Nigerians that anyone who has pilfered government or national resources will not go unpunished. And the eagle eye of Economic and Financial Crimes Commission will always catch up with you wherever you are hiding.
The anti-graft agency also arrested 2 other suspects accused of helping Maman while he was in hiding.
Where we effected the arrest, we've arrested 2 other Nigerians with him alongside. And also the property, the ownership of the property and all of that, they are still under investigation because it's actually a crime for you to harbor or to protect or to give a protection to a convicted felon. Yeah, of course, it's a fugitive.
Salim Maman served as Nigeria's Minister of Power under the administration of former President Muhammadu Buhari from 2019 until his removal during a cabinet reshuffle in 2021. Kedonojo Okoleko, AIT News, Abuja.
The Nigerian Democratic Congress in Bayelsa State has recorded another wave of defections as former governorship aspirant and one-time commissioner for special projects, architect Reuben Okoya, dumped the People's Democratic Party, PDP, for the NDC. National chairman of the party, Senator Moses Cleopas, formally received Okoya and other defectors at the party's state secretariat in Yenagoa.
Leading the list of defectors is former Commissioner for Special Projects and 2019 governorship aspirant Reuben Okoya. Also joining the party are businessman Depriye Leremo and grassroots mobilizer Esther Martins alongside their supporters.
I resigned from the PDP and I thought, where do I go to have political relevance, to serve people, to be useful to society? We're all here because we want to help Bayelsa State. Not so. So today, we have come in the spirit of a John man, a John nation, in the spirit of oneness, to take back that which belongs to us.
National chairman of the party, Senator Moses Cleopas, decorates the new entrants, describing their decision as a boost to the growing strength of the NDC in Bayelsa State.
I decorate to my senior brother as a member of the Nigerian Democratic Congress. Amen, 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 amen.
The ceremony also witnesses the defection of members of the African Democratic Congress and structures of the Obedient Movement in Kolokuma Opokuma local government area into the Nigeria Democratic Congress. Onisofin Owe, AIT News, Nyenagawa.
The Kabiru-Turaki-led Interim National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, says it has granted automatic tickets to former President Goodluck Jonathan to contest the 2027 presidential election. The PDP faction says the decision was taken following the screening and other processes. The former president was, however, not available to either accept or reject the candidature.
Speculations about the former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan joining the presidential race. As the screening committee of the Turaki-led Interim National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party works assiduously to gain the recognition, the chairman of the screening committee and former Niger State Governor, Babangida Aliyu, disclosed that the PDP has taken the best decision to give credible alternative to Nigerians by granting former President Goodluck Jonathan its platform to run for the 2027 presidential race.
Became vice president, became president, so we didn't see anything that needed screening, and therefore the party had given him waiver to come and start following. In other words, he has been declared and cleared as a candidate of the PDP for the presidential election, and that is President Jonathan.
The committee, which screened other aspirants for other positions in the coming elections, also says it has waived other protocols for the former president, owing to what it describes as his excellent track record.
The other waiver is also for the former deputy governor and ambassador and the secretary of the party, Taufik Arakwaja.
This is the office of the former president Goodluck Ebele Jonathan attempts to get his response on the automatic ticket granted him by the Kabiru Turaki-led Interim National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party is unsuccessful, as neither he nor any of his aide is on ground to speak with us. Amaka Okoro, AIT News, Abuja.
The All Progressives Congress Senate primaries took place across the country on Monday with some interesting results emanating from the exercise. Here's a compilation of the outcome of the process put together by Amaka Ezekwe.
Akwa Ibom State Governor Umo Eno commends members of the All Progressives Congress APC for what he described as peaceful and impressive turnout recorded during the senatorial primaries across the state. Governor Eno, who gave the commendations shortly after casting his vote at his ward in Nsit Ubim local government, described the large turnout of party faithful as a clear sign of the growing acceptance and support for the APC in Akwa Ibom State.
Across the state, the reports I've gotten is that it's generally peaceful. And for my ward, you can see for yourself the number of people, almost even twice what we had during the House of Reps primaries. And this is how it will go. Even though the people are unopposed, but it's to test our strengths. You can see all of our people, they come out and they stand across the state, and you know that this is peaceful compared to other states right now.
In Benue State, former governor of the state, Gabriel Suswan, has won Benue Northeast senatorial primary election, defeating the incumbent senator Emmanuel Udende and others to clinch the All Progressives Congress ticket. Spouse of the secretary to the state government, Benjamin Abel, has equally been declared winner of the Benue Northwest senatorial district of the state.
Thank God Almighty for this nomination to represent the APC for the forthcoming election in 2027. I also want to appreciate the governor for the support, to appreciate the people of Zone A for nominating me.
Governor Ahmed Fintiri of Adamawa State wins the APC senatorial primaries to become the standard bearer for the Northern Senatorial Zone.
The entire state and the nation will expect more from my wealth of experience as a national leader, and of course I'm going to represent them, so more of my attention will be to the Northern Zone, particularly in addressing further and collaborating with other critical sectors to ensure that we put heads together to address the security challenges of the area.
The All Progressives Congress, APC, has concluded its direct senatorial primaries across Cross River State. AID's Nemesis Ethiopia reports that 2 incumbent senators were returned, with Senator Agam Jarigwe clinching Cross River North and Asuku Ekpeyong for Cross River South, while the Central Zone primaries is still immersed in controversy.
Party faithful turned out across the various local government areas in Cross River State for the direct primary election. In Cross River North, Senator Jaribe Agom Jaribe cast his vote at Nkamirede Ward in Ogoja, while several rival contestants stepped down in this favor ahead of the election.
Distinguished Senator Jaribe Agom Jaribe scored 31,702 votes.
I thank the people of Cross River North Senatorial Districts for always standing by me. This is an encouragement to me, and I'm poised to doing more in delivering services to our people.
Stakeholders, including the Chief of Staff to former Governor Ben Ayade, commended the peaceful process. They believe the overwhelming turnout cements the APC's political dominance in the senatorial district.
Expect more from him. I expect him to do more for the people. Yeah, because the people are expecting more from him. He's a people's senator.
In Cross River Central, incumbent Senator Etienne Williams is in a head-to-head battle with his main challenger Odenewa, who is a former commissioner for special duties, while Senator Asukwe Ekpeyon secured the ticket for the Cross River South Senatorial Zone. In Emerson Ifiok, AIT News, Ogoja.
Benue State chapter of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has officially affirmed 11 consensus candidates as flag bearers for the House of Representatives positions ahead of the 2027 elections. A statement by its State Publicity Secretary Yima Antio revealed that the affirmation exercise took place across various constituencies in the state and was done in a peaceful, transparent, and well-coordinated manner. He said it was attended by party stakeholders, INEC electoral officials, security personnel, and party supporters. Speaking after the exercise, the state chairman expressed satisfaction with the conduct of the affirmation process, describing it as orderly, democratic, and a reflection of the unity currently existing within the party. Adaji commended party members and stakeholders for their maturity, cooperation, and commitment towards ensuring a successful exercise. He noted that the emergence of the consensus candidates demonstrates the collective resolve of the party to remain united and focused ahead of the 2027 general elections. This is the news hour on AIT. This is the point where we'll take a break. We will come back for more stories. Don't go away.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT, on air, online, on live.
Staying with us, women's advocacy groups are expressing concern over what they describe as declining female representation in ongoing political party primaries ahead of the 2027 elections. At the briefing in Abuja, the coalition, Broken Promises, Missing Women, said many parties have failed to match public promises on inclusion with action during candidate selection processes.
The groups pointed to early primary results of some political parties where only a few states produced female candidates for the House of Representatives. They also referenced cases involving prominent female politicians who were either disqualified or stepped down during the process.
The promises made by the President and Governors Forum cannot become symbolic statements without political action behind them. These commitments raised national expectations that this election cycle would be different. However, the primaries conducted so far have revealed a troubling gap between those promises and political reality.
Speaking on behalf of the coalition, several advocates said women remain underrepresented despite repeated commitments by political leaders to encourage greater participation.
Imagine that you have 20 men and 1 woman running, and then you ask that 1 woman to step down for 20 men. So that's what we are saying, that it must be fair.
Communities with stronger women's representation consistently show stronger attention to education, healthcare, water access, and grassroots development.
The coalition is now calling on political parties to adopt transparent selection processes and ensure more qualified women are included on final candidate lists ahead of the elections. Kedonojo Okoliko, AIT News, Abuja.
There is a growing concern in Cross River State, South Nigeria, over declining ethical standards, weak accountability, and the erosion of public trust in leadership and governance in the country. This expression came to light at a public lecture in Calabar, where stakeholders warned that the trend poses a serious threat to Nigeria's development and democratic future.
Concerns being publicly voiced out include the disturbing issue of growing erosion of ethical values and rising impunity in the society, which dominated discussions. Speakers drawn from the academia, governance, and the intellectual community are warning that Nigeria is witnessing a gradual collapse of integrity systems that note that the problem is deeply rooted in both society and institutions, where accountability and transparency are increasingly being undermined by compromised standards and weak value systems.
Humility helps one to be trustworthy, good ethical conduct, accountability, consistency, and compassion.
When we send children to the university, it's about a learning environment that goes beyond the textbook to becoming a holistic person.
The gathering further highlights what is seen as unethical political environment, where the stakeholders observe that public silence and lack of civic pressure have allowed questionable practices and impunity to take hold in the society.
It's pertinent that we should talk about such an important matter, which goes to the roots of our existence as a people and a country.
The more you accommodate these tendencies, the more they become the norm. And when they become the norm, it's much more harder to build and push back.
The lecture ended with a shared concern that Nigeria's progress cannot be sustained without a return to strong ethical values, stressing that integrity remains the foundation of trust, leadership, and national development. In Emesat Ifiok, AIT News, Calabar.
Delta North stakeholders of the All Progressives Congress have firmly rejected what they describe as a self-imposed declaration of victory by former Governor Ifeanyi Okowa, insisting that results from the field shows that Senator Ned Nwoko won the senatorial primaries by a wide margin. In a statement by their spokesperson, Imaibo, the stakeholders accused Okowa of attempting to subvert established party procedures by prematurely claiming victory despite clear guidelines issued by the APC's National Organizing Secretary. According to them, the party had before the primaries outlined a strict process for result collation and announcement, including ward collation, local government area collation, designated constituency collation centers, and final submission to the national headquarters. The stakeholders maintain that the figures emerging from across Delta North overwhelmingly favor Senator Ned Nwoko, dismissing Okowa's claim as fiction sustained by propaganda. Citing results from several wards across the senatorial district, the group alleged that the primaries were marred by intimidation and violence in areas where support for Okowa was most pronounced, calling on the APC's National Committee to intervene decisively. They urged the National Committee to disregard what they termed manufactured narratives and ensure that the final declaration reflects the true outcome as expressed across the words. The African Democratic Congress ADC Screening Committee has concluded the screening of 70 governorship aspirants for its primary elections ahead of the 2027 election, as it sets Wednesday to begin the screening of presidential aspirants. The committee, which is chaired by Justina Abanida, told AIT that all aspirants turn up with the required documents and were all screened while preparing for reports for submission.
Consensus. So even those who came here and were interviewed, we still encourage them that the time for consensus was still there until the date that it becomes compulsory to go into direct elections, direct primaries. So most of them, if not all, agree that they were still talking to one another.
We had screened 37 governorship aspirants in this group because we have two groups that are doing screening. So we have concluded successfully today with 3 governorship aspirants that appeared.
Committee Secretary Chile Bawa said with measures put in place by the leadership of the ADC, no aspirant will be aggrieved, as they're all aware that the party encouraged consensus for candidates. The aspirants had commended the exercise as transparent, professional, and consistent with democratic standards through a fair and thorough process. This is the News Hour on AIT. Business News is next. As Nigeria steps up efforts to boost revenue under the new tax regime, the Nigerian Revenue Service has expressed concern over notable leakages in the deduction and remittance of value-added tax and withholding tax by some states and government agencies. At a national workshop on strengthening collaboration with sub-national and key revenue stakeholders, officials warned that public institutions must lead by example or risk weakening public trust and overall tax compliance.
Revenue Service says data from its monitoring and audit exercises indicate persistent compliance gaps among some subnational governments and government-owned entities. It says this necessitated this gathering aimed at strengthening revenue generation, enhancing transparency, and closing existing leakages in tax system.
Establish direct communication channels to address structural bottleneck, improve revenue collection, and encourage absolute transparency and timeliness in tax remittances. Our goal is to move away from an enforcement-dependent approach to a collective, voluntary compliance framework in which every institutional stakeholder contributes its fair share.
Let's make it a treasury discipline that every month the accountant generals of the states and the finance functions of other MDAs and the Nigeria Revenue Service Government Business Office reconcile what was paid, what should have been withheld, what was remitted, what is outstanding, before anything becomes large enough to trigger embarrassment or statutory deductions by the Accountant General of the Federation.
The Minister of Finance, Taiwo Oyedele, adding that greater alignment between federal and state policies supports smoother implementation of the reforms.
It's a duty to ensure that those national policies are sensitive and responsive to the unique economic realities of our states and local government areas. To foster an efficient tax ecosystem, it is essential to reinforce cooperation through information exchange, harmonized processes, and mutual accountability.
The service says it is prioritizing collaboration over enforcement through strengthened engagement with MDAs, simplified tax processes, and the deployment of technology-driven remittance platforms to improve compliance and reduce leakages across the system.
The Federal Character Commission says rising cases of job racketeering in the federal public service have made stricter recruitment guidelines necessary for ministries, departments, and agencies. Speaking in Abuja, Executive Chairman of the agency said MDAs with over 125 vacancies must advertise in national newspapers and on the websites for at least 6 weeks and must also notify the Commission before any recruitment exercise begins.
To reiterate that recruitment into the federal public service must follow established constitutional and administrative procedures designed to ensure fairness, transparency, accountability, and equitable representation of all states and geopolitical zones in Nigeria. Ministries, departments, and agencies must carry out proper manpower planning based on approved staffing levels. That is even before thinking of recruiting.
That's it on business. Moving on now, the Federal Capital Territory Minister Nyesom Wike has praised the speed and quality of ongoing infrastructure projects across Abuja. He says the Tinubu administration remains committed to expanding development to satellite communities through extensive road construction. During an inspection tour this Tuesday, Wike revealed that key projects, including the body of Bencher's office annex and several major roads, are nearing completion.
The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, after inspecting key projects across Abuja, including the body of benches annex building, the access road being handled by the CCECC, and the Tudunwada road linking Old Ushafa Road, expressed satisfaction with the quality of work.
My greatest happiness is that we have also started going to Zuba. In essence, the entire of those communities will be opened. And that's what development is all about, opening up the satellite areas as directed by Mr. President. Very good quality job. I'm so impressed with the job and the timely completion.
Responding to claims that area councils are not optimally utilizing their allocations due to interference from the FCT administration, the minister dismissed the allegations as unfounded.
How much do they get? And how much is the money for payment of teachers' salaries? So it is not correct that the money given to them is not being utilized. It's not correct. I'm sure they are also saying that the money we get is not also being utilized. You know, people like to make assertion, make a complaint when you don't have enough facts.
Wike added that the ongoing and completed projects would be inaugurated as part of activities marking President Bola Tinubu's 3rd anniversary in office. Chukwebuka Obodo, AIT News, Abuja.
Vice President Kashim Shettima has hailed former Head of State General Yakubu Gowon as an elder statesman whose legacy of unity and service will endure in Nigeria's history. Shettima, who represented President Tinubu at the launch of an autobiography of the former leader in Abuja, highlighted Gowon's role in keeping the country one during the Civil War and Africa's regional development. They even drew serving and retired leaders who praised Gowon's example in both leadership and retirement.
Vice President Kashim Shettima has described former Head of State General Yakubu Gowon as an elder statesman whose legacy will endure in Nigeria's history. Speaking at the book launch in Abuja, Shettima cited Gowon's role in keeping Nigeria united during the Civil War, as well as his contributions to establishing the National Youth Service Corps, ECOWAS, and the African Union. He said, Gowon's exemplary life in both leadership and retirement remains a lesson for all.
We are here because General Yakubu Gowon has given Nigeria a bottom of memory at a time when our country needs the discipline of remembrance. We are here because the story of a man who stood at the center of Nigeria's most pressing years cannot be led to fragments, suspicion, and careless narration. We are here because the past, when honestly preserved, becomes a compass for the future.
In his remarks, General Gowon says his decisions during the Nigeria Civil War were driven by a duty to preserve the country, not by hatred. He urged Nigeria to embrace forgiveness and remain committed to peace.
60 years ago, our country stood on the brink of disintegration, and the circumstances of the time made me to renew my commitment to serve Nigeria with all my strength.
Other dignitaries at the event also extolled the former leader's virtues, describing him as one who led with integrity. The lunch was attended by serving and retired public officers, military colleagues, family members, friends, religious leaders, and politicians. Mustafa Muhammad, AIT News, Abuja.
The Trade Union Congress of Nigeria has expelled 11 officers from its affiliate with immediate effect for alleged acts of disobedience and violations of resolutions. This was part of the communique issued at the end of his National Executive Council meeting in Lagos.
Addressing journalists at the end of its meeting, President General of the Trade Union Congress, Festus Osifo, said the expelled officers are from Lagos, Rivers, Enugu, and Bayelsa states, stressing that they are barred from representing, acting, or speaking on behalf of the Trade Union Congress.
They shall no longer participate in any meeting, election, Congress, committee, delegation, conference, negotiation, or activities of TUC at the National State Council, affiliate, zonal, or any other level. They shall not issue correspondence, press statement, notice, communicate, secular, or any form of communication in the name of TUC.
Osifo noted that the NEC also ratified the suspension of another 14 officers for 2 years, reaffirmed that discipline is indispensable to the survival, stability, and integrity of any institutions.
When the NEC takes a decision, you must obey. If you don't obey, there are appropriate sanctions that are in the constitution of the TUC. And those sanctions are what was invoked today.
President General of the Trade Congress enjoined all organs, affiliates, state councils, officers, and members of the Congress to give full effect to the resolutions. Abiola Beckley, AIT News, Lagos.
The Edo State government says the administration of Governor Monday Okwebolo is making steady progress in delivering on this Project Shine agenda aimed at developing the state and improving the welfare of citizens. The Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Kashim Afegwa, made this known during the ministry's bi-monthly media briefing, where he highlighted the achievements and ongoing activities of the state government.
Briefing with journalists by the Edo State Ministry of Information and Strategy is to give updates on the policies, programs, and achievements of the present administration under the Project Shine agenda. The Commissioner of the Ministry, Kasim Afegwa, said the government remains committed to infrastructural development, improved security, and better welfare for residents across the state. The Commissioner also used the opportunity to dismiss claims that Governor Monday Okwebolo imposed candidates during the recent concluded APC National Assembly primaries. According to him, the governor, like every party member, reserved the constitutional right to support candidates during political contests.
What I can tell you categorically is that Senator Monday Okwebolo has allowed free choice to reign. The governor, as the #1 political factor in the state, has the right to also support an individual. So the governor of the state is a political head, and he must have interest.
Speaking on transportation, Afegwa said the state government has taken bold steps to ease transportation challenges with the purchase of the first batch of 50 CNG buses to improve mobility of citizens.
And once the governor permissions, then they will be released for use by members of the public.
Here's Inarome, AIT News, Benin.
Activists and journalists were at the front line of bringing global attention to the deadly pollution in Nigeria's Niger Delta. But it appears the beam is dimming and spotlight gradually shifting in spite of ongoing degradation in some parts of the region. This is why there is a fresh call for media advocacy to save local communities from pollution-related diseases and premature deaths, as AIT's Edo APC reports.
For decades, the Niger Delta has powered Nigeria's economy, yet it remains one of the most ecologically devastated regions on earth. Oil pollution has ruined local livelihoods, poisoned water sources, and triggered severe health crises across host communities. Driven by these challenges, this year's Correspondent Chapel Week focused on a critical theme, the imperative of a comprehensive cleanup of the Niger Delta environment, the role of the media.
The media must sustain advocacy for environmental protection by drawing attention to ecological challenges facing our communities, amplifying the cries of affected citizens, and holding governments, multinational corporations, and all relevant stakeholders accountable to their environmental responsibilities.
Participants, including environmental rights activists, stakeholders, and students, warned that current level of destruction demands aggressive, unfiltered media reportage to hold polluters accountable.
Media has a duty and capacity to report the ecocide happening in the Niger Delta factually and in real time.
They urge media houses to move beyond routine reporting and sustain deep investigative advocacy to focus on total restoration of the ecosystem. Egogon Akaboy, AIT News, Port Harcourt.
At least 131 deaths have been reported in an Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo, with more than 513 cases suspected. A spokesperson for the DR Congo government says the cases are now being reported over a wider area. There are also 2 confirmed cases and 1 death in Uganda, says the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC.
Say the virus linked to the Bundibugyo strain is spreading to new areas, raising fears of a wider regional crisis. Cases have now been identified in multiple locations, including Ituri province, North Kivu, and the city of Goma. There are also confirmed cases in neighboring Uganda, signaling cross-border transmission. The World Health Organization has declared the outbreak a public health emergency of international concern, though it has not yet reached pandemic status. Meanwhile, an American doctor working in the region is among those infected and is expected to be evacuated for treatment. Authorities said response teams are intensifying contact tracing and surveillance, while urging the public to remain calm. Despite reassurances, concerns persist that the outbreak could grow significantly if not contained quickly.
Coming up next is Sport Track. Nigeria's Super Eagles have been handed a favorable path in the qualifiers for the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations. The draw held today in Cairo, Egypt.
The 3-time African champions have been drawn in Group L, alongside Madagascar, Guinea-Bissau, and co-host Tanzania. Following CAF's official draw in Cairo, Egypt, Nigeria will be looking to continue their strong form after finishing 3rd at the 2025 African Cup of Nations edition. The qualifiers were launched under the Pamoja 2027 campaign ahead of the historic tournament to be co-hosted by Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. Although Tanzania has already secured automatic qualification as co-host, they will still participate in the qualifying matches under CAF's regulation. The 2027 edition is expected to make history as the first African Cup of Nations tournament to be hosted by 3 countries together in East Africa. The defending champions Senegal are drawn in Group J alongside Ethiopia, Mozambique, and Sudan, while Morocco will play Gabon, Lesotho, and Niger Republic in Group A.
The Siminalai Fubara has praised the Minister of Education, Marufa Lausa, for sustaining the federal education sector games known as FEDUGAM. Governor Fubara gave the commendation during the opening ceremony of the 6th Games in Port Harcourt, where he reaffirmed his administration's commitment to supporting initiatives that promote national unity.
Fewer than 25 agencies and parastatals under the Federal Ministry of Education are participating in this year's games in the Rivers State capital. Representing Governor Siminalayi Fubara, the State Deputy Governor and Chairperson of the main organizing committee, Professor Ngozi Nma-Odu, expressed the state's readiness to host an impactful event that showcases the strength of the nation's diversity.
And remember that beyond winning medals, the true victory lies in the building lasting relationship and promoting unity. As a state, Rivers remains committed to supporting initiatives that promote youth development, wellness, and national integration.
The Minister of Education, Maruf Tunji Alausa, and the chairperson of the FEDUGAM Steering Committee, Ineji Nkiru Florence, both praised the Rivers State government for its hospitality and providing a befitting environment for the agencies and parastatals to compete.
I wish to express my sincere appreciation to His Excellency Sir Siminalayi Fubara, the Executive Governor of Rivers State, and indeed the government and people of the state for their magnanimity of hosting and sponsoring the game. The tendency to strengthen the bond between the national and international.
The 6th edition of the Games, tagged FEDUGAM Rivers 2026, will feature 13 sporting events. Abajo Sekwe, AIT News, Port Harcourt.
The Director General of the National Sport Commission, Bukola Olakpade, has said that Nigeria's sport sector has experienced a new lease of life since the assumption of office of President Tinubu, particularly in terms of increased funding and the renovation and construction of sport facilities across the country. Speaking in an interview with AIT Sport, Olakpade explained that the federal government's intervention has encouraged several states to revive and upgrade their sport infrastructure.
Do you know that those stadiums you just mentioned, Tafawa Balewa, George, Ahmadu, all approved and concession, to the various states by Mr. President. So much so that the investment that has gone into Ahmadu Bello Stadium is an approved 33 billion naira investment by the Kaduna State government. That facility is ongoing. Continuously, employment is being generated in thousands. Continuously, facilities are being built, both indoor and regular outdoor sports, track and field, football, around the country. As we speak, there are construction going on in more than 8 states. Have you heard of the Bichi Stadium, 35,000 capacity, Kano, paid for by the federal government of Nigeria in Kano? Paid for by the federal government of Nigeria. That is a stadium that will be able to host any international or national events.
User on AIT. Thanks a lot for watching. I am Enemaku Ojochegbe.
James Akbarshe arrives for a checkup at the community medical center in Dadere, but it's not for his health. The student journalist is there to see how well the government-run center in Nigeria's central Nasarawa state is working. It's part of an initiative called Udeme, an Ibibio word for My Share. It sends student journalists, known as U-monitors, to investigate public projects and hold authorities accountable.
Sometimes you travel to those communities where those projects have been awarded. You discover that those residents don't want to talk to you because they have no idea of those projects. So you face challenges, maybe sometimes threats to your life. And when a lawmaker find out or individual find out you are doing a story that will implicate him.
The Media Non-Profit Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development, or CJID, launched Udeme in 2018. It recruits about 100 students like Akbarshe each year. They track public infrastructure projects like the construction of schools and hospitals. And they talk to residents about what they find.
So our youth monitors are fluent in the local dialect in those places. So when they go on radio shows, they speak in those local dialects so that people can understand the relevance of the topic that we're talking about. And we see them calling in after the program.
Nigeria ranks 145th out of 180 countries on the Transparency International Corruption Perceptions Index. The CGID says ignorance is often why public officials are not held accountable. At a visit to Nigeria's Independent Corrupt Practices Commission in February, authorities pledged their support.
The issue of corruption and corrupt practices is a problem. We will always continue to work with you.
CGID says its approach brings change and could be model other media should follow. The initiative brings results. When Akbarshe first visited this health center, it was not operational. A few months after he reported on it, the government opened the hospital to the community, a small step to holding public officials accountable. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
Hello, thanks for joining us. This is your parliamentary program, Inside the Parliament on AIT. Here we keep you abreast with happenings from the National and State Houses of Assembly. I am Oyedia Orum. Now, the spotlight is on the contention constitution amendments started since the commencement of these assembly, but time is of the essence under the Godswill Akpabio-led National Assembly. But with elections already around the corner, will the lawmakers beat the time to have a constitution that will be acceptable by all Nigerians? Let's bring you this report. For over 2 decades, successive assemblies have tried to patch a document many critics dismiss as a military-era relic. The demand for a people's constitution has been a constant refrain since Nigeria's return to democracy in 1999. Critics argue that the current document lacks the soul of the people, born of a military decree rather than a national consensus. While previous assemblies have managed minor tweaks, many Nigerians believe the big issue remains untouched. On Tuesday, the 10th National Assembly picks up the baton, but the atmosphere is different. Pressure is mounting as the next general elections creeps onto the horizon. Lawmakers are increasingly splitting their focus between legislative duty and political survival. The big question is whether the parliament, of whose members are in the campaign mode, can tackle the complex task of nation building. Top of the list is the push for state creation, specifically from the southeast. Stakeholders there argue that being the only zone with 5 states is a structural injustice that hurts their representation and share of national resources. For them, a 6th state isn't just politics, but is about equity.
But let me put it on record that we from the southeast, we're not asking for additional states. That's not what we're asking for. We're asking for equality of a state. Other zones in the country have 60 states, Northwest have 7. We're saying, give us the 6th state. So there'll be equality of states. So it is not a frivolous agitation. It is something that our people believe in. It is something that has been there right from the 4th National Assembly, 5th National Assembly, 6th National Assembly, up to date. So we're just continuing from where our other people started. And you know that we have harmonized. We have harmonized this struggle. Since the 8th Senate, we have harmonized it to an state. The origin of it was explained to Deputy Senate President. It used to be Olo State Movement. We metamorphosed. We joined Olo and Orashi. They came together and become Njaba. After Njaba, we moved ahead to Anim, where we have now incorporated part of Anambra State, those that are willing to join.
There are structural fault lines headlined by fiscal federalism and state police aimed at improving governance, guarantee fiscal autonomy, and strengthening grassroots security. Another major sticking point is justice reforms and women's special seat bill. These include the proposal to separate the office of the Attorney General from the Minister of Justice to insulate the law from politics and provision of extra parliamentary representation for women.
Well, of course, representation for women is extremely too low for Nigeria. It goes without saying. We don't need any gainsaying to say that Nigeria should have much less than 10% representation for a country that women are about a half of the population. And we do have very capable women, who can do the job. I think actually those bills are still coming up. They are not actually, they are still being put together too. And this time actually we are getting to talk to our men across board right from the House of Representatives to the Senate. And to ensure that when it does come up, we can have legislate some quota for women, as is done in some other countries like Rwanda and Senegal. They've done it successfully. We are not asking to be put there because we are women. We are asking to be put there because we are capable to deliver in those positions. So it should not be a question of because she's a woman, put her there. No. Because she has what it takes to deliver results and bring change and dividends to our people.
But the road to reform is paved with hurdles. Any amendment requires a 2/3 majority in the National Assembly, and most difficult of all is the approval of at least 24 state houses of assembly. It is a game of high stakes, consensus in a deeply divided political landscape. Well, if you just joined us, you're watching Inside the Parliament on AIT, where we keep you abreast with happenings from the national and state houses of assembly. Now it's time to bring you other activities from the both chambers. Lawmakers in the National Assembly proceeded on a 3-week break to participate in party primaries ahead of the 2027 general elections. However, the exercise has already reshaped the political landscape within the House of Representatives, as several serving lawmakers failed to secure return tickets during the All Progressives Congress APC primaries conducted across the country. The development follows a month of political realignment and defections in both chambers of the National Assembly, with many lawmakers seeking favorable platforms to sustain their re-election bids ahead of the next electoral cycle. The implication of the amended Electoral Act became evident during the APC primaries, particularly with a provision limiting the process largely to consensus and direct primaries. The arrangement placed the political fate of many aspirants in the hands of governors and entrenched party structures across the state. While the process favored some principal officers of the House, including Speaker Tajuddin Abbas and the Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu, the outcome proved unfavorable for several other lawmakers. Among the prominent casualties are the House Majority Leader Julius Ihonvere, whose bid for a third term representing Onwa Federal Constituency in Edo State ended in defeat. He lost the APC ticket to the former Commissioner for Mining, Andrew Ijegbai, amid reports of a zoning arrangement between Owan East and Owan West. Also in Edo State, Marcus Onobun, a first-term lawmaker and former Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly, lost his return bid to former Commissioner for Fiscal Planning, Urban and Regional Development, Lucky Esiegbe. In Oredo Federal Constituency, lawmaker Esosa Iyawe failed to secure the APC ticket after losing to the former Commissioner for Education, Dr. Paddy Iyamu. Iyawe was originally elected on the platform of the Labour Party before defecting to the APC during his time in the Green Chamber. And in Delta State, the primaries signaled the end of an era for Nicholas Mutu, a 7-term member of the House of Representatives representing Bumadi Batani Federal Constituency since 1999. He was defeated by a former Speaker of the Delta State House of Assembly, Basil Ganagana. Imo State witnessed one of the biggest upsets, with several serving lawmakers losing their return bid. Those affected include Miriam Onoha of Okigwe South Federal Constituency, Matthew Wogu representing Abombise, Ngokbala, Harrison Wadike of Isu Njaba Nkwere, Ngwankele Federal Constituency, and Emeka Martins Chinedu representing Ahiazu Ezihite Federal Constituency. In Benue State, David Ogewu lost the APC ticket for Oju Obi Federal Constituency to Dr. Peter Obo Ebodo. In Kwara State, it recorded a major upset as Ismaili Kayode, representing Ifelodun of our federal constituency, lost the APC ticket to Rafiu Ajakaye, the former chief press secretary to Governor Abdurrahman Abdurazak. In Kebbi State, Mansur Musa Jega lost the APC ticket for Jega Gwandu Alero federal constituency following a consensus arrangement that produced the former Controller General of the Nigerian Correctional Service, Jafar Ahmed Jega. Jigawa State was not spread as 7 lawmakers failed to clinch return tickets during the primaries, include Mukhtar Mohammed representing Kazaure Federal Constituency, Ibrahim Usman of Hadija Kafin House Federal Constituency, Sadatu Wada Tara Federal Constituency, and Yusuf Saidu Miga of Jahon Federal Constituency. In Rivers State, the political divide linked to the ongoing crisis in the state also reflected in the primaries. Awaji Inombek Abionte and Boma Goodhead, both loyal to Governor Simlai Fubara, were screened out of the exercise, while lawmakers believed to be aligned with the ministers of the Federal Capital Territory, Yesa Week, including Solomon Bob, Dum Deko, Victor Obuzu, and Blessing Amadi, secured their party tickets. Despite the losses recorded by several incumbents, some ranking lawmakers and principal officers successfully secured return ticket. The Chairman House Committee on Finance, James Faleke, emerged victorious in Ikeja Federal Constituency, while Babajimi Benson retained his Ikorodu seat. Other lawmakers who secured return include Ndudi Elumelu from Delta State, Olumide Hosoba from Ogun State, and House spokesperson Akintude Rotimi, who won the APC ticket for Ekiti North Federal Constituency. The outcome of the primaries has once again reignited debate over political representation and whether constituents should continue re-electing experienced lawmakers with deep knowledge of parliamentary procedure or embrace fresh faces to prevent the National Assembly from becoming what critics describe as a political retirement home. Supporters of experienced legislators argue that long-serving lawmakers possess institutional memory and are better equipped to navigate the complexities of lawmaking, budgeting, and legislative oversight. According to them, experienced lawmakers are often more effective in attracting constituency projects, influencing national policy, sponsoring impactful bills, and holding the executive accountable because of the relationship and influence built over the years. And political analysts also warn that excessive turnover in the legislature could slow governance and leave unelected bureaucrats with greater influence over policy making, especially when newly elected lawmakers require time to fully understand parliamentary procedure and legislative operations. However, critics argue that prolonged stay in office can weaken accountability, encourage complacency, and disconnect lawmakers from grassroots realities. They contend that some politicians have turned legislative offices into permanent political platforms while denying younger and emerging leaders the opportunity to contribute fresh ideas to governance and national development. For many constituents, the debate is no longer about longevity in office, but about performance, with growing calls for lawmakers seeking re-election to justify their stewardship through visible representation and effective service delivery. Analysts further note that the speed with which some experienced lawmakers have passed executive-backed legislation without rigorous scrutiny has also weakened the argument that experience alone guarantees effective legislative oversight. As preparations intensify for the next phase of the electoral process and eventual inauguration of a new National Assembly, the outcome of the primaries is expected to shape a broader conversation around continuity, accountability, institutional memory, and the future direction of legislative representation in Nigeria.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT on air, online, on live.
The political landscape within the Nigerian Senate witnessed a major shakeup following the APC senatorial primaries held nationwide ahead of the 2027 general elections, with seven lawmakers losing return tickets, while others emerged stronger through consensus arrangement and direct contest. The primaries conducted amid heightened political realignment, defection, and internal power struggle within the ruling party exposed the growing influence of governors, party structures, and the controversial anti-defection provision embedded in the amended Electoral Act 2026. However, the outcome of the APC primaries has now revealed the unintended consequences of the legislation, as several senators who defected into the ruling party were either screened out or denied participation in the exercise. One of the biggest political upsets occurred in Delta North Senatorial District, where 7 Senator Ned Nwoko lost the APC ticket to the former Delta State Governor Ifeanyi Okowa by a wide margin. In Delta Central, incumbent Senator Ede Dafinone defeated the former Deputy President of the Senate, Ovioma Agege, in a landslide victory. According to official results, Dafinone polled 116,252 votes against Omagege's 3,643 votes across the 8 local government areas of the district. Meanwhile, in Delta South Senatorial District, incumbent Senator Joel Onuwapo Thomas maintained a strong lead during the primary exercise. In Cross River State, first-term Senator representing South Asukwo Ekpeyong was declared winner, and two-term Senator representing Cross River North secured the ticket for 2027.
Professor Ipole Peter scored 249 votes. Dr. John Agaba scored 137 votes. Barrister Cecilia Adams scored 218 votes. Distinguished Senator Jaibe Agom Jaibe scored 31,702 votes.
I thank the people of Cross River North Senatorial District for always standing by me. This is an encouragement to me, and I'm poised to doing more.
In Edo South Senatorial District, Senator Neda Imaswen lost the APC ticket to the former House of Representative member Omorege Ihama in another major upset for serving lawmakers. In Kogi East, Senator Issa Jibrin, popularly known as Echocho, was defeated by Dr. Eriko Ame during the APC primaries.
My people want me to represent them. I have done a lot
for Kogi East. And I want to do more to Kogi East. Whatever is happening there at the government house is not the will of God. Yes. The will of God is me. Yes. I have the love for Kogi State. I have the love for Kogi East.
The primaries in Rivers State were overshadowed by controversy following the disqualification of Senator Ipalibo Harry Banigo from participating in the exercise. Banigo, a former deputy governor of Rivers State and one-time ally of the menace of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, criticized the APC screening committee, describing her disqualification as unfair and politically motivated. Other senators affected by disqualification by the APC include Senator Benson Agadaga of Bayelsa East and Senator Garba Meidoki of Kebbi South. Their disqualification, alongside that of 44 other aspirants, was announced by the APC National Publicity Secretary Felix Moka. Senator Meidoki had defected to the APC in May 2025, alongside former governors and senators after meeting President Bola Tinubu at a presidential villa. Senator Gadaga joined the APC in October 2025, shortly after Bayelsa State Governor Doye Diri defected to the ruling party, while Banigo formally left the PDP in March 2026, citing unresolved internal crises within the opposition party. And former Gombe State Governor and serving Senator Danjuma Goje also lost the APC ticket for Gombe Central Senatorial District, ending his bid for a fifth term in the Senate. In Imo North and Imo East Senatorial District, aspirants stepped down for consensus candidate Alex Mbata and incumbent Senator Patrick Ndubeze. Ekiti State recorded victory for all three incumbent APC senators. The Senate leader Okpemi Bamidele emerged as the consensus candidate for Ekiti Central. In Ekiti South, Senator Yemi Adaramodu defeated the former Senate Minority Leader Biodun Olujimi. For Ekiti North, Senator Cyril Fasuyi secured the ticket with 14,000 votes. In Lagos State, the APC conducted peaceful senatorial primaries across the state where the incumbent senators Tokumbo Abiru, Wasiu Eshilokun, and Idiad Adebule emerged as consensus candidates for Lagos East, Lagos Central, and Lagos West. In Borno State, the three APC senators Kakashi Hulawan, Tahiri Mongono, and Alain Dume all secured return tickets. The former Senate President Ahmed Lawan also emerged through affirmation in Yobe North Senatorial District. In Akwa Ibom Northwest Senatorial District, the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, emerged unopposed in a carnival-like affirmation exercise held in Okana Esenudem local government area. Supporters described him as a tested leader, citing his previous roles as governor, minister, senator, now Senate President. In Abia North Senatorial District, former Abia State Governor and serving Senator Ojuzo Kalo defeated Philip Ntoy in a direct contest. And meanwhile, in Osun East Senatorial District, Senator Francis Fadamusi secured the APC's ticket. With many heavyweight politicians, displays and others strengthened ahead of 2027, the APC primaries have set the stage for a fierce political contest that could significantly reshape the composition of the next National Assembly. Well, that's the much we can bring to you on today's edition of Inside the Parliament on AIT. Do follow us on all our social media platforms for any episode that you have missed on Inside the Parliament. Thank you so much for watching. I am Oyedia Orum.
Pedestrian bridges are visibly safety infrastructure constructed along highways in major cities in Nigeria. These bridges are obviously meant to prevent avoidable deaths occasioned by pedestrians crossing the highways. The pedestrian bridge is a girder footbridge designed to link 2 points at heights above the ground, but some Nigerians, especially Lagosians, prefer to dash across the busy road than to use the provided bridges.
The pedestrian bridge are just facilities put in place, just like the zebra crossing, to protect the interest of the exposed road users, like the pedestrians. It's as a result of what has been happening to pedestrians, where people are being killed or being knocked down in the course of crossing from one side of the road to the other.
Why would some people prefer to engage in this suicidal act? Fear of heights, insecurity, impatience, among others, were reasons advanced by respondents, while other respondents gave their reasons.
But people used to talk to the federal government that they should do the overhead bridge, even for this side, because the many accidents used to be happened here. And the federal government hear our voice and they are doing the bridge for the people to use it. So I don't know why they are not using it. Even there's one woman now, he put the baby in the back and started going to cross the road.
Some of the old men and women, they find it difficult to climb the step and the staircase, crossing to the other side. So they believe by crossing through the road, that will be more faster. Though it's faster, but it's dangerous.
Because the government did not put on an enforcement agent to look after the thing, because they use a mighty money to build such a pedestrian bridge.
To sensitization, whereby we try to tell people the reason why they should have it. I think that will work. Maybe because we don't really have we don't have knowledge about it. If that's the reason why we are not using the bridge.
The sites of refuse dumps on some of these bridges have turned some pedestrians off. Corps Commander Olusegun Ogungbemide gave suggestions on ways to encourage the use of the pedestrian bridge.
You can see what Lagos State has done to the highway now, where hitherto in the past there were no pedestrian bridges and people were taking the risk massively. I've seen where vehicle knocked down about 5 people on this highway at a time because they were rushing. Then in the court, some people were coming from the other side. Some were going this way. There was do we say head-on collision of pedestrians now? And vehicles on the highway don't stop for pedestrians because they know it's not the right of pedestrian to run across the express. So when you are picked on the highway or in the express, you are still the one at fault.
Are these bridges wrongly cited?
The risk of crossing from one side of the express or highway to the other is enormous. Even if the bridge is 1 kilometer away from your residence, it will not take any life from you to trek to that spot and be saved by crossing to the other side of the road. Or you wait wherever you are, take a vehicle that can take you to the other side, not taking the risk, because the same death that will kill you when you are 1 kilometer away from the bridge is the same death that will kill you when you are just 5 meters to the bridge.
If you are knocked down under any pedestrian bridge or around the pedestrian bridge when you are not expected to cross the road, you might lose totally. You will be a dead person and your family too will not get any compensation from anybody.
FRSC Sector Commander Lagos State leaves us with this illustration.
Crossing the road is dangerous, especially on the highway and the express. Whatever it takes, make use of the pedestrian bridge.
Economic and Financial Crimes Commission arrests former Power Minister Saleh Maman in Kaduna for alleged diversion of 33.8 billion naira. Woman and grandson killed as tanker crashes into a house in Niger State. And Federal Capital Territory unveils a 41.2 billion naira HIV/AIDS plan to tackle funding gaps. And this is Abuja Report on AIT. I am Oyebimpe Wealth. Welcome. The Federal Capital Territory Administration on Tuesday officially launched the FCT HIV and AIDS Strategic Plan 2025 to 2027. Authorities said a 41.2 billion naira roadmap aims to eliminate AIDS as a public health threat by 2030 by aggressively tackling stark demographic disparities, structural stigma, and a massive 98% funding gap.
Delivering the keynote address on behalf of Mandate Secretary, FCTA, Health Services and Environment Secretariat, Dr. Dan Ganzama, revealed that Abuja's HIV burden has persistently remained above the national average since the Nigerian HIV and AIDS Indicator and Impact Survey.
The federal government, when I say we, have also included the HIV intervention in its annual budget. And FCT is part and parcel of the government and is going to be benefiting from the same budget. So procurement of such drugs are usually done at the central level through the Federal Minister of Health before it is being sent to various states and the FCT administration as well. So the government is aware, and the government is very well interested in.
Of all that had happened, there is still need to invest in data generation in FCT, in HIV/AIDS sector.
The project manager, FCT Agency for the Control of AIDS, Doris John, said the document represents the collective will, the rigorous analysis, and the unwavering commitment of every stakeholder in FCT.
And you would agree with me also that when you have a plan, implementation of the plan is not just one person. It's multi-sectoral. We can go to partners, yes, even if they don't have money to give us, they can support us with their technical know-how. So in FCT, I am not shaken at all because we have a lot of partners that are willing to support us in kind. Some are still, yes, really willing also in cash.
The newly unveiled strategy shift away from traditional donor-dependent frameworks to align with the National Alignment 2.0 agenda, which emphasizes a local ownership and community-led execution. Dimas Nanzan, AIT News, Abuja.
The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has arrested former Minister of Power Saleh Maman in Kaduna State. Addressing journalists in Abuja, the chairman of the Anti-Graft Agency, Olaolu Kayode, says the former minister was picked up during an early morning operation at about 3 a.m. on Tuesday after weeks of intensive manhunt by Anti-Graft Agency operatives.
We filed a charge against the SY Minister of Power for allegedly conducting over 33 billion naira money that was set aside for Mambila and Zungeru power projects. I'm happy to announce to Nigerians that at about 3:30 a.m. this morning, we arrested Mr. Saleh Maman somewhere in Kaduna. This is a test of the commitment of the federal government of Nigeria to the fight against corruption in Nigeria, and to assure Nigerians that anyone who has pilfered government or national resources will not go unpunished.
Maman had been declared wanted after he failed to appear before the Federal High Court in Abuja for sentencing in a high-profile corruption case involving alleged diversion of public funds meant for critical power projects. The former minister was recently sentenced in absentia to 75 years imprisonment after the court found him guilty on multiple counts bordering on money laundering and conspiracy. Two people a housewife and her grandson were killed on Sunday morning when a truck crashed into their home in Niger, a community on the outskirts of Suleja local government area of Niger State. The incident was said to have triggered tension in the community, with youths blocking the Suleja-Mina road, as well as another road leading to Diko Junction, which links the area to the Abuja-Kaduna highway. An eyewitness, Mohammed Badamosi, said the truck driver arrived in the area around 7 a.m. from the Mina axis on his way to Kaduna when he suddenly discovered brake failure. He added that the truck rammed into the house, killing the housewife, identified as Miriam Shaibu, alongside her 10-year-old grandson, while another girl from the family sustained injuries. During the protest, the youths lamented the lack of compensation for families of victims and owners of the destroyed properties from either the government or truck owners in previous incidents, hence their decision to block the highway. The protest caused a gridlock extending to Suleja town and neighboring communities along the Mina and Diko road access. A delegation from the Niger State government, led by the Commissioner for Transport, Abdullahi Shuaibu Maje, later persuaded the protesters to reopen the highway around 3 p.m. The victims have since been buried according to Islamic rite. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Wahid Shaibu, says the joint operation between the Nigerian Army and the United States of America, which led to the neutralization of the world's second-ranked terrorist leader, Bilal al-Muniki, is a major milestone in the fight against insurgency. The Army Chief stated this during the first biannual Army conference in Abuja. He said the Nigerian Army will continue to prioritize collaboration with relevant authorities and international partners to tackle insecurity across the country.
No nation can successfully confront the evolving nature of terrorism, insurgency, and transnational crimes in isolation. The recent collaborative offensive operations conducted by Nigerian and American forces, we successfully neutralized the globally ranked second-in-command of the Islamic State for Iraq and Syria, Bilal al-Muniki, represent a major milestone in our collective counterterrorism efforts. This achievement clearly demonstrates the growing effectiveness of intelligence sharing, precision targeting, and a collaboration with strategic partners committed to regional and global security.
He expressed optimism that with sustained external partnerships, the Nigerian Army will continue to dominate the battlefield and prevent terrorists from operating within the region.
Nigeria's security environment remains volatile, dynamic, and increasingly complex, shaped by a convergence of asymmetric threats and criminality across various regions. In the northeast, residual Boko Haram and Islamic State for West African province elements continue to challenge stability through sporadic attacks on military targets and the use of improvised explosive devices and incursions against civilian populations. These threats have necessitated our robust response in the form of sustained, intelligence-driven, and people-centric operations.
Friends brought together military officers from various formations across Nigeria to chart a new course in the fight against insurgency. Nigeria has been identified as a major hub for transnational organized crime, ranking first in West Africa, third in Africa, and eighth globally in the Organized Crime Index. The Director General of the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution, Joseph Ochuku, says the alarming figure highlights the urgent need for authorities to focus on the growing link between crime, conflict, and instability across the country.
Organized criminal networks continue to fuel insecurity and weaken governance across Nigeria. Speaking at the event, Director General of the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution, Joseph Ochogo, noted that criminal groups are becoming more sophisticated, requiring security agencies to adopt innovative strategies.
And if you look at some of the research findings, from what they found, you discover that
The criminal elements too are being dynamic. They are being innovative, in how they perpetrate their acts, and that is why responsible agencies too need to innovate. That's why the appeal for good governance at local level, is very high, because that is where the people are.
Research coordinator for the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime, Kingsley Maduke, said that many conflict actors now depend on criminal markets for funding, making it difficult to tackle insecurity without disrupting their financial networks.
Nigeria is a major hub for transnational organized crime. And then globally, Nigeria is number 8. So it's quite, these are quite significant scores. But I think what the authorities, Nigerian authorities, need to pay attention to is the interlink between crime and conflict.
Participants at the event say the engagement will help strengthen policies on crime prevention, conflict management, and national security.
A youth advocacy group says it will commence a nationwide student outreach program across tertiary institutions in the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. The initiative team, the Students for Renewed Hope and National Development, is aimed at engaging students on the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu while promoting youth participation in nation building, leadership, development, political awareness, and national unity. According to a statement signed by the National Director of Town Hall, Deborah Ibrahim, and Adekole Oche, the outreach will cover universities, polytechnics, colleges of education, schools of nursing, and other approved institutions nationwide.
RTRFN emphasized the importance of students actively participating in democratic processes and contributing positively to national development through peaceful engagement, responsible leadership, and constructive participation in governance. Direct engagement with relevant government agencies during the outreach program will greatly assist students in understanding their civic responsibilities.
We have come here today as vibrant Nigerian youth and students to say that we are in tandem with what is happening in the country and improvement we have made in these past 3 years. And that is why we intend to go on sensitization of our students on our campuses, universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education across the country.
Group is therefore calling on students' union governments, NANS leadership, institutional authorities, and students across the country to actively participate in the program for national development. And this is Abuja Report on AIT, reaching you live from Akpaduma Studios here in Asokoro. Here's a reminder of our top stories. Economic and Financial Crimes Commission arrests former Power Minister Salim Ahmed in Kaduna for alleged diversion of the 3.8 billion naira. Woman and grandson killed as tanker crashes into a house in Niger State. And Federal Capital Territory unveils 41.2 billion naira HIV/AIDS plan to tackle funding gaps. Welcome back. Protests have continued to trail the House of Representatives primaries held in Kogi State on Saturday as several aspirants have rejected the outcome and called for its outright cancellation. One of the aspirants, Danjuma Okoliko from Emane Ward 1 in Ola Maboro local government area, described the exercise as a show of shame, insisting that it did not reflect the will of party members. Okoliko, who contested the Ankpa, Omala, and Ola Maboro federal constituency ticket, alleged that electoral materials and officials were absent in more than 80% of wards where voting was expected to take place. Yet, results were still announced in favor of the deputy majority leader of the House of Representatives, Ibrahim Ali. He urged the national leadership of the party to immediately cancel the primary and organize a fresh exercise using credible officials, warning that failure to do so could trigger voter apathy ahead of 2027 general elections. The aspirants also disclosed plans to approach the party's appeal committee for redress and did not rule out legal action if the outcome is not overturned.
In my constituency, there are no elections, and I stand firm to attest to it. My electorates are here, and they can also attest to it. There is no electoral materials to election to even carry it out. We did not see any material. And the unfortunate thing is that the secretariat that the election was supposed to take place is even locked. And if it is locked, how will the election take place? Therefore, I appeal. I know Governor Dube is a peaceful person, and he's the one seeing the activities of the state, and he's the one seeing the activities of my local government down to the ward I am. I appeal to him. He should call upon the local government chairmen that are undergoing the process of elections. If those materials were released to them, where are they?
To growing dissatisfaction among aspirants in the state, many of whom insist that the process was marred by irregularities and lack credibility. Aggrieved stakeholders are now calling for a transparent rerun, saying only a fresh and credible primary can restore confidence in the party ahead of the next general election. Two among women's advocacy groups are expressing concern over what they describe as declining female representation in ongoing political party primaries ahead of the 2027 elections. At a briefing in Abuja, the coalition Broken Promises Missing Women said many parties have failed to match public promises on inclusion with action during candidate selection processes.
The groups pointed to early primary results of some political parties where only a few states produced female candidates for the House of Representatives. They also referenced cases involving prominent female politicians who were either disqualified or stepped down during the process.
The promises made by the President and Governors Forum cannot become symbolic statements without political action behind them. These commitments raised national expectations that this election cycle would be different. However, the primaries conducted so far have revealed a troubling gap between those promises and political reality.
Speaking on behalf of the coalition, several advocates said women remain underrepresented despite repeated commitments by political leaders to encourage greater participation.
Imagine that you have 20 men and 1 woman running, and then you ask that 1 woman to step down for 20 men. So that's what we are saying, that it must be fair.
Communities with stronger women's representation consistently show stronger attention to education, healthcare, water access, and grassroots development.
The coalition is now calling on political parties to adopt transparent selection processes and ensure more qualified women are included on final candidate lists ahead of the elections. Kedonojo Okoliko, AIT News, Abuja.
As activities ahead of 2027 general elections continue to gather momentum, the Association of Former Presidential Candidates has called on political parties and aspirants dissatisfied with the outcome of ongoing party primaries to seek redress through internal party mechanism and the provision of the Electoral Act 2026, rather than resorting to actions capable of eating up the polity. The group made the call during a media engagement in Abuja, warning that political tension arising from disputed primaries could threaten national stability at a time Nigerians are demanding peace, transparency, and credible leadership ahead of the elections. Our correspondent reports.
Addressing journalists in Abuja, the group stressed the need for political campaigns to remain issue-based and free from violence, intimidation, and inflammatory rhetoric. The organization also emphasized the importance of collaboration among key stakeholders, including security agencies, political parties, and civil society organizations, in preventing electoral violence and sustaining public confidence in democratic process.
As candidates for the 2027 general election are now emerging at various federal and state levels, Nobody ambition worth the blood of any Nigerian. So
the group noted that Nigerians are increasingly concerned about rising insecurity, economic hardship, unemployment, and inflation, and called on leaders to prioritize policies that will provide citizens' welfare and restore confidence in governance.
The government should focus on curbing insecurity, they should focus on revamping the economy, and they should focus on the delivery of the dividends of democracy to Nigerians. So as elder statesmen, that is our concern for now.
The latest appeal by the group underscores the growing demand for responsible politics, peaceful elections, and sustained governance as the nation prepares for the 2027 general elections amid prevailing security and economic challenges.
The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission and Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission have been urged to release the outcome of investigations into allegations of diversion of local government funds and procurement irregularities in Ogun State under the current administration. The call was made in Abuja by a group while raising concerns over the management of local government allocations, alleging that councils in the state have been deprived of funds meant for grassroots development. On healthcare, the group questioned the state government's performance, noting that only a small fraction of primary healthcare centers had reportedly been renovated, while general hospitals continue to face operational challenges.
The Ogun State government had consistently withheld federal allocations and ecological funds meant for the 20 local governments in the state. Despite the administration's denials, the reality on ground have indeed shown that the local governments have operated under a zero allocation, unquote. Reality, where they are unable to perform basic functions like rural road grading or maintaining primary health centers without begging the state executive for intervention funds. This is a direct affront to the Supreme Court ruling on financial autonomy for Nigeria's 774 local governments. It's also direct assault on the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu's effort to reposition the grassroots for quality development.
The soaring cost of accommodation and owning a home for many Nigerians is gradually becoming a distant dream as access to affordable mortgages, low and middle income earners are increasingly priced out of the property market. This formed the conversation at the Cooperative Housing Summit Africa 2026 in Abuja, where stakeholders said the solution may lie in collective action through cooperatives and digital finance. While emphasizing that housing is more than shelter, they insist that cooperatives will allow ordinary Nigerians to pool resources together, access financing collectively, and reduce burden associated with building through shared investment and partnerships. The forum highlighted the role of digital finance in improving transparency, savings, mortgage access, and financial inclusion for people in both formal and informal sectors. And that's Abuja Report on AIT. I am Oyebimpe Wealth. Thanks for staying with us. Papa did it.
Recall that some years ago, we never had mobile phones. Surprisingly, we survived and went about our normal daily routines. Across the globe today, the use of mobile phone as armor, shield, lifesaver, a handed defense against our own fears, anxieties, loneliness, and mortality has become a do without.
This is the 21st century, man, and this is the lifeblood of the 21st century. You know, I'm a business person, and you gotta make money. So how do your clients get across to you if you don't have a phone?
I've done without my phone several times. I can really do. Why would I call? When there was no phone, once I copy?
I can do without my phone. If I decided that, well, I have something to, I just want to shut down.
I can't do without my phone, and I can actually do without my phone. Because I sell online, so it's not possible for me not to always be online. I have to always be online because my customers can just chat me up.
Yeah, of course. I've had situations where I have to, drop my phone or be without it for probably 2-3 days. I'm not really internet crazy.
The addiction by some to continuously glue to it, tap to read, swipe and repeat the process all over calls for concern. Why is it so addictive?
My phone is always with me because I'm always expecting calls, opportunities, and greater things as well. I log in my phone to check the latest information online, so I can't do it without my phone. Without my phone, I'm empty.
My phone actually represents a person to me, and I really love pressing it a lot. It gives me vibe. It gives me it makes me feel less loneliness.
I'm a kind of introvert. I don't go out. So the only thing that keeps me busy and keeps me going is my phone. Yeah, I'm always with my phone 24/7.
The fact that some view this device as a means to an end does not say it all. There are those who believe that its indiscriminate use and addiction is necessary.
My phone, no. It's always by my side. When I'm not with it, it seems I am out of the world. I don't know what is happening again. Phone has become part of us, where it's my office. Everything I do is my phone. You don't know what will happen at any given moment. So you feel your phone's supposed to be with you at every point in time. When you are not with it, you are out of time, you are out of the world, you don't know what is happening. Information, zero.
I can't do without a phone a day. But I'm a businessman. Like now, my customer, they may need a shoe that is very okay for me. So they may tell me that, okay, I should send this to WhatsApp or to Facebook. I will snap it and I'll send it to them.
No matter how advantageous the single-handed device is, there are numerous and devastating health effects associated with it, some of which are deadly and physically defective.
A lot of accidents occur because of this phone. When the vehicle is coming or the Okada is coming, they don't even aware it's because of this phone. As a result, a lot of life has been lost. It has caused a lot of damages to the hair because some people, they always put it on the high volume when they are using it. As a result, there is a lot of dizziness, headache. Some has even lost their hearing capacity.
I don't admire people using phone with earpiece on the road. Using phones as torchlights while cooking. Using phone close to your cooking gas. Then using your phone as torchlights to put on the gen. All those things are very, very wrong.
It is from this phone that most of our children are learning a lot of bad things. If there is a way the government can help us to
Welcome to Kakaaki, the African Voice on Africa Independent Television, AIT. My name is Kunle Adewale, and it's good to be with you this Wednesday, the midweek edition of the program, the 20th of May, 2026.
Absolutely. Good morning and welcome to the program. It's super good to have you join us, and we're glad that you made it. I'm Onoshorena Obozege. You're welcome to the program.
Each time you say your name, it sounds like a song.
A melody.
Yeah. So maybe you should find a tune that will go with it.
Onoshorena Obozege.
Thank you
Don't leave me.
Anyway, let's get serious with the issues for this morning, and we will be talking tax matters. The Nigeria Revenue Service, in partnership with the Joint Revenue Board, JRB, on Monday announced the introduction of a new taxpayer identification system known as Tax ID, making it compulsory for every taxable person in the country to obtain a unified tax identity number.
The new system, which takes effect under Section 6, 7, and 8 of the Nigeria Tax Administration Act 2025, is aimed at strengthening tax administration, improving transparency, and making tax-related services easier for individuals and businesses across the country.
In a public notice issued in Abuja, the Nigeria Revenue Service said the tax ID would serve as a single identity for taxpayers at both the federal and subnational levels, replacing multiple identification systems currently in use.
The introduction of a unified taxpayer identification system represents one of the most significant changes to Nigeria's tax administration architecture in recent years.
By consolidating taxpayer identities under a single framework, the tax authorities aim to improve operational efficiency, strengthen compliance monitoring, and support broader fiscal reform objectives.
The new system, even in its embryonic stage of operation, will be largely seamless as implementation progresses. Businesses, professionals, and individuals, taxpayers are expected to adjust to a more integrated and digitally driven tax environment that could reshape revenue administration across Nigeria.
However, there are the skeptics who have their doubts of over-centralizing matters pertaining to financial matters, arguing that the system lacks both manpower and equipment to deal with such matters.
They also argue that the new ID might not meet the tax transparency standards it claims to have set.
Now, are these fears in order? How will this aid revenue generation? What's in it for the average Nigerian?
These are questions we shall put to Dr. David Ehurivo, Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Economists and the Chartered Institute of Accountants.
But before we speak to him, we will be taking on the issue of e-waste in Nigeria. And that's because the United Nations recently raised alarm of an impending health crisis in Nigeria and other developing countries importing large quantities of e-waste, made up largely of tons of used electronic equipment from other countries.
The United Nations describes e-waste as any discarded device that uses a battery or plug and contains hazardous substances like mercury that can endanger both human health and the environment.
Several of the toxic components commonly found in e-waste are included on the list of 10 chemicals of major public health concern maintained by the World Health Organization.
According to the WHO, used electrical and electronic equipment presents a growing public health and environmental threat across Africa, with Nigeria at the center of the trade.
And the giant of Africa has become a giant destination for the developed world's discarded electronic items, often near the end of their life, and sometimes completely dead, and frequently toxic because they contain hazardous materials.
But many Nigerians don't seem to care, as around 60,000 tons of used electronics enter through the country's key ports each year, with at least 15,700 tons already damaged upon arrival, according to the United Nations.
And the trade in used electronic goods is powered largely by foreign exporters.
A UN tracking study between 2015 and 2016 showed that more than 85% of used electronics imported into Nigeria originated from Germany, the United Kingdom, Belgium, and Netherlands, Spain, China, and the United States, as well as the Republic of Ireland.
And with poverty levels on the rise, the demand for cheap and heavily used electronics continue to rise.
And with a health system that is struggling to cope with primary ailment, can Nigerians continue to ignore these alerts and warnings? Are there no laws banning the seemingly indiscriminate entry of these dangerous electronics into the country? What are the real environmental dangers of e-waste? Or is this just an unnecessary alarm being raised for reasons other than environment or health?
And these are some of the questions we'll be putting to retired Air Vice Marshal Akugbe Yamu, who is the president of the Association of Environmental Protection and Climate Change Practitioners.
Well, many of these imports violate international restrictions like the Basel Convention, an environmental treaty regulating the trans-boundary movement and disposal of hazardous electronic waste to developing countries with weaker environmental laws.
Now, across West Africa, the Basel Convention's E-Waste Africa program, a project focused on strengthening e-waste management systems across the continent, estimates that Benin, Ivory Coast, Ghana, Liberia, and Nigeria collectively generate between 650,000 and 1 million tons of e-waste annually, much of it the result of short lifespan second-hand imports.
The United Nations describes e-waste as any discarded device, and as we mentioned, that's about it, the conversation that we would be bringing your way this morning.
All right, so when retired Air Vice Marshal Akugbe Yamu joins us later on, we will talk about all of these issues. But don't forget that you can join us too, because you can be part of the program by simply hooking up with us on all our social media handles on Facebook, X, Instagram, and YouTube. At Africa Independent TV is where you will find us on YouTube, so you can stay up to date with the latest news from around the world.
All right, talking about latest news from around the world, we'll now join our news desk for Kakaaki World News.
Stay with us.
Welcome to the World News on Kakaaki, the African Voice. We start from Iran this morning, where the country says its latest peace proposal to the United States includes reparation and troop withdrawal. Iran has outlined fresh terms for ending hostilities with the United States, calling for reparation over war damage, the withdrawal of U.S. troops from areas near its borders, and an end to what it describes as a military blockade.
Deputy Foreign Minister Kazim Garibabadi says the proposal also demands the lifting of sanctions and the release of frozen Iranian funds. State media reports indicate the terms remain largely unchanged from earlier proposals rejected by the U.S. President Donald Trump, who previously dismissed them as unacceptable. However, Trump now says there is a very good chance of reaching a deal that could limit Iran's nuclear program and prevent further escalation. He also confirmed pausing planned military strikes following renewed diplomatic signals from Tehran. Regional leaders, including those of Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates, have urged restraints, expressing optimism that negotiations could yield a broader agreement. With global oil supply routes like the Strait of Hormuz at stake, pressure is mounting on both sides to reach a resolution and avert further conflicts.
Health officials.
At least 131 deaths have been reported in an Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo, with more than 513 cases suspected. A spokesman for the DR Congo government said cases were now being reported over a wider area. There are also 2 confirmed cases and 1 death in Uganda, says the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC.
Officials say the virus linked to the Bundibugyo strain is spreading to new areas, raising fears of a wider regional crisis. Cases have now been identified in multiple locations, including Ituri province, North Kivu, and the city of Goma. There are also confirmed cases in neighboring Uganda signaling cross-border transmission. The World Health Organization has declared the outbreak a public health emergency of international concern, though it has not yet reached pandemic status. Meanwhile, an American doctor working in the region is among those infected and is expected to be evacuated for treatment. Authorities said response teams are intensifying contact tracing and surveillance, while urging the public to remain calm. Despite reassurances, concerns persist that the outbreak could grow significantly if not contained quickly.
Somaliland says it will soon open an embassy in Jerusalem following Israel's formal recognition of the self-declared republic, marking a major diplomatic development for the breakaway territory. Somaliland official says Israel will also establish an embassy in the capital as both sides deepen relations. Israel became the first country to officially recognize Somaliland as an independent state in December, a move strongly rejected by Somalia. Mogadishu described recognition as an attack on Somali sovereignty and has continued lobbying international partners against recognizing the territory. Somaliland has operated with effective autonomy since 1991 after Somalia descended into civil war, though it has struggled for decades to gain international recognition. Leaders in the state capital hope Israel's decision will encourage other nations to establish diplomatic ties and expand economic cooperation. Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Saar said the embassy opening in Jerusalem would represent another important step in strengthening bilateral relations. Once established, Somaliland's mission would become one of only a small number of embassies located in Jerusalem rather than Tel Aviv. Hungary's Prime Minister Peter Magyar has begun his first official foreign visit to Poland, signaling a possible reset in relations within the European Union. His visit comes after his recent electoral victory, which marked a shift away from the nationalist leadership of his predecessor, Viktor Orbán.
Hungary's Prime Minister Peter Magyar has begun his first official foreign visit to Poland, signaling a possible reset in relations within the European Union. Magyar's visit comes after his recent electoral victory, which marked a shift away from the nationalist leadership of his predecessor, Viktor Orbán. Magyar is expected to meet Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk, whose pro-European policies have helped restore ties between Warsaw and Brussels. Relations between Hungary and Poland had deteriorated in recent years, particularly over different positions on Ukraine and Russia. Officials say the visit aims to rebuild cooperation and strengthen dialogue on key European issues. Energy security is also high on the agenda, with discussions expected around reducing dependence on Russian supplies. Observers say the trip reflects Hungary's renewed efforts to align more closely with mainstream European policies. Hungary's renewed efforts to align more closely with mainstream European policies.
A car bomb explosion near Syria's defense ministry in Damascus has killed at least one soldier and injured more than 20 others in one of the latest security incidents to hit the capital. Authorities said the blast occurred in the Bab Shaki district after troops discovered an explosive device near the site. According to the ministry's defense, soldiers attempted to defuse the improvised device before a separate car bomb detonated nearby. Emergency officials confirmed that more than 20 wounded victims were transferred to hospitals as rescue crews and firefighters rushed to secure the area. Video circulating online showed thick smoke rising above the district while emergency responders walked through the aftermath of the explosion. No group immediately claimed responsibility for the attack, leaving uncertainty over who carried it out. Syria has continued to experience intermittent violence despite the fall of former President Bashar al-Assad in late 2024 after more than a decade of war. Bombings targeting both military and civilian locations have remained a recurring challenge for authorities attempting to stabilize the country. Recent attacks have included deadly bombings in Manbij and a suicide attack inside a Damascus church that killed dozens of worshippers. Security analysts say that the latest incident highlights the fragile and complex security environment still facing Syria as the country struggles to rebuild after years of conflict. A Pakistani court has sentenced a 23-year-old man to death for the murder of teenage social media influencer Sana Yusuf, a case that reignited national debate over women's safety and online harassment. The 17-year-old was shot dead after her Islamabad home in June last year. Police arrested Umar Hayat within hours of the killing after tracing him to the city of Faisalabad. Investigators described the case as one driven by repeated rejection, saying the suspect had become obsessively attached to the influencer following online interactions. Court documents stated that Hayat traveled to Islamabad intending to meet Yusuf around her birthday celebrations, but tensions escalated after she refused to see him. Authorities said he later arrived at the home armed with a pistol before an argument turned fatal in front of family members. Suspect later disputed part of the prosecution's account. Earlier recorded statement reportedly included admissions about his fixation on the teenager. The case drew widespread attention across Pakistan because Yusuf had built a strong following on TikTok and Instagram before her death. Women's rights advocates say the killing reflects a broader culture of violence and misogyny targeting women who assert independence in public life. Human rights data shows hundreds of women continue to be killed annually in so-called honor-related crimes across Pakistan, keeping pressure on authorities to strengthen protections for women and prosecute gender-based violence more aggressively. Catalan police have arrested Jonathan Andic, the son of late Isaac Andic, a part of a renewed investigation into the fashion billionaire's fatal fall in Spain. The case had originally been treated as an accident before authorities reopened the inquiry over alleged inconsistencies in testimonies. Isaac Andic died in December 2024 after falling into a ravine during a walk in the Montserrat Mountains near Barcelona. Reports at the time differed on whether other relatives were present during the incident alongside his son, Jonathan. Jonathan Andic was detained for questioning at his home before later appearing in court, where a judge granted conditional release on a €1 million bail. Authorities also confiscated his passport and ordered him to report to court weekly while investigations continue. The family has maintained confidence in Jonathan's innocence and insists he bears no responsibility for his father's death. Investigators initially closed the case earlier in 2025 after finding no evidence of criminal conduct, but later reopened it following renewed scrutiny of witness account. Born in Turkey, Isaac Andig co-founded the global fashion chain Mango in Barcelona in 1984 and expanded it into a worldwide brand with thousands of stores across more than 100 countries. At the time of his death, he was regarded as one of Spain's wealthiest businessmen, with colleagues describing his passing as a major loss for the company he built over 4 decades. The UK government is urging supermarkets to voluntarily limit prices on essential groceries as part of efforts to ease pressure on households' budget amid rising living costs. Officials are reportedly discussing agreement that would apply to staples such as bread, milk, and eggs in exchange for easing some retail regulations. According to industry sources, the Treasury is considering temporary flexibility on packaging requirements and delaying planned healthy food regulations if retailers cooperate with the pricing plan. The proposal comes as inflation continues to strain consumers, with food prices rising faster than overall inflation across the country. Retail groups have strongly criticized the idea, warning that supermarkets could be forced to absorb losses if price caps are introduced during a period of increasing supply chain costs. The British Retail Consortium argued that fierce competition already keeps prices low and said additional intervention could destabilize the retail sector. Retailers also blamed government policies for increasing operational expenses, particularly higher national living wage and increased employer national insurance contributions. Others pointed to international pressures, including disruptions linked to tensions involving Iran and the Strait of Hormuz, which have raised fertilizer and animal feed costs. The debate comes as concerns grow that food inflation could approach double digits later this year, intensifying pressure on Prime Minister Keir Starmer's government to respond. While ministers have not publicly confirmed the details, the proposal reflects growing political concern over the affordability of basic household goods across Britain. An internationally backed recovery operation on Tuesday brought to the surface the bodies of 2 Italian divers who drowned in Maldives' worst diving disaster, the government said. Spokesman Mohammed Hussein Sharif said the pair were among 5 who failed to return after they dived on Thursday at Vavu Atoll, just south of the capital, Mali.
Government spokesman Mohammed Hussein Sharif said the 2 bodies were recovered from a cave at the depth of 60 meters and will now be transferred to Mayo. 2 final bodies are yet to be brought up from the same cave, with plans to attempt recovery on Wednesday. 1 body from the dive party was recovered on Thursday, while a Maldivian rescuer died due to decompression complications on Saturday. Italy initiated the international recovery efforts after the rescuer's death forced local authorities to suspend the search temporarily. Maldivian authorities have not yet named the Italian victims. The 4 bodies were located on Monday, 4 days after the group drowned in a deep water cave. Australia and Britain also provided assistance to the recovery effort. Italy's University of Genoa said the victims included a marine biology professor, her daughter, and 2 young researchers. Tourism is a key source of revenue for the Maldives, a nation of 1,192 coral islands and atolls spread across 800 kilometers of the Indian Ocean. Its beaches, clear waters, and coral reefs attract divers and snorkelers from around the world. Several fatalities have been reported in recent years, but diving and water sports-related accidents remain relatively rare.
and operatives of the anti-kidnapping unit of the Nigeria Police Force in Ogun State says it has neutralized a suspected kidnapping kingpin during an intelligence-led operation at a criminal hideout within the Orile-Ilogun forest axis along the Abeokuta-Ibadan Expressway. The operation followed the release of a kidnapping victim abducted on the 14th of May 2026 at New Fat Fuel Station in the area of Ogun State. The victim regained freedom unharmed on the 18th day of May. The press statement by the PPRO Ogun State Command Oluseyi Babasheyi stressed that police operatives intensified effort to apprehend members of the criminal gang responsible for the abduction and subsequently stormed the kidnappers' hideout in the early hours of Tuesday based on credible intelligence. According to the police, the suspect opened fire on sighting the operatives, leading to a gun duel. The operatives reportedly responded with superior firepower, neutralizing the gang's kingpin, while other members escaped into the forest with gunshot injuries. From the scene where one AK-47 rifle loaded with 20 rounds of 5.6 millimeter ammunition, the sum of 2 million naira and 2 mobile phones. Commending the operatives for their gallantry and professionalism, the Commissioner of Police, Bode Ojajini, reaffirmed the command's commitment to combating kidnapping and other violent crimes across Ogun State, while urging residents to remain vigilant and report suspicious activities to security agencies. Kano State has launched an aggressive offensive against rising thuggery and violent street crimes as the State Security Council vows a ruthless crackdown on criminal gangs terrorizing residents across the metropolis, rising from an emergency high-level security meeting chaired by the Governor, Abba Yusuf, and attended by heads of security agencies. The Commissioner of Police, Ibrahim Bakori, who addressed journalists, declared that the security has greater energy to halt their operations.
In recent weeks, armed gangs and suspected thugs have been seen openly brandishing dangerous weapons in parts of Kano, unleashing attacks that have left several innocent residents injured and robbed of their valuables. The disturbing development has heightened fears among residents and raised fresh concerns over public safety. At the end of the emergency security meeting, the Commissioner of Police, Ibrahim Bakori, issued a strong warning to these elements, declaring that security agencies would no longer tolerate any form of violence, intimidation, or breakdown of law and order in the state.
Recently, we have the upsurge of this banditry and thuggery in Kano within the first 2 weeks. So with this, all of us, the security agencies in Kano, we are telling the citizens, those who are miscreants, the bandits that are on caution to Kano, and the thugs who are carrying weapons and arms around, that they should stop it from today. We are not going to tolerate any person undermining security of this state. The peace of this state is paramount.
The renewed crackdown comes at a critical time as political activities ahead of the 2027 general elections gradually begin to gather momentum. Enemona Ocheme, AIT News, Kano.
The African Democratic Congress ADC Screening Committee has concluded the screening of 70 governorship aspirants for its primary elections ahead of 2027, as it sets Wednesday to begin the screening of presidential aspirant. The committee, which is chaired by Barrister Justina Abanida, told AIT's Funke Ogunlulu that all aspirants turned up with the required documents and were all screened while preparing for the report for submission.
The party has encouraged, consensus. So even those who came here and were interviewed, we still encourage them. But the time for consensus was still there until the date that it becomes compulsory to go into direct elections, direct primaries. So most of them, if not all, agree that they will still talking to one another.
We had screened 37 governorship aspirants in this group because we have 2 groups that are doing screening. So we have concluded successfully today with 3 governorship aspirants that appeared.
The screening committee secretary, Honorable Chile Bawa, said with measures put in place by the leadership of the ADC, no aspirant will be aggrieved, as they are all aware that the party encouraged consensus for candidacies. The aspirant had commended the exercise as transparent, professional, and consistent with democratic standards through a fair and thorough process, noting that the committee demonstrated professionalism in reviewing documents and engaging aspirant in critical issues. The Wednesday screening panel for the presidential aspirant will be chaired by the former governor of Cross River State, Lie Imoke, and former Kwara State Governor, Ahmed Abdul Fatai, as chairman of the Presidential Election Committee. And former Minister of Power, Saleh Maman, has been arrested by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, following his conviction over a 33.8 billion naira fraud case linked to major power project in the country. The chairman of the EFCC, Ola Olukoyede, disclosed this while addressing journalists in Abuja. He said the former minister was apprehended in Kaduna State during an early morning operation around 3 a.m. on Tuesday after weeks of intensive manhunt by the anti-graft operatives.
Justice James Omotosho sentenced the former minister in absentia to 75 years imprisonment after the court found him guilty of money laundering and conspiracy. The court ruled that billions of naira meant for the projects were diverted through private companies and broader change operators. It also stated that Maman deliberately absconded to frustrate the judicial process, prompting the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission to intensify efforts to capture him.
At about 3:30 a.m. this morning, we arrested Mr. Saleh Mama somewhere in Kaduna. This is to assure Nigerians that anyone who has pilfered government or national resources will not go unpunished. And the eagle eye of Economic and Financial Crimes Commission will always catch up with you wherever you are hiding.
The anti-graft agency also arrested 2 other suspects accused of helping Maman while he was in hiding.
Where we effected the arrest, we've arrested 2 other Nigerians with him alongside. And also the property, the ownership of the property and all of that, they are still under investigation, because it's actually a crime for you to harbor or to protect or go give a protection to a convicted felon. Of course, it's a fugitive.
Saleh Maman served as Nigeria's Minister of Power under the administration of former President Muhammadu Buhari from 2019 until his removal during a cabinet reshuffle in 2021. Kedo Nojo Okoliko, AIT News, Abuja.
Again, Omoyele Sowore, a politician and online publisher, fails to enter defense in his ongoing trial before a federal high court in Abuja on cyberbullying-related offenses. Sowore is being prosecuted for allegedly making false claims against the person of President Bola Tinubu by referring to him as a criminal in a post he made on his X and Facebook account. When the case last came up on May 8, Justice Mohammed Umar, in a ruling, dismissed Sowore's no-case submission and upheld the argument by the prosecution counsel, Akinlulu Kehinde, senior advocate of Nigeria, that a prima facie case has been established against Sowore to warrant his being called upon to enter a defense. When the case came up on Tuesday, Abubakar told the court that his client has filed letters and applications to the court's chief judge demanding a reassignment of the case to another judge. He said the applications, one filed personally by Sowore and other by him, the lawyer, accompanied with affidavits, and exhibits containing reasons why they are asking that the case be reassigned to another judge. Responding, Kehinde said that he was served on May 19 with the 2 letters found by the defense on the same day, May 19. The defense lawyer urged the court to adjourn further proceedings in the case to await the decision of the court CJ on the letters they wrote. Ruling, Justice Umaru ordered the prosecution to file its response to the defense letters dated May 19, which are arrested or addressed to the chief judge and which have also been served on the prosecuting lawyer. The judge adjourned further hearing till June 4th, pending the outcomes of the petition written by the defense to the court CJ. Activists and journalists were at the front line of bringing global attention to the deadly pollution in Nigeria's Niger Delta. But it appears the beam is dimming and spotlight gradually shifting in spite of ongoing degradation in some parts of the region. This is why there is a fresh call for media advocacy to save local communities from pollution-related diseases and premature deaths, as AIT's Egogo Akabwe reports.
For decades, the Niger Delta has powered Nigeria's economy, yet it remains one of the most ecologically devastated regions on Earth. Oil pollution has ruined local livelihoods, poisoned water sources, and triggered severe health crises across host communities. Driven by these challenges, this year's Correspondent Chapel Week focused on a critical theme: the imperative of a comprehensive cleanup of the Niger Delta environment, the role of the media.
The media must sustain advocacy for environmental protection by drawing attention to ecological challenges facing our communities, amplifying the cries of affected citizens, and holding governments, multinational corporations, and all relevant stakeholders accountable to their environmental responsibilities.
Participants, including environmental rights activists, stakeholders, and students, warned that current level of destruction demands aggressive, unfiltered media reportage to hold polluters accountable.
Media has a duty and capacity to report the ecocide happening in the Niger Delta factually and in real time.
They urge media houses to move beyond routine reporting and sustain deep investigative advocacy to focus on total restoration of the ecosystem. Egogo Akabwe, AIT News, Port Harcourt.
And that's the world news on Kakaaki, the African Voice this morning. Up next on the program is Kakaaki Business.
Welcome to Kakaaki Business. The European Commission set out plans on Tuesday to offer extra emergency funds to farmers struggling with soaring fertilizer costs triggered by the Iran war, and to consider stockpiling supplies to prevent future price shocks. The disruption of shipment through the Strait of Hormuz has hiked prices for fertilizer and the natural gas used to produce them. Before the US-Israeli war with Iran, up to a third of global fertilizer trade passed through the strait. Europe is highly exposed to a major importer of both fertilizer and gas, and the EU fears high prices could disrupt planting this year, having a knock-on impact on food production. The European Commission will propose emergency support to help the hardest hit farmers before summer by increasing the size of an emergency reserve in the EU's Common Agricultural Policy. The Commission proposal did not specify how much money it would make available. The EU will also consider stepping in to let farmers use digestate, a high-nutrient byproduct of biogas, the use of which is restricted by EU nitrogen emissions limits. The EU already changed its state aid rules last month to let governments spend more on subsidizing companies hit by higher fertilizer costs. Contract to purchase previously owned U.S. homes increased for a third straight month in April, likely as a retreat in mortgage rates pulled buyers back into the market. The pending home sales index rose 1.4% last month to 74.8, the National Association of Realtors said on Tuesday. Economists polled had forecast contracts, which becomes sales after a month or two, increasing 1.0%. Contracts surged 6.6% in the Northeast and advanced 3.0% in the Midwest region. They climbed 0.4% in the West but fell 0.7% in the South. The popular 30-year fixed mortgage rate jumped to an average of 6.46% at the beginning of April. Data from mortgage finance agency Freddie Mac showed as the U.S.-Israel war with Iran boosted oil prices and U.S. Treasury yields. The rate, which tracks Treasury yields, had dropped to 5.98% on the eve of the conflict amid expanded purchases of mortgage-backed securities by Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae. It averaged 6.30% at the end of April. The housing market has remained on the back foot this year, weighed down by higher borrowing costs, tariffs on imported goods, including lumber, as well as still tight inventory and elevated home prices. Residential investment, which includes home building and broker commissions, has contracted for 5 straight quarters. The headline inflation rate in Canada rose to 2.8% in April of 2026 from 2.4% in the previous month, the highest in 2 years, although firmly under the market consensus of 3.1%. The increase extended the jump from the previous month as the disruption of energy supply from the Middle East due to the war in the region raised prices of fuel and power. Transportation inflation surged to 7.6% from 3.7% in March amid 19.2% surge in energy prices. In turn, prices for core sectors of the economy grew at a more moderate pace, aligned with the Bank of Canada's note that it did not see higher energy prices spread into inflation expectations so far. The trimmed mean and median core inflation rate followed by the BOC fell to 2% and 2.1%, respectively, below market expectations to their lowest in 5 years. Food inflation eased to 3.5% from 4%, and shelter inflation inched marginally higher to 1.8% versus 1.7%. As Nigeria steps up efforts to boost revenue under the new tax regime, the Nigeria Revenue Service has expressed concern over notable leakages in the deduction and remittance of value-added tax and withholding tax by some states and government agencies. At a national workshop on strengthening collaboration with subnational and key revenue stakeholders, NRS officials warned that public institutions must lead by example or risk weakening public trust and overall tax compliance. The Nigeria Revenue Service says data from its monitoring and audit exercises indicate persistent compliance gaps among some subnational governments and government-owned entities. It says this necessitated this gathering aimed at strengthening revenue generation, enhancing transparency, and closing existing leakages in tax system. The service stresses that stronger compliance by ministries, departments, and agencies remains critical to the success of ongoing tax reforms.
This workshop is also expected to bridge the compliance gap we regularly find in our monitoring and audit activities, establish direct communication channels to address structural bottleneck, improve revenue collection, and encourage absolute transparency and timeliness in tax remittances. Our goal is to move away from an enforcement-dependent approach to a collective, voluntary compliance framework in which every institutional stakeholder contributes its fair share to our collective national prosperity.
Let's make it a treasury discipline that every month the accountant generals of the states and the finance functions of other MDAs and the Nigeria Revenue Service Government Business Office reconcile what was paid, what should have been withheld, what was remitted, what is outstanding, before anything becomes large enough to trigger embarrassment or statutory deductions by the Accountant General of the Federation.
The Minister of Finance, Taiwo Oyedele, emphasizes the need for a transparent and efficient tax system, adding that greater alignment between federal and state policies will boost revenue generation and support smoother implementation of the reforms.
It's a duty to ensure that those national policies are sensitive and responsive
to the unique economic realities of our states and local government areas, where a lot of the economic activity of the country takes place. To foster an efficient tax ecosystem, it is essential to reinforce cooperation through information exchange, harmonized processes, and mutual accountability.
Technology and innovation must remain at the center of our tax administration reforms. Digitalization has become indispensable in enhancing compliance, improving efficiency, and eliminating opportunities for revenue leakages.
The Nigeria Revenue Service warns that the new tax laws empower the agency to enforce remittances and recover outstanding tax liabilities from defaulting institutions, particularly MDAs, that fail to remit deduction at source. However, the service says it is prioritizing collaboration over enforcement through strengthened engagement with MDAs, simplified tax processes, and the deployment of technology-driven remittance platforms to improve compliance and reduce leakages across the system. And that's Kakaaki Business. Good morning.
In the hallowed chambers where laws are forged and a nation's destiny is decided.
This is your parliamentary program, Inside the Parliament on AIT.
Voices rise, opinions clash, debates ignite.
We cannot be apologetic in the discharge of our constitutional duties as lawmakers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The burden of proving that the elections have been conducted peacefully and in accordance with law must shift to INEC.
From the Senate to the House of Representatives, this is where policies are tested, laws are crafted, and authority is held to account.
We spoke to some lawmakers on their opinions of the document presented by the President.
Every motion, every argument carries the hopes of millions.
We need more hospitals, more health clinics in communities so that they can effectively take care of the primary health need of our people.
The questions are tough. The exchanges are intense.
Mr. President, you can have your way, but I will have my say. You can use the gavel, and I will use my voice.
And those who want the proviso are 55 in number. And so the proviso says.
But who truly stands for the people? Who is driving the change that defines our tomorrow?
Let us tell ourselves the truth. Why are we here talking about LGBT, GTBT, whatever?
Get the answers on Where Nigeria Decides on Inside the Parliament on AIT every Tuesday, 4:30 p.m. In today's global economy, information is everywhere, but insight is rare.
Because of the high rate of fuel, the cost of commodities, cost of everything in this country is high.
This is unacceptable because Nigerians cannot be made to suffer every time.
So, where do you turn for clarity? The right questions.
What is in need for Nigerians? Let's really break it down. Income strata-wise, revenue strata-wise for companies. What are some of the inhibitions that are not making trade work for all?
The real answers.
Stimulus package must take a different shape beyond what we have seen in sharing of rice, sharing of money.
Nancy brings it to you on Moneyline with Nancy.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Moneyline with Nancy.
Clear, well-researched conversations focused on what truly impacts you.
Is it that we don't know the number of MSMEs we have in the country, or we don't know where they are?
I don't think we can identify 40-something million MSMEs as a people and as a country.
Nigeria has the policy framework in place to be a leader on this approach. You can make farmers bankable.
Moneyline with Nancy now airs 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Weekdays, live on AIT and online. If it matters to the economy, join us.
And welcome to Get Fit in 60 Seconds with Jolly Phillips. Now, everyone has 60 seconds in every day to spare. So if you're ready, let's go! Hello again, my alphas. And as you can see, I have a max today because I'm working on the floor. We have two workouts. Push-up. This is my push-up. And this is my child's pose. And your time Start. Now, let's go. Push up. Good. And child's pose. Now, notice my push up. I push my pelvis towards the floor every time I go back. Yes? Don't keep your bum in the air. No, that's not the push up. Press the pelvis down, push the chest to the floor, and sit back down. Let's go. Push. Child's pose. Push. Child's pose. Try and keep your palms in the same position every time. Don't move it. Here, we get to work our back, our chest, our abs. So many muscles in play here. Very good. How many seconds left? Come on. 20 seconds. Push. Let's go. The child's pose is a very nice stretch for the shoulders. So it gives you a little bit of a break in that push-up or from that push-up. You hear the time and it's all over. Well done! I hope you had a great workout. Anyway, what I need you to do is to follow us on Instagram at Alpha Fitness Studios and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Alpha Fitness Studios, for free workout videos, free dance videos, sales and promos, and make sure you join us at the gym, Alpha Fitness Studios in Lekki Phase 1 next time you're in Lagos. So until the next time, bye-bye!
Hello, great people of Nigeria. Welcome to the Leadership Clinic. Today, I'll be speaking to you what I simply titled, The Power of Affirmations. It will interest you to know that leaders in times like this have been faced with so much challenges that require leaders to forget the most critical thing that they need in order to remain focused in pursuing their goals and objectives as leaders. And that one thing is the power to speak words, positive words to their lives and affirming situations in their lives. The ability for leaders to look at challenges and go beyond challenges in the utilization of words, which means the leader understand how to, from time to time, to conduct himself in a way that enables him use the right words. For instance, I am a leader. Early in the morning, you wake up from sleep, facing the mirror. I am a leader, going to make things happen. I am an impact to our generation. I will make a difference in this life. Those words we speak to ourselves, most of the time, engineer us to progress. If we learn how to even speak to our children, learn how to speak to those who work with us with so much affirmations, it brings so much energy. In fact, it introduces a sense of confidence to people around us when we learn how not to talk down on people. Instead, create a sense of affirmation where all those around us, they are looking forward to coming to our spaces, because whenever they come into our face, we reaffirm them. We believe in them. We announce greatness to their lives. And at the end of the day, guess what? What happens is that we begin to create seeds and sow seeds in our lives and in the lives of other people. And those type of seeds are seeds that mature and become great. As a nation, it is time that we stop complaining about this nation. It is time we stop. I know it's a challenging nation. I know things are going not the way we want it. But guess what? Imagine if every Nigerian can begin to affirm the greatness of this country. Affirm that this country is not dead. Affirm that this country can live. Affirm that we can produce the kind of leadership that will make this country work. The affirmations that are fueled in the atmosphere is enough to attract positive energy in our system and can galvanize us to be able to ensure that the right decisions are actually made. And the truth of the matter is that great nations that have made great progress, there have been nations that have understood the power of affirmations. And that's why national anthems are sung with so much energy, because in those words are principles of affirmation. Great people of Nigeria, it is time that we do it right. Great people of Nigeria, you must remember, if a man does not have a purpose for waking up, sleeping becomes interesting.
Have you ever wondered why some parents let house helps handle their child's homework? Some parents leave their child's homework to the mercy of their maids simply because they are too busy or never around to check the child's books. The duty of the house help is to clean and run errands and not nurture your child academically. Children are more successful in school when their parents take an active interest in their homework. It shows the children, what they do is important. As a parent, helping with homework does not mean spending hours hunched over a desk, but you can be supportive by demonstrating study and organization skills, explaining a tricky problem, or just encouraging your child to study and as well to take a break. And who knows, as a parent, you might even learn a thing or two. Be a motivator and monitor by asking about assignments and tests. Give encouragement, check completed homework, and make yourself available for questions and concerns. Set a good example, because children are more likely to follow their parents' examples than their advice. So draw the line of duty between you and your household, so that you don't raise children that are more bonded to the stranger in your home than you. And we're all lucky to have at least 24 hours every day, so spending at least 1 hour for your child is worth it. Honestly, that's my 2 kobo.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Get ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse. This month of May, the conversations that matter most are
People, politics, and power brings context and clarity to issues and events in governance, democracy, and development. On People, Politics, and Power, we feature people who shape the events and define the issues.
A lot of the agencies are still struggling with implementation of freedom of information.
The government should come. We need Nigeria to work.
We examine the interplay and interaction of politics with power and their impact on policies and the people.
It's about getting the system to deliver the kind of electoral outcome that people will be happy with.
People, Politics, and Power with Imoni Amarere.
Will low-performing agencies be held to account? Or will the numbers fade after the headlines?
At 1 p.m. every Monday and Friday on AIT.
Thank you for staying with us. It's a minute past 7 o'clock and time for the newspaper review on Kakaaki, the African Voice. That's the time when we take a look at the top stories, the headlines on the front pages of newspapers here in Nigeria. And this morning we have with us Simon Reef Musa, who is one of our reviewers. We expect that will be joined in a moment by Dr. Yebosa Wogiaren, who is joining us virtually. He is in Beijing as we speak, but that doesn't stop him from reading Nigerian newspapers and, of course, contributing his quota to national development. Good morning.
It's good
Alhaji Simon.
It's good to join you this midweek.
Good morning.
You are looking wonderful.
Thank you.
Seems to be a northerner this time around. Northern looking good.
Well, I can cross. I can cross. So let me say good morning to you again. And to every Arsenal fan, good morning.
It's a rollicking time for Arsenal fans this morning.
Yeah.
Good for them. Reward for hard work. But you know the reward for hard work is more work.
Yeah, I think they're looking forward to clinching the other cup coming up.
That's the UEFA Champions League.
Right.
We'll have to wait and see.
And every Arsenal wife, it's a good time to send your screenshots. All the things you'll be screenshotting from Instagram, send them to him this period. He might just offer and clear your cards.
Okay. Let's leave Arsenal for now and go to the newspapers before we get entangled in something that... Anyway, let's tell you what we have this morning, the papers that we have, and what are the stories that are trending on them. We start this morning with the Authority newspaper. Its top story says, people told Tinubu I planned to kill him with juju. Shetima, that's the vice president, being quoted there by the Authority newspaper on its front page this morning. And that story flows from the front page to page 2 of the paper.
And the same story is what this Nigeria is leading with, but put differently, it says, Tinubu was told I would kill, replace him, says VP Shetima. Danjuma, Gowon saved Nigeria from disintegration. Ex-head of state unveils autobiography, reveals Obasanjo didn't want to serve under Muritala.
The Shetima story is still the one that the Observer's Times also runs with this morning. It says, Shetima, people told Tinubu I wanted to kill him, take over power. And the writer said, reveals Tinubu's defiant reaction. He wore the clothes for a week to prove them wrong, and laments rising culture of suspicion and malice in Nigeria's power circles.
Daily Asset is still reporting from the same event, and it says 2027, Gowon Jonathan at book launch, renew advocacy for national unity. Shetima, Kuka, Sanusi call for peace, reconciliation, trust. You'll find that on page 2 of Daily Asset today.
Let's go to the Leadership newspaper this morning. What does it lead with? It says, I tried to save Ironsi's life during July 29, 1966 coup. Gowon. That's General Yakubu Gowon being quoted there. The story you'll find on page 4 of the paper.
Now talking politics, Daily Newscraft says 2027 presidency, Jonathan Turaki to run on PDP joint ticket. A writer says ex-president emerges PDP's sole presidential candidate. Another writer says party waives screening requirement. Patience Jonathan, Wike Dixon, Anglican Church oppose bid. You'll find that on page 2 of Daily Newscraft today.
Going to the Al Jazeera midweek, it says, 11 years after, Jonathan stages return bid. And the writer says, as Turaki-led PDP okays him sole presidential candidate.
And to Al Jazeera midweek, it says, 11 years after, we had it. Jonathan stages return bid.
Yeah,
and
we should be going to the
Daily Global
Yeah.
says APC primaries, governorship aspirant shown consensus deal in 10 states.
The Daily Sun also talks about the APC primaries, but this one is a different set of primaries. Supremacy battle in APC over senatorial primaries. And the writer says NWC may override governors, party leaders amid rigging manipulation allegations. You'll find details of that story on page 6 of the paper.
And now we cross over to Standard Times Nigeria, and it says Nigeria-US joint strikes kill 175 ISIS fighters. That's Defense Headquarters talking there.
Daily Monitor, that's where we're going next. Its story is in a similar fashion. Insecurity, no terrorist base in Southwest, DHQ. And right at the bottom of the page, you'll find another interesting story, security-wise. Oyo schools kidnap. Ogbomosho teachers protest shut schools. And the writers tell us, we have 6 suspects in custody. They are assisting investigation. Oyo police PRO saying that.
And now we talk some health matters from Nigerian pilot, and it says Ebola alert. NCAA issues directives for enhanced surveillance at airport. Decision follows outbreak of Ebola virus disease in parts of DRC, Uganda. That story is on page 8 on Nigerian pilot.
Okay, let's look at the financial side and the economic side this morning as we look at the Business NG. Its top story says 80% of Nigerians in debt as rising living costs deepen economic pressure.
And now see Nigerian News Direct. It says Jetties thank farm owners, urge federal government to cancel fresh PMS import licenses.
All right, that's the last paper we have for you this morning. Now, let's bring it to our reviewer. By the way, Dr. Yobosa Wogari he won't be joining us this morning. I guess he's entangled with the official reasons why he is in Beijing. So we have to fly with you alone, and you're more than capable. So let's start by looking at that story. People told Tinubu I plan to kill him with Juju Shetima. Authority newspaper, this Nigeria Observer's Times, have that.
Well, I think to be very, very fair, some of us had that story about a year ago. Names were mentioned. And even some marabouts were brought in to see if they can pray for the president. I'm also happy to note that during the presentation of the book yesterday by Gowon, I think Shetima responded. I mean, he said something about it, giving us more insight that actually people from his own state were the ones led by someone. I will mention name. Now,
didn't the Bible say somewhere that Jesus said that the members of a man's household are his worst enemies?
Exactly. Now, when you look at it, he said something. There is deficit in trust in the corridors of power. When someone gets into power, you discover that he surrounds himself with people that may not be telling him the truth. And outsiders also try to fight their way into the corridors of power by taking gossip, by saying certain things that will make them to be the beloved of the new occupant in the corridors of power. I'm happy that the president did not yield to such. Because people in the corridors of power simply wait to tell them what is happening outside. They don't know what's happening outside. So when someone comes with a story, they simply believe it. And for the president, and we should also understand before they came in, the vice president said Tinubu will be in charge of the financial sector. He will be in charge of security.
Reverse roles.
A kind of reverse rule. And then you have this idea that, oh, Tinubu was sick, he will die, and then Shetima will take over. You see, life is in the hands of God. Sickness does not bring death. No. You can see somebody walking very briskly, and he falls down, and that is the end. We saw that in the 8 years of Buhari. He came in, people just thought, oh, I will do just one term. But after one term, he grew stronger. It seemed like there was new blood injected in him, and he was walking very, very strong. I believe you don't pray for someone to die. If you pray for someone to die, it's like you are elongating his life. That is the truth of the matter. And for someone to be so wicked, to pray for someone's death, I mean, that is just too terrible. So, but one thing I must commend the president was that he refused to allow such gossip. It's when you get into power, you see a lot of things. Somebody will simply come and tell you, hey, there are prayers that need to be done. Be very weary of the guys that is they're criticizing you. Because these people are waiting on the wings. So for Tinubu to do what he did, honestly, I commend him.
Right.
But it also shows you that inside the politics, there are intrigues. Like someone said, there are politricks in all of it. It's all in an attempt to make yourself relevant, even if you are not relevant, to get yourself closer to the occupant of political power.
If we look at one of the riders coming from Observer's Time, it says he wore the clothes for a week to prove them wrong. I also listened to the video yesterday, which we're going to have on Kakaaki Social this morning at 8 a.m., that what he was saying, that he was not even a candidate yet. He was not elected yet. He was not a candidate yet. He was only aspiring to be a candidate and represent the party at elections that time. And he was bragging that Sokoto and Borno have the best dress sense from the north. And he says because of that, that was even why he thought to gift the aspirant at the time the gift of clothes and all of that. But Tinubu provided leadership by wearing them to say this doesn't make sense. But it's the deeper message in this for me, the politics of sabotage, for example, if you want to call it that way. Is there ever a way that everybody can just present your card and see how much you were loved, test your popularity? If you get the ticket, you represent the people, instead of backbiting and then going ahead to say untrue things?
Well, I think the essence of quest for power is for personal and selfish aggrandizement. It is something people do, and they'll do anything. I say anything to ensure they get close to power. Now, the Nigerian democracy has been reduced to simply quest for power. And quest for power opens the door to the treasury of the nation. It empowers you financially, it empowers your social cycle, and a lot of things. Now, when you have too much on you winning and far less on you losing, you discover that you put all your power in it. It has never changed. It continued through in the past. It has continued now, and it will continue. If you look at what is happening in the APC primaries in some of the states, there are uproar. There are people saying no, they've never agreed. That even as we speak, 10 states in the APC are still going in, have rejected consensus. 7 of those states are from the
governorship primaries.
Yes, they're going for primaries. So they say no consensus. Even in some other states where they've even conducted these primaries, people are saying that no, it was not true. I saw one queue, somebody say 10, 20, 50, 150, 200. It's all there. All those things are trending. It tells you that, well, wherever you are, if you have the number, if you have the people that can support you, you can do whatever you want. So what I'm trying to say here is that gossip will not end, sabotage will not end, many other things will not end as long as it advances their own interests. If it is to make money, if it is to ensure that they get elected, there is nothing you can do about it. So there is all for you to realize when you win, and there's everything for you to lose when you have been knocked down.
Okay, let's move on to another issue now and take a look at what the papers are saying, talking about the Jonathan presidency. What is going on? Jonathan returning after 11 years as a presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party. So the Daily Newscraft, Al Jazeera Midweek have that story. 2027 presidency, Jonathan Turaki to run on joint PDP ticket. Simon.
Well, the fact that it is a joke taken too far. This was a man who in 2015 conceded defeat to Buhari. And he told Nigeria, he was very categorical, that my ambition is not worth the blood of any Nigerian. He's a peaceful man and he's a Democrat. He's not the Nigerian politicians who will do everything to ensure that he wins election. Now, presently, I know there's been a lot of pressure, even as 1-2 years ago, for him to prepare. And the wife came up to say, oh, what did my husband forget in Aso Villa? He said, there's no need for us to go back there. Now, the Turaki faction, is it illegal? By the verdict of the Supreme Court, what has happened? Nothing much. It seems they've just been thrown out. We've seen the FCT, this in weekend-led fashion said, no, you cannot, if we even see you opening any bank account, any bank, I will come after you. I'm yet to even know their address. They said they did their screening yesterday also. Where did they do it? And the man they want to put up for the presidential this thing said was not there. But they screened him in absentia and said he will be the one. And he also, the man that will be his vice president also, if he gets, if this thing is won, is the defunct chairman of the party that Supreme Court had laid aside. So, Jonathan is an icon of democracy. If actually he wants to be president, who is supporting him? On what structure is he going to run?
But Simon, I think that former President Goodluck Jonathan is alive and well.
Yes.
And maybe we should be hearing from him. Because, like you said, you called it a joke, taken too far. Maybe this is the time for former President Jonathan to actually speak on this matter and let Nigerians know where he stands.
Well,
I don't know if you share that view.
I share that view, but the man's characteristics too, if you look at the way he don't act, he's not somebody that is so push-free. He has not shown you that he's that power-drunk person. Because less than a year to the election, if Jonathan actually want to contest 2027, he should have come up with this thing. All the governors have pitched their tent with the current president. So who are those people that would deliver him to the voters? What are the structures he has put in place? Mind you, if anyone is to defeat Tinubu as at now, it should be a two-horse race. We have seen yesterday, Rotimi Mechi
storming out of
the meeting where he was asked to step down for the former vice president. He said no. I watched him on a media interview, I think yesterday. He said, will you step down for the vice president? He said, no. I'm here to contest for the presidency. There are stories you read that he said, if Atiku becomes the ADC presidential candidate, ADC will lose. I'm even seeing beyond that. Jonathan was defeated in 2015 because you have this united opposition. It was Jonathan versus them. There was nothing more. But here you have the OK group, the Obi and Kwankwaso group. That is one strand of the matter. You have the Makinde and Bala Mohammed in APN. You have also Labour, even those people you don't know, what is happening there. Because they also have their internal crisis, which they've not been able to kind of resolve. So there are many issues that tells you, if Jonathan there steps out to contest, he's just wasting his time.
Yeah, because there's a quote that says something famous. There's wisdom in exiting when the ovation is still loud.
Yes.
I understand that the wife has said, besides me not forgetting anything in Aso Rock to go back to pick up, we're also friends with the family, with the Tinubus, and it will not be okay for us to be against ourselves. But do you think that, well, he's free to contest, even though there is a suit contesting his eligibility, that he stood in for Yaradua when, he passed, is still a conversation, whether it's a tenor 1, his own was tenor 2, and all that conversation. But where is this conversation taking us? In your opinion, would you say he should leave now that he's still very much respected, instead of remaining and losing, since we have many people who desire the office right now?
Jonathan will not contest 2027.
But can he brief?
You're speaking categorically.
Yeah, because he said he's going to consult widely.
Well, he says consulting widely, but this is a man we saw last 2 weeks. He went to visit the president. He came out, he didn't speak to the press, he left. And this is a man that has constantly, through at least his wife should be somebody that holds his heart. If she says anything, if my wife says something about me, whether I like it or not, that is the truth. She says she won't go back. And if you understand And if you really understand, or you have read the posture of the wife and her declaration, it is very, very clear that Jonathan will come up because they are friends. He's a friend to president.
Because even last election year, I remember how he even made headlines. Even mainstream took it. Oh, Jonathan joins the bid. But it eventually came out to clear the name. But yeah.
You see, when Nigerians are suffering, they always remember the past. We're in a country where we are always expressing regrets for the past and wanting it to come back because of the present hardship.
Okay, let's wait and see how that pans out. But like I said, I think it would be nice for us to hear from the horse's mouth. That will clear the air and clear all doubts.
Yeah.
Whether he's running or he's not running, that remains to be seen until former President Jonathan speaks to us. Let's go to the front page of the Standard Times now. And that paper leads with the story. Nigeria-US joint strikes kill 175 ISIS fighters. That's according to the DHQ.
Yeah. Well, I think when I read that story, I was happy it happens. It's good to have ISIS element decimated in the Northeast. But I also want to call on the military, on the security forces to also look at where attacks are also happening in some part of the country. Just some days ago, we had terror groups storming a school and abducting teachers and students. And I think one of the teachers was beheaded. There are also attacks in some part of the country. So many things are just happening.
And you know, the other part of it is the filming of the beheading of the corpse of the maths teacher and posting it online. That in itself, I regard it as a tactic of terror. Because those images will never leave you if you watch it once.
Well, I didn't watch it. Somebody sent it. I didn't watch it.
No, I also didn't watch
it. It can be very, very terrible.
It's a very gory video,
yes, really. Very, very gory because this is someone's father. I mean, this is somebody's son. This is somebody's husband. And you see him the way
it's like you read my post to one of the groups I belong to.
Okay. I said,
because I advised
I will never watch that.
Don't watch that video.
Yes. I think government should look into these attacks. Someone said something. It's quite very sad and alarming that after the Chibok kidnap saga in 2014, the security forces have really not come up with the templates that when things like that happen, they go quickly and know how to get those guys down. In Kagarko of Kaduna State, some have been abducted now for the past is it 1 month or so. They are demanding for a ransom of about 1 billion naira. They are about 30-something. Up to today, nothing has been done. So I will advise the military and our security forces, just as they are bombing ISIS fighters in the Northeast, they should also give focus to victims of banditry that are ripping across the north-central state and even going into the southwest and other parts of this country. Because while we commend their effort in fighting these bad guys, we should also know that let them not restrict it just to the Northeast.
I was going to ask you, do you think that the beheading of the maths teacher is related in any way to the killing of Abu Bilal al-Manuki?
Well, I think you cannot exclude that when you are making your conjecture or whatever. But I know in the days ahead, certain information may really come in. But there is need, like I said, that what is happening, the spike in attacks in various parts of this country is bringing in fear.
All right, let me bring in some of our viewers who are watching on our YouTube channel at Africa Independent TV. I'll start from the latest conversation. Victor Tahimba says, anytime the U.S. joint army with the Nigerian soldiers carry out operation in Nigeria, the innocent Nigerians suffered there after, in response, to send a message that they are ready to face Nigerians. Aramide Kehinde, the Nigerian army is too dull in response to the kidnapping inquiry at now Oyo State. Victor is also saying bandits are winning the war, while Tinubu is winning politics against oppositions. Boros SBZA says it's only greed of politicians that will make Jonathan to think of coming back, and terrible disgrace await him if he dare try it.
Well, I think Victor Temba's comment there is his own opinion, but if you check properly, the bandits are not winning. They can't win.
Yeah.
This is Nigeria. This is our country. Nigeria must win.
Okay, more thought will be from IK. I hope that's it. It says, losing election by Goodluck Jonathan is not a sin. He lost in 2015. He has every right to contest. Let's forget about 31 governors with Tinubu. They are not the people. If we have more time, another user, Ebony Francis, says the question is, has Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GEJ, said he's contesting, but he's a citizen of Nigeria and he did well during his time. So if he wishes to contest, I think we should wish him his name. Good luck.
All right, so many comments coming in on our YouTube channel this morning from our viewers, and we thank you. Keep them coming. We'll take as many as we can on the program this morning, even after the newspaper review. If you keep them coming, watch our interviews, contribute your own bit, and then we'll also ensure that you are heard and clearly too. All right, Simon. Yeah. Before we go, just one quick comment from you on the headline on the front page of the Business NG. 80% of Nigerians in debt as rising living costs deepen economic pressure. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's quite sad that Nigerians are passing through what they are passing through. And whether we like it or not, Nigerians are passing through one of the most excruciating pains in the history of this country. Because one, we're made to pay for energy on a higher rate. You buy a liter of fuel 1,370 naira per liter. I've always advocated that government must intervene, because when it comes to the cost of energy, most countries of the world, including the US and UK, are known to give subsidy. In Nigeria, the way they were running the subsidy was ridden with corruption. The facts that you cannot control corruption does not mean you should unleash on citizens the gory pain of surviving the economic hardship. Many of these online loan apps have made millions, billions, and billions from Nigerians. Because why? Things are very tough. Let me tell you, when somebody spends 100,000 as transport to his place of work, and you pay him 200,000, is it worth it? So a lot of things are happening. Like, what needs to be done is that certain intervention needs to be introduced. One, the NBS has come up to say that food inflation is now 16.6%. So the cost of foodstuff is going high. Our farmers are running away from bandits. So many things are happening. We see corruption everywhere. I was happy yesterday when I read that the former power minister, they say he was fleeing. But I say he's a hiding. He was just in hiding. But you see, you cannot run away. If someone has done what he's done like him, honestly, I'm happy. And let the fool rot. I'm happy that he's been jailed 75 years. Let them even add another 75 years on him. No, because it's
at 67.
It's quite terrible.
At 67 years of age.
No, forget about it. These are people that have used power. Instead of doing the right thing, they are just impoverishing the country. Nothing is working. The power sector is almost down. No.
All right, Simon, thank you very much, Simon. We have to leave it there this morning on the newspaper review. Thank you so much, Simon Rif Musa, for joining us. As usual, and have a great day. Enjoy the rest of Wednesday.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Yes, as we call it a day on the newspaper, Laganda says, up Gunners Rena. Up Gunners indeed. I'm emotionally attached. Emotional investments.
Rena will not let us into why she's
my God.
all gaga about Arsenal this morning.
All right, we observe a short break, and when we return, we'll be having our first conversation, which is on e-waste and the dangers it poses to our environment. Stay with us.
The issues as they break, the multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy. And our governments seem to be incapable of protecting.
The scheming.
This is not a period we should say Bawa and go. Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe in godfatherism in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
Gender Agenda is where policy meets people. It's a bold policy literacy platform bridging the gap between decision makers and women across every sector. From parliament to politics, from leadership to governance, from peace to economy, development, human rights, from Nigeria to the rest of Africa, Gender Agenda amplifies voices too often excluded, ensuring every voice counts. Through compelling storytelling, social impact dialogue, thought-provoking documentaries, town halls that lean on data and research, we raise the bar. Gender Agenda, every Friday, 4:30 p.m. on AIT and on AIT's YouTube channel live.
My name is Adora Sydney Jack, and this is Gender Agenda.
Gender Agenda, women.
All right, thank you so much for staying with us. You are still watching Kakaaki, the African Voice, and it's time for us to talk about Nigeria and the dangers of e-waste. Of course, Rena did tell you earlier on what Nigeria is facing. Loads and loads of used electronic devices in Nigeria. Over 600,000 tons imported every year. And that's frightening, to say the least, when you think about e-waste. The moment I read about the e-waste, the first thing that came to my head was one newspaper headline in the 80s about toxic waste that was dumped at the cocoa port. So we'll talk about that, because this e-waste is also toxic. So we have joining us this morning Air Vice Marshal Akugbe Yamu, retired, and he will be sharing with us what this is all about. Of course, I did tell you earlier on that Air Vice Marshal Akugbe Yamu is not just a retired Air Vice Marshal. He is the president of the Association of Environmental Protection and Climate Change Professionals. Thank you very much for joining us again, Air Vice Marshal.
Good morning. Welcome to the program. It does seem like we wanted to start the conversation from the 80s this morning, because I saw you finishing a sentence for him. Interesting. But let's come to today, the most recent report put out by UN right there. But help us with a background so that when the conversation deepens, we can understand properly. When we say e-waste, what exactly are we talking about?
Thank you, viewers at home, for tuning in. When you talk of e-waste, you are talking of electrical and electronics, anything that have battery and have cord. Then there are 4 types of waste. You have the urban solid waste, you have the industrial waste, you have the agricultural waste, and you have the hazard waste. The hazard waste is what we are coming to discuss here today. Now, why is e-waste very important. Let us evoke some sense of history. Like you said, 1988, to be precise, one Sunday, Nana was paid $100 then and allowed his backyard to be dumped 3,800 tons of waste, and 19,000 drums were put there. Now, that created an outcry, global outcry, that the UN has to put the treaty together, the Baines Treaty, to say it was a multilateral agreement on how to manage e-waste across borders and also to manage environmental waste. E-waste is very consequential because in Nigeria, it is very consequential because of our poverty level. Poverty level. You know, in electronic materials, that will say you have what is called the waste electronic and electrical equipment. They have end of life. End of life, that's nearing the time that they are getting expired. You see, take care of these figures. 1990 was when we had the computer boom. Yeah. Computer boom everywhere, and everywhere started coming and all. Then you moved to 2000. 2000 was when the telecom was liberated. Now when the telecom was liberated, you have all manners of gadgets coming in here. Then where the federal government noticed that, they set up Nursery to take care of the e-waste. That's essentially their concern. Then by 2010, a lot of things have happened. Like I said, that was when the UNEP actually thought of regulating the e-waste. And by 2022, 2011 to 2022, you already have the EPRO, that is expanded producer responsibilities. The management of e-waste is actually the responsibility of the producer. So the exporter and the producer, to provide incentive from where you are acquiring it and where you are going to dispose it. Now, it is dangerous because it has certain very bad chemicals in it that if not properly managed, is going to affect a whole lot of people. Yeah.
So it affects people.
Yes.
But one of the things that you mentioned is the poverty level in Nigeria. And with the way things are, in fact, one of the papers this morning, I think it was Business NG that talked about the fact that 80% of Nigerians are in debt. So a lot of people, you hear people talk about acquiring UK-used, US-used laptops, phones, and other pieces of equipment. Now, what can we do about this? Because it's not just about identifying the problem, but we must begin to talk about the solution.
You see, what we can do, you see, it is so sad. The interesting side is that 500,000 tons of e-waste every year is what Nigeria generates. And we're going to add another one, which is the solar cell. Everybody is buying solar cells. What is the policy of disposing this solar cell? Maximum 10 years, they're supposed to go. As I speak to you now, about 100,000 people in Nigeria are involved in this e-waste management. And 16.5 million children are being affected by the chemicals containing the e-waste. Back to, why do you say poverty? You see, the other day, maybe Rena can tell us the price of, I don't even know their name. Which one? iPhone what? iPhone.
Why Rena?
Because it's mostly carried by ladies. I don't think Kule will go and buy iPhone 1 when he has school fees to pay. Because of the high poverty level, we're always buying second-hand computer, second-hand washing machine, second-hand anything that have battery. We're always acquiring second-hand. So what is there now is that the second-hand, this is that we're buying second-hand, they have end of life. The end of life is what mentions the equipment. The equipment. So because of our poverty level, we buy all these things and acquire all of them. After some time, they expire. And why does it become e-waste? Either through expiration or through damage. Do you understand? And when you are going to dispose of them, it is technical way to dispose of them. You are either using a landfill. Landfill is the scientific one. You keep them in. But before you landfill them, you have to depollute them. You have to depollute them because then you have to disassemble all of them before you recycle them. Because here's the interesting part. It contains very, very good fortunes. It has mercury, it has gold, it has rare earth metals inside them. So when in the process of depolluting them, and again too, before depolluting them, you have to return them back to factory setting, because if you don't do that, there's going to be identity theft. Somebody can actually pull out a hard disk and take out all the information that you have there. So back to what we say is that, you see, if we don't improve the economy, we cannot improve e-waste. Do you understand? You see, interestingly, the guy that was for newspaper review, I heard him. See, the poverty level is everywhere. Nobody can say, pretend again. No, you can't sugarcoat it. You can't sugarcoat it. You see, we have to do something about it. Interestingly, when everybody is talking about politics, the sound now, the high decibel is about politics. Is it not these people that is being threatened by the environmental problem that are going to vote? As the politics is going, you must also take care of the life of the citizens. Because e-waste is not what we will joke with, because it's a huge problem. If, like I said, I told you, 16.5 million children are already affected. Because why? Their body cells are not so developed. So they are the ones that are always absorbing them first when you have all these chemicals. And in the case of cocoa then, why the world outcry? By 1989, they've put up that Baines treaty, and which was ratified in 92. They ratified it. It was critical because everybody was walking around that Sunday Nana house. Their skin, their eyes, nausea, and everything. So that's what it does. Yes.
All right, you talk about that, but the United Nations and the World Health Organizations have separately issued warnings and alerts about the dangers of e-waste around us and the importation, really. But we are aware of that these importations sort of violate the international restrictions like the Basel Convention that seeks to see that regulating the transboundary movement and disposal of hazardous electronic waste. Does Nigeria as a country have laws that sort of align or complement issues around what the Basel Convention provides for?
Yes, that is the reason, that's what bettered in 2007, the FEPA, which is now Nursery. That's what bettered it. We have laws that, you see, like I told you, the end of life is the responsibility of the importer or the producer. When you discover that this matter is an e-waste, it's supposed to be returned back to the port of entry. That is why Nursery was set up. You see, in this area, Nigeria have laws to deal with it. But what is very important now is that, is there the political will? Just the other day, somebody said they were going to start taking pollution law. I say pollution law. The federal government is allowing cars that are more than 10 years to come into this country. So how do you relate it? Policy should deal with all the concomitant action and effect. You bring all of them together. So if you are allowing gasoline car that is more than 10 years to come in, how do you curb pollution? If you are allowing second-hand phone, second-hand washing machine, second-hand iron, anything that have battery to come in, your laws will not be effective. It is just there on paper. So for you to do that, you must deal with poverty. If you don't deal with poverty, you cannot deal with this e-waste law. And again, too, you must deal with the disposal, because if you are going to dispose of them, it's a scientific process. It's a scientific process. It's not just, if you go to our landfill now, dump site, you see every old computers and everything being dumped there. That's the hazard. The danger is that the chemicals from those e-waste is sitting under the ground and affecting your waters. Most of them have lead. And that is the danger, yes.
But looking at the fact that these laws are in place and there's an agency of government that is in charge of this, why does it seem that, why are we seeing an uptick in the importation of these things? Because they're just everywhere.
You don't only have Nursery. Why do you have fake drugs? I would not living in the country. You have NAFDAC there. Why do you have fake drugs? You see, why do you have a Nigerian Standard Organization? That is the agency that is supposed to regulate all these things coming in. But like you say, if you remove all the old cars from the streets here, you will not have a means of transport. Because they are all cars of above 10 years. Some of them are 20 years and everything, with all the emissions and all. The another question you will say, you see, Nursery, you just know that they are somewhere there. They are somewhere there. You see, if you go to say around Abuja now, you see effluent. Like I told you, there are 4 types of waste. The industrial waste, see effluent coming into the water and everything. People will complain. They are particularly these low-brow areas. They've complained and they keep quiet. Are they funded enough? Do they have the requisite resources? It is not just to give a responsibility. If you give a responsibility, you must also give the resources. You must give the resources. So both of them go together. If you identify the danger, if you identify the consequences, you must fund that agency. But how will they fund it? When people are poor, if you have 10,000 or 20,000, if they go to Computer Village, is it going to be looking for, what did you call it, iPhone 20, iPhone what? iPhone.
I don't think there's 20 yet.
I don't even know. You see how they detach.
I think we should limit. I think we should limit ourselves to just phones, not mentioning specifics.
No, you can't limit it to phones. No, computer is there.
I'm talking about the brands of phones, so that we're not advertising for them.
Yes. Okay. The computer is there. Everything now is sold in second hand, with their end of life very, very close. Very, very close. So those are the needs. So Nursery, you see, they need a lot of resources. They need a lot of personnel to be able to cover everywhere.
And expertise.
And above all, you have to raise the poverty level. It's going down so badly. Yes.
Okay, now, there's a school of thought that believes that the alarm raised by the WHO and the UNEP is a hoax, and that they're simply exaggerating the danger of imported used electronics. Is there any merit to that position?
How can it be a hoax? The UNEP is a credible organization that deals with statistics. They deal with statistics. They deal with empirical data. You understand what I'm saying? If you go now, you go to the street, I challenge you to do your own research. Go to Maraba, Kuje, and all. Gather 100 people together and look at their phone. What the UNEP deal with is the serial number and the numbers that are there. That is why they insist it must be very legible. It must be very legible. That is why you determine the end of life. You see, if you talk of, say, okay, we are 200 million, 220 million, whatever 200 and something million that we have, almost 80% of us now have phones. And out of that, except some few people that have a brand new phone, all of them are second-hand phones that were bought. If you have this one with their end of life very, very close, then you are encouraging the waste electrical electronics equipment. Do you understand? So the alarm is for everybody who wants to who wants to act within it to wake up. Don't forget, it's been as far back as 1989 that the convention, the multilateral convention was held. And they also told you that by 2022, you already have 500,000 tons of e-waste in Nigeria that you are generating every year. So that's a huge. So there's not a house at all. That is the reality on ground. Yes.
Okay, we're looking at the quick fix, for example. We know how many people, like a lot of people, survive on scavenging. We have people dismantling electronics. The copper extraction is there. So strict enforcement, as we're saying, can create another debate. So the debate will be maybe something around environmental protection versus economic survival. Where is the balance in this?
See, as long as you have 140 million people in multidimensional poverty, you are never going to have a balance. The balance will always turn to, will always tilt significantly to economic survival. Do you understand? To economic survival. If you have 30 million people, 30.5 million people going into severe acute hunger, it's survival. 1 meal a day is what we're talking about now. So they don't care. If you are telling a scavenger the risk involved in an e-waste, he's not listening to you. He's not listening to you. What is concerned to him is that how does he get meal for the next meal for his family? That's what is important. You see, the recycling of an e-waste is very procedural. It's scientific. Like I said before, you have to first of all depollute them. Then you have to clean them up, return them to factory setting, the factory setting, so that you prevent identity theft. But these ones are not. They are not. I don't think Nursery have the capacity to do that. I don't think the organizer will do that. So people must survive. And if you are taking them out rudely and crudely like that, what are you doing? When you dismantle them, the chemical, the mercury, the lead, the iron, and everything inside seep into the ground. And what do? They are going to interact with the water and whatever you have. And that's a problem. That's a head problem. That's a head problem.
All right, but you've had issues with the importation of used goods, what we call second-hand and fairly used goods. So we have laptops, we have phones, as you've insisted, TVs, refrigerators, even generators are there, because people would argue that going for the brand new alternative can be unaffordable, and due to, say, inflation, FX instability, poverty is there, import cost is also there, that is continuing to rise. So how do we then help? I'm still looking at balance, so that as we are pursuing economic survival, we are not endangering our lives that we're trying to keep alive.
You see, policies have three objectives: correct, introduce, or make sure you strengthen. What is our policy on second-hand materials? Even second-hand clothes now. And it's so bad. The other day I was passing through them. I even saw second-hand underwear. That is a very great decline. Very, very great decline. So what is our policy? I searched for the policy on our policy on second-hand material all through I couldn't find any. You see, when people are poor, you have very little control over them, what they do. Everybody now is in desperation. They can bring in these things anyhow, anyway. They bring it in. But you see, the standard organization should be alive to their responsibility. Nursery should come up. The question, before we start talking to them or blaming them, are they funded? That's the question you ask. Are they funded? You see, most of these things, we begin to look at them. No, it doesn't matter. Is it not just? No. They have long-term consequences. Long-term. If your water is being polluted and you take them in, the organs are being threatened.
Let's quickly talk about some of these dangers, because maybe if we keep talking about, oh, e-waste is dangerous, e-waste is hazardous, and we do not talk about the real dangers and how it can affect the everyday lives of people. We may not be actually giving out information to those watching us right now. So what are the dangers that these items pose to Nigerians or to humans generally?
Number one is your health. Your health. You see, the chemicals in e-waste, that's why it's called e-waste, electronic waste. The chemicals in there, they are not meant to be friendly to your body. So when the EOL, when you get to the EOL, end of life, they are supposed to be disposed of appropriately, not in the landfill, nothing. So the processes, they pollute them, disassemble them, and recycle them, break them into bits for recycling. Number two, if you allow them, they don't degrade. On the ground, the chemicals begin to seep into the ground, and it's going to interact with your water. Number three, if you say you are going to do incineration, you are burning them to become gas and everything. You are even burning the chemicals into the atmosphere, and that is much more dangerous. So the danger is your health, and wherever, if you see what we are giving to our health now, the head bill is so small now. So if we can do prevention, it is better than doing the actual intervention. Yes.
All right, prevention is better than cure, and that will work well for Nigerians in terms of health, because the health challenges that people are facing these days, some of them 40, 50 years ago, you didn't hear of them. Cancer, kidney diseases, and all kinds of things happening to even very young people.
Yes.
And that's frightening. Well, it's a good place to leave it this morning. Thank you very much, Vice Marshal Akugbe Yamo, for talking to us this morning. He is the president of the Association of Environmental Protection and Climate Change Practitioners, joining us to talk about the dangers of e-waste here on Kakaaki, the African Voice, this morning. All right, stay with us. We'll be right back. When we come back, it will be Kakaaki Social O'Clock. The intellectual property rights belongs to RENA. Stay with us.
Where laws are forged and a nation's destiny is decided.
This is your parliamentary program, Inside the Parliament on AIT.
Voices rise, opinions clash, debates ignite.
We cannot be apologetic in the discharge of our constitutional duties as lawmakers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The burden of proving that the elections have been conducted peacefully and in accordance with law must shift to INEC.
From the Senate to the House of Representatives, this is where policies are tested, laws are crafted, and authority is held to account.
We spoke to some lawmakers on their opinions of the document presented by the president.
Every motion, every argument carries the hopes of millions.
We need more hospitals, more health clinics in communities so that they can effectively take care of the primary health need of our people.
The questions are tough. The exchanges are intense.
Mr. President, you can have your way, but I will have my say. You can use the gavel, and I will use my voice.
And those who want the proviso are 55 in number. And so the proviso says.
But who truly stands for the people? Who is driving the change that defines our tomorrow?
Let us tell ourselves the truth. Why are we here talking about LGBT, GTBT, whatever?
Get the answers on Where Nigeria Decides on Inside the Parliament on AIT every Tuesday, 4:30 p.m. In today's global economy, information is everywhere, but insight is rare.
Because of the high rate of fuel, the cost of commodities, cost of everything in this country is high.
This is unacceptable because Nigerians cannot be made to suffer every time.
So, where do you turn for clarity? The right questions.
What is in need for Nigerians? Let's really break it down. Income strata-wise, revenue strata-wise for companies. What are some of the inhibitions that are not making trade work for all?
The real answers.
Stimulus package must take a different shape beyond what we have seen in sharing of rice, sharing of money.
Nancy brings it to you on Moneyline with Nancy.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Moneyline with Nancy.
Clear, well-researched conversations focused on what truly impacts you.
Is it that we don't know the number of MSMEs we have in the country, or we don't know where they are?
I don't think we can identify 40-something million MSMEs as a people and as a country.
Nigeria has the policy framework in place to be a leader on this approach. You can make farmers bankable.
Moneyline with Nancy now airs 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Weekdays, live on AIT and online. If it matters to the economy, join us.
It's a fresh Wednesday morning and Kakaaki Social is live with the hottest trends and viral stories. Now let's get into it. My name is Chidera Izudo. You're welcome. Now Mohammed Bello El-Rufai, who represents the Kaduna North Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives, says if anything happens to his father, they should all fear. Now while reacting to the former governor's continued detention after a court granted him bail, the lawmaker described the situation as politically motivated and called on authorities to respect the rule of law and the court's decision. Supporters of the former Kaduna State governor have also expressed concern, saying this development could heat up political tensions ahead of the 2027 general elections. Let's see his video.
I think the lawyers will speak more to that. I don't fear, unlike other people, I'm not really fearful of anything. Malam had his health condition set, he's in good health. So I don't know what this whole fear thing is about. And this is a dare. Whoever thinks something will happen to Malam wrongly, we dare them. So there's no fear, Oga. You said, what am I? I'm a El-Rufai, there are no fears. Okay, let justice prevail. There are no fears. We saw him enter DSS. If anything happens to them, they should fear. The country has changed, that's my opinion.
Well, he's an El-Rufai and that's on period. Let's see how netizens are reacting concerning Mohammed's video. Now, Diamond is saying LOL. The same thing that threw his father in jail is what he's working towards. Abiola did in prison. Ken Saro-Wiwa was killed. Delegiwa got later bombed. Guess what? Nothing happened. If something were to happen to your father, nothing will happen. The worst that can happen is that you would join him in prison. Gaskia. And we have another user saying, El-Rufai, the same man who amongst those who runs this country to ground zero, and he helped create the same authoritarian governments that now imprisoned him. And I don't feel sorry for men like that at all means. They say evil that men do, live with them and after them. And we have in the same line another user saying, bro, you could be picked to join your dad with this statement. Fear of what? Will you turn into a terrorist? Your dad jailed people through the same system that holds him. And our final reaction in the story says, sometimes as a father, you better be careful how you live your life. You will see how good or bad of life you've lived when you see a reflection of something similar. His father made a sensitive statement that led to the detention and is on the brink of release. And now his son is out here speaking carelessly. I think we have one more reaction in the story. Okay, now, the EFCC chairman, Ola Olukayode, has announced that Sailor Mammon has been arrested around 3:30 a.m., describing the development as a major breakthrough in the Commission's anti-corruption drive. Now, Mammon was recently convicted of the diversion of about 33.8 billion naira in public funds during his tenure as the Minister of Power. The EFCC says this case highlights its commitment to holding public officials accountable regardless of status or political affiliation. Let's see his video.
STY Minister of Power for allegedly converting over 33 billion naira, money that was set aside for Mambila and Nigeria power project. About 15 months down the line, specifically on the 7th of this month, we secured conviction on all the 12 counts. But because the main defendant was not present then, and we went into ID, Nigerians will know, the issue of sentencing was shifted. And on the 13th of this month, he was sentenced in absentia. Since then, we have decided to open our intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, looking for him all over the place. And I'm happy to announce to Nigerians that at about 3:30 a.m. this morning, we arrested Mr. Salim Mama somewhere in Kaduna. This is a test of the commitment of the federal government of Nigeria to the fight against corruption in Nigeria.
Okay, let's see what netizens are saying concerning that. Now, Vince the Great is saying, what about Yahaya Bello? He has won the APC senatorial ticket. Are you guys now having partial, or you have forgotten him because he is campaigning for Ashiwaju? Now, the next user in the same line says, we love this mercy. We love that this mercy, the merry goes round. We have arrested Sailor Maman. At least 99% of Nigerian politicians ought to be in jail. I ask the EFCC to ask every politician to show evidence of where they got their wealth from, pre-political endeavors. They get into public offices and voila, they are rebelling in obscene wealth. We love the Circus Act. Are we not entertained? I hope that is not sarcastic. Now, Bakastin says, good move, but it shouldn't just stop at Sailor Maman. Nigerians want to see the same urgency applied across the board, including Yahaya Bello's case. Until there is consistency, it will still feel like selective justice. And our final reaction in the story says, the next reaction in the same line, saying something a bit different. Our next reaction, please. The next slide where we have the last reaction. Now, Tuele Maman said, so he went into hiding somewhere. If not that we need to follow the law properly, they should have also arrested all those who aided his hiding, as we know he wouldn't have been hiding in his own house. They should have arrested the owner of the house where he was hiding. Well, it is what it is. He has been arrested, and that is the news. Now, the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has projected that Nigeria could emerge as the world's 5th richest country within the next 50 years. The regional body said Nigeria's largest population, expanding digital economy, natural resources, and growing youthful workforce positions the country for massive economic growth in the coming decades. Now, ECOWAS also noted that with the right policies, the stable governance and improved infrastructure, including sustained investment in education and technology, Nigeria has the potential to become a global economic powerhouse. Let's see how netizens are taking this story. Now, Abdullahi says, yeah, that sounds very nice, but I pray there will be more than just a handful of Nigerians to enjoy the riches by then. Only the leader that will prioritize re-election over the life and safety of her citizens. Hashtag stop killing our children. Hashtag bring back our teacher and students. This is coming concerning the Oyo State incident that happened. Now, NDC South says 50 years, how many generations would have passed their useful age before this prophecy materializes? How many youths would have heard that they were leaders of tomorrow that never came to pass? And we have another user saying, anything is possible. Because China overtook everybody in less than 50 years. Nigeria has all the resources. It is only good leadership that is needed. An encouraging tweet there. And Real Life says, where is this mindset even coming from? We are talking about becoming rich when the current government haven't even dealt with insecurities and personal issues yet. I beg everybody should just rest. Well, we hope something is done. And African Wisdom says Nigeria and future greatness have been in a long-distance relationship for decades now. The leaders will say the man promising a feast in 50 years should first explain why visitors are hungry in his own house today. At this point, Nigerians want progress they can actually price in the markets. Well, our Vice President, Kashim Shettima, has been trending as he has revealed how some individuals allegedly attempted to create suspicion between him and President Bola Ahmed Tinubu just months after they assumed office. Now, speaking during a public event, Shettima said that they barely were 3 months after their inauguration when some people from Borno State allegedly told the president to stop wearing clothes given to him by the Vice President. According to Shettima, these individuals claimed he had charmed the clothes that alleged that the president could die, leaving him to take over power. Let's see the VP's video.
Our relationships, and it ought not to be. We are essentially one people tied to a common destiny. And lastly, permit me to pay tribute to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on a similar episode. When we were campaigning for him to emerge as the aspirant of the APC, we are going round the north. You know, we the people of Borno, unlike the Sokoto people, we are the best dressed northerners. So, you know, so I got some Wagambali materials and caps for him to blend with the northern crowd. So it fitted him very well. So his aides were saying, please produce more. It fitted him. Barely 3 months when we were sworn into office, some of my people from Borno came to him and said, please stop wearing those Shetima clothes. He must have charmed them, and you are going to die, and he will become the president. Just barely 3 months, and to the eternal credit of the president, when I came back from China, while I represented him at the Bells and Roads Initiative conference, he said, sit down. Your people came to me and said, I should stop wearing those braces you gave me. But he said their story did not add up, because when you gave me those braces, I was an
They were aspirants at the time, but let's see what Eshini Wadru says. He says if it is Obi, he will throw his vice under the bus and tell one of his ministers to read the news on the phone out for the people to see, and will escalate the issue, talking about threatening the vice president. And we have Zana who says, I didn't like this. These are inner happenings in the power cycle. VP has no reason to mention them here. Very sensitive it is. And we have another user saying, barely 3 months in office and people were already cooking conspiracy theories about clothes. Shatima said it all. Respect, sir. And Shashmudin says, do many bad belly people around the world, too many bad belly people around the world, and that is what they loved doing most all the time, trying to turn the boss and his men against themselves. Shetima should look away and move on with his boss. I think we have one more reaction. It says, well, that's quite a speech. Now that you have said what people said about you, what did it actually do? What did you actually do? You didn't explain your actual plans and actions that prompted those things. You know how they say when you behave like a thief, people will think that you're a thief. But to our last story, the All Progressives Congress APC in Oyo State has disqualified the former governorship aspirant Adebayo Adelabu from the party's governorship race, sparking fresh political drama in the state. Now, the party's screening committee announced Adelabu's disqualification ahead of the APC primary elections, though details surrounding this decision is yet to be fully disclosed. This development comes as a major twist in Oyo politics, with supporters of the former aspirants expressing shock over the party's action. Let's see how netizens are taking the story. Now, Uche says, hey, yeah, this game of Nigerian politics, they will allow you to steal public funds finish while you're serving in an official position, allow you to show interest in politics. Once you just start to campaign for your party primaries, they will just chop your money. And we have another user in the same line saying, Minister of Darkness is now jobless. In a serious country, EFCC is supposed to invite him. May he talk with him, use the money, buy mansion when our country still never gets light. And our final reaction says, from Mr. Prolific, he says, with the laugh emoji, he threw away your gari because someone promised you rice. To whom much is given, much is expected. You didn't deliver what was given. What gave you the audacity to think that people will trust you again? Now, that is it on Kakaaki Social this beautiful Wednesday morning. You can reach us via the social media handles displayed on the screen. My name is Chidera Inzidoye. See you same time tomorrow.
My baba, they always say, for market, every day get your own wahala. Sometimes people go on scam you. But Baba say, no be by gra. You must cool down, dey sharp. Because with OPay payment, your money go enter sharp, no story. But inside market, anything fit happen. One day, we no see phone again. My Baba remember OPay USSD lock, dial *955*131#. Baba press lock account. from market woman to driver, from small boy to big man. Now OPay, they protect people like us. My papa fit sell, press phone, collect POS, and still they teach me price. And when they don't tire, go just tap OPay night guard. We no fear for this our hustle life. Now OPay be the people payment shield.
We don't like to eat better, more nutritious meals, more veggies, but we want it tasty and easy too. No cubes. That's the secret. Made with real ingredients like chicken, parsley, and garlic. And enriched with iron, so your meals are better for you and more delicious too. That's the cocoa. Let's give it some accolades. Change your world by changing what's on your plate.
Progress no dey happen just like that. It dey come from support when you need am.
Mommy, I got the school fees. You too much.
Na money point oh.
Money point, thank you.
Customer, na transfer abi? Confirm.
Bro, na transfer.
Na money point oga. Oh, na confirm.
Progress na peace of mind when you know say payment go land as sure banker. Progress na small wind where they carry person go far.
No worry, yourself go make am. Mo go Bible.
Victor, even you they use money point?
Of course now, they use money point.
Confirm.
Money point, made for your progress.
In today's global economy, information is everywhere, but insight is rare.
Because of the high rate of fuel, the cost of commodities, cost of everything in this country is high.
This is unacceptable because Nigerians cannot be made to suffer every time.
So, where do you turn for clarity? The right questions.
What is the need for Nigerians? Let's really break it down. Income strata-wise, revenue strata-wise for companies. What are some of the inhibitions that are not making trade work for all?
The real answers.
Stimulus package must take a different shape beyond what we have seen in sharing of rice, sharing of money.
Nancy brings it to you on Moneyline with Nancy.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Moneyline with Nancy.
Clear, well-researched conversations focused on what truly impacts you.
Is it that we don't know the number of MSMEs we have in the country, or we don't know where they are?
I don't think we can identify 40-something million MSMEs as a people and as a country.
Nigeria has the policy framework in place to be a leader on this approach. You can make farmers bankable.
Moneyline with Nancy now airs 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Weekdays, live on AIT and online. If it matters to the economy, join us.
All right, you're still on to Kakaaki, the African Voice, this Wednesday morning. If you are just joining us, we are going into our second interview, the second conversation this morning, looking at tax matters, and we will be talking about the new harmonized tax system here in Nigeria. Of course, you do know that the Nigeria Revenue Service has announced the introduction of a new taxpayer identification system known as Tax ID, which makes it compulsory for every taxable person in Nigeria to get a unified tax identity number. Have you gotten yours yet? I got mine. You should get yours. Otherwise, you could be facing some serious consequences, because the new system, which takes effect under the law, which is the section 6, 7, and 8 of the Nigeria Tax Administration Act of 2025, is in force, and it's aimed at strengthening tax administration, improving transparency, and making tax-related services easier for individuals and businesses across the country. But then there are other questions. These are just the fine points that we need to talk about this morning. Dr. David Ahervo is joining us. He is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Economics and the Chartered Institute. The Chartered Institute of Economists. Thank you very much for joining us. And ICAN too.
ICAN.
Thank you.
And many others.
And many others. ECT.
Yes.
Good morning, Doctor.
Morning.
Welcome to the program. So we'd like to know this new harmonized tax collection system and identity.
Yeah.
What difference would it make to the revenue collection effort of the federal government?
Yeah, it makes a lot of difference because it widening the network, that is the net coverage of people other than making double taxation or multiple taxation. Instead of multiple taxation or double taxations, what the tax law or tax policy seems to do is to widen the net. When I say widen the net, it means that more people are being captured, more captive areas are being included, so that more areas can be taxed, while double taxation or multiple taxations are removed for few people. Now, what it does is that if it is well conceived and well implemented, what it does is that it lowers the tax burden to the people paying, but it increases the revenue for the government. What do I mean? I mean that usually when you remove double taxation, it means that you are reducing tax burden. Then when you spread the tax network, the tax net, it means that we are covering more areas than it should be. More new taxes will come in. More new people will be captured. Those that are not paying tax before will be paying, but at a very comfortable rate, in such a way that they will be paying without feeling the pain of taxations. On this basis, it brings in more money. It's just like somebody that was selling only groundnut oil and now add palm oil, add soybeans oil, and other type of oil. You are sure that he will make more revenue than somebody that concentrated only on vegetable oil and charging more than is necessary. So that is what the tax seems to do, and that's how it will bring in more income to the government than others.
Yeah, bringing more income to the government, but will it also make it easier for Nigerians to pay tax?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Once double taxation is removed, like you don't pay tax, like what they do in the current system now, where you pay tax by telephoning or by making transaction through your phone. The bank charge you, the network holders charge you, others charge you. It's not supposed to be so.
Okay. What about, let me give you a scenario that happened to me 2 Mondays ago. Okay. I was driving somewhere in Wusetu, and 4 men jumped in front of my car. Wusetu, for those who are watching us from outside of Abuja, is part of the federal capital. So this man jumped in front of my car and said, there's a tax I'm supposed to pay because the car I'm driving is owned by a company. I said, it's not owned by a company. Get out of my face. Now, that happens to a lot of people, not just
Was
here.
AIT written on it?
No, it wasn't AIT's car.
Okay.
It was not AIT's car that was driving. But what I'm saying is, truck drivers, bus drivers.
Yes.
If you drive a pickup truck,
yes,
for instance, you're probably going to get that, whether you are in Abuja or you are traveling on the highways from one city to the other. So how does this tax law affect things like this?
Well, it is resting on the administrators of this tax. In an ideal situation, nobody should jump on you or just come to your house and do anything that is not legal, because jumping on somebody's front is illegal.
I mean, using themselves as human wages.
Human wage, so is illegal. If you know in an ideal society, if you know somebody is defaulting on tax, you write that person, the person responds whether he's owing or not. That is what we are talking about, capturing sufficient data to lead people to the right, to lead people to do the right thing. Tax identification could be linked to even your house, your vehicle, your everything, so that people will know how to get you as easily as possible in an ideal society. But this one, we are doing a crude taxation system. So if somebody if the government wants to get the best out of it, first thing is that the tax identification system should be very elaborate. Elaborate in the sense that it will just be like a birth identification, where you will know what is your number. Your number could be linked to voter's registration card. It could be linked to national identity card, national identification card. Could be linked to even your bank card and your vehicle registration numbers. If the tax identification system, a TIN number is linked to all these things, it will be easy for government to operate seamlessly without having to enforce on the road.
So you mentioned something around widening the
tax net, yes.
Yeah, which was something that the president said while he was campaigning for office for 2023. When he said that, and he also mentioned reducing the purchasing power, people thought that, okay, he's not serious about this, but that's the experience today. But this unification of payment of identity or tax identity, would you say that it would make tax avoidance or also, on the other side, evasion difficult?
Very difficult. It will make tax avoidance or evasion, especially evasion. Evasion is the most important thing, because when you talk of evasion, it means that there are people that are not paying tax at all. Now, avoidance is legal if you know how to play your card.
Really?
Yeah, if you say, I would like to say that, because if you can cleverly avoid taxes, that is spending more in the areas where tax is less charged, that is avoidance. Spending more in the area where tax is less charged, that's avoidance. You are avoiding the tax on those areas. Where taxes are heavy, you will not spend more on it so that they will not charge you more on it. That's simply an avoidance. But evasion means that you completely refuse to pay. So somebody will not tell you how to spend your money in the case of avoidance. They won't tell you, why are you spending money in school fees or this or that. No, please. Those allowable expenditures, you can spend more on them, while the non-allowable expenditures, you spend less on them. That is avoidance. That's why I say it's legal. So if you, like the campaign the president was making, he said there will be a tax identification system and there will be a reduced tax if he gets more people to pay tax. That's what we talk about in the issue of turnover. If you get 100 million Nigerians to pay tax, for example, it is better for you, and they are paying 1,000 naira every year. It is better for you to get 10 million people to pay tax of 10,000. Are you getting me now?
Yes.
Okay. So it is the burden on 10 million, on 100 million will be lesser, paying 1,000 naira. But the burden on 10 million Nigerians paying 10,000 will be higher. So that's why he said there will be less tax burden on the people.
Well, Dr.
I would like to comment that the tax policy, which I have read scarcely, is that's the new tax law. The present Minister of Finance has done a credible job in that area during that time, during his tenure as the tax advisor. He did a credible job. He did a good job. But it is now left for the chairman of the boards of the Nigerian Revenue Services to put together a reasonable working document to see how they can implement this thing for the people of Nigeria to benefit and for the government to earn all necessary income that will enable them to do what they ought to do.
As you spoke, there was something dancing around in my head today. virtually every Nigerian who has a bank account has a BVN.
Yes.
Virtually every Nigerian has a national identity number.
Excellent.
And now we are to have a tax identity number.
Yes.
And I remember that sometime in 2013, yes, 17th October 2013, the president then, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan, instructed that all agencies that were collecting biometric data from Nigerians should submit everything, harmonize them. Everything should be harmonized in the national identity number.
Yeah.
And by May of 2014, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation actually codified, he put that in on paper and gave implementation guidelines for that directive. So it was a presidential directive which Chief Ayim Pius Ayim, then, who was Secretary of the Government of the Federation, put in that circular that was sent out. But today we're talking about the tax identification number.
Yes.
The taxpayer identification number. We still have BVN, we still have
national
identity number, and all of these numbers.
Now, if it is, if we want to harmonize all these identification numbers, it is very possible. In abroad, you don't have too many of this time. It's only very few. But the most important one is the national identification number. And in this, your national identification number, they can trace it to license, to your license number. They can trace it to your state. They can trace it to your county. Once you submit it, they can trace it even to your house, if possible, in some large area. Now, they can even also trace it to your bank. It depends on the aim and the objectives of the government designing that identification number. So they will now also trace it to your tax payment system in such a just one card, one identification number can do all this. It depends on whether, in the technical terms, we call it either vertical or horizontal data analytic configuration or coding. But in Nigeria, we are still having these numerous identification numbers because we have not reached there. But it is possible. It's not impossible. We are just 250 million people at most, at the highest. Then you can imagine China is 1.3 billion. India is 1.4 billion. US is 350 million. So they are all more than us. So if they can have it, we can have it. So go ahead.
No, after you.
Now, but the government should put it in the hand of those that can do it effectively. Because if it is not effective, if it is not well done, it will not be effective. Because once you made a mistake, you make a mistake on doing a proper job in that numbers, you give room to manipulation.
All right, so the conversation around this from different analysts, the debate is no longer whether Nigeria should digitize taxation, but it is not whether the country has built enough infrastructure, enough trusts, enough expertise and abilities to see that this comes to pass. One would say this is also over-centralization as well. But what do you think? Do you think that Nigeria is well-equipped or ill-equipped to handle this multiple collection of taxes nationwide?
When you talk of expertise, Nigeria have the expertise.
Okay.
When you talk of over-centralization, it's not an over-centralization, it's a means of control. It's just a means of control. But what happened is that, will the expert get there? Because every appointment and everything in Nigeria is by whom you know, which political party you belongs, and all that. And the people that know what to do and how to do it are marginalized. And if they are marginalized, they are not going to beg you to employ them. When you fail, you will likely look for them. If you go and try and you fail, you will likely look for them.
So when we talk about infrastructure?
When we talk about the infrastructure, it's not yet there. We are not there. Now, one of the most important things about infrastructure for data is electricity, power. And as long as power is not there, we'll have a lot of problem building infrastructure. Now, data houses, there are not enough data houses too in Nigeria. Data houses are not what you see in the public domain. They have some of them have their data houses, data banks under the ground. You know, so most of it are not here. Most of our data are abroad as we speak today. Most of our data, all these informations you have on your phone, they are abroad. And even they are also a risk to us, serious risk. But we don't know and we don't realize it. So we need to encourage data banks to be very present. We should have enough data bank in Nigeria that can take care of that. Then before, those are all part of the infrastructures. And if those infrastructures are able to manifest, or we're able to bring it to the fore, then we can now talk of effective digitalization.
All right. You know, trust is also a problem.
Yeah. When you are talking
I tell you a quick story. You know that airports are trying to go cashless,
yes.
cashless toll gates, and then we have the cards introduced as your ATM. You fund it and then you pay with it. In the meantime, we're operating a hybrid system, both cash and card, to allow you. About the last time I was at the airport, the driver who drove us there had his card funded, but the person who was collecting the money received it and continued to say, oh, this is not working. There is no money in your card. And the driver insisted I had money in my card. So we had to pay with cash. And then he pulled over after we've entered the airport and checked his card. And there was still balance in his card. So he cannot manipulate what goes into the card, what he collects from the card, because it goes to the TSA.
So that speaks to the issue of corruption.
Yes. He collected the cash. Meanwhile, the driver's card was still funded and he refused to use the card. So trust deficit is everywhere.
Well, that is to be left for the law enforcement agents to handle. But even when you talk of law enforcement agents, there is still no trust. I know that a lot of people don't even trust police, soldiers, and all the other law enforcement agents. But that's the situation we find ourselves. And it will take a political will to correct it. One thing that I identify about our Nigerian police is that it is grossly insufficient.
Okay, Dr. Ayarbo.
Yeah, I don't want to go to that.
It's a good place to read it.
It's less than 200,000 police to 250.
They're actually more than 200,000.
Even if it is 500,000, at least we should have 1% of this, of the population of this country.
We are completely out of time now for this conversation. We thank you very much for talking to us this morning.
Thank you very much.
Dr. David Aheruo, a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Economics and the Chartered Institute of Accountants, is joined us this morning to talk about the new harmonized tax identification system, whether it is going to strengthen the taxation system and, of course, enable taxpayers to have an easier time. Thank you so much for
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, we're going on to the next segment of the program, and that is entertainment and lifestyle.
Hello, it's the Wednesday entertainment and lifestyle segment on Kakaaki, the African Voice. I am Anu Awojobi. The Golden Jubilee celebration of the Are Ona Kakanfo of Egbaland, Professor Lai Labode, the youngest Are Ona Kakanfo of Egbaland, a financial expert, a tech innovator, fashion icon, and the visionary of the Egbaliganza Cultural Showcase, was a convergence of cultural ambassadors, the political class, captains of industry, associates, family, and friends, who gathered at the Lamadison Place, Lekki, Lagos, to honor his birthday, as well as celebrate culture and tradition at its best.
Many women will buy that. So we're trying to see what we can create from what we had in the past.
So Laila Bode came up with different concepts, different ideas. So as you can see, you see a lot of people with different, caps, bags, very, very traditional and very, very cultural. He's a very good guy, a big entrepreneur. He's very innovative, very hardworking, and seriously very nice too.
As you mark this milestone of your Golden Jubilee, I pray for continued good health, wisdom, and strength to pursue your impactful work.
At 50, in the modern age Nigeria, is a thing to celebrate. For you to cross from 1 to 50, is the grace of God. Therefore, the grace of God is upon Laila Bode.
He's done very well for himself in the last 50 years. He has accomplished great things, and everybody is very proud of him. I want to say that Egba Nation celebrates him. We friends, we celebrate him. He's our dear Abru. And we can only continue to wish him well. 50 more years of greatness, 50 more years of accomplishment, 50 more years of development of Egbaland and Nigeria as a whole. Congratulations to Laila Bode.
I mean, he's doing a lot already in humanitarian service. He's giving back to the community. He's doing a lot of good in Pakistan. Like, there's a time for you to also enjoy life. You have worked hard. This is a new stage in our life. I'm in my 50s as well. So, like, let's enjoy what we have worked for.
I wish him well. 50 is not easy, but he's made significant strides in his life to be 50. And so we've come to celebrate with him this evening, to wish him well and his wife and his entire family. He's moved forward in life. Not too many people get to this point at the level, and so we are greatly delighted. He's made us extremely proud. We are excited about the progress he's made in life and who he has become.
Yeah, at 50, I believe he's just starting his life. And by the grace of God, I wish him long life, prosperity, in good health and wealth. He has been a philanthropist. He has been a very good man. And let me just mention the few. He's a good man, down to heart. But I wish him the best in life.
Laila Bode's grand entry was nothing short of a celebration of the rich cultural heritage of Egbaland and the Yorubas. The golden guy, Are Laila Bode, a brainy gentleman whose love for fashion, culture and tradition was depicted in his all-white traditional regalia, reflected on life at 50.
Happy birthday, Daddy. Wishing you more years of success and prosperity. Happy birthday! Long life and prosperity. Wishing you a lot and more success. Many more years to come. God bless you.
Happy birthday to a phenomenal boss. You are the best boss, and we're happy to celebrate this golden jubilee, this golden milestone with you, and we pray for long life, prosperity, and above all, in good health and God's protection. Happy birthday, boss.
As you know, I'm the youngest area in this area of Egbaland in history, area in Okakamfo. And of course, the next frontier for global fashion is Africa. But of course, you can see my knots. Those two knots means that I'm a high chief of Egbaland. If you wear one knot, that means you are a chief of a township in Egbaland. The African pride is such a big deal. Of course, I'm an Egbaman once again. I'm a very proud Egbaman, and we like to show who we really are in a very humble way. And I like to say that humility is a higher form of pride. And of course, aside from pride, there's also the prosperity. You know, Africa has a lot to offer the world. We can also bring the money home. The African fashion economy is at about 60, 70, $80 billion. Our job is to move it to about $500 billion. So it's quite a bit of work.
Gratitude and thanksgiving to God for keeping him to this time of his life, healthy and strong, and for all the years past and all the many blessings that God continues to bestow upon him. We're really grateful. We thank God for his life.
After his grand entry into the party arena, the ever-bubbly celebrant was flanked by his wife, Ijeoma Laila Bode, and daughter, who joined him on the dance floor. Now to the entertainment of guests in the colorful and serene party room. The celebrant then changed his outfit into an eagle-like traditional attire before getting on the fashion runway to do the Egba dance with his family and friends. From AIT Entertainment and Lifestyle, say 50 arty cheers to you, Are Lai Labode. Now to the international scene. 81-year-old Kannapolis, North Carolina, United States born singer-songwriter George Edward Clinton has taken the Universal Music Group to court, accusing the label of allegedly freezing more than $1.1 million in royalties across his catalog over 3 years. Court documents indicated the Parliament Funkadelic architect recently filed a lawsuit in a federal court in Detroit, alleging UMG withheld 100% of royalties from at least 12 Clinton-related accounts. At the center of the dispute is a separate copyright fight involving the estate of late P-Funk keyboardist Benny Worrell. Worrell's estate had argued that he was entitled to co-ownership of certain Parliament Funkadelic recordings, but a federal judge ruled in Clinton's favor in September of 2025, noting the claims were barred by Copyright Act statutes of limitations. Clinton's new lawsuit had argued that the label has continued to use the case as a reason to hold back money. The record producer and band leader had shaped modern funk through Parliament Funkadelic, whose influence later stretched into hip-hop, G-funk, and artists from Dr. Dre to Kendrick Lamar. He was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame with Parliament Funkadelic in 1997 and entered into the Songwriters Hall of Fame in 2025. Now to our cheering news. For the Colombian Hips Don't Lie singer-songwriter and dancer Shakira, whom the Spanish High Court has ordered the tax authority to refund 55 million euros improperly collected in a dispute over her 2011 taxes. The court noted that the tax authorities had failed to prove that the singer spent more than 183 days in Spain in 2011, a legal threshold which required residents to pay personal income tax in the country. Spain's tax agency has been charged to return all amounts paid, including legal interest, effectively cancelling multi-million euros penalties and tax adjustments that had classified Shakira as a Spanish tax resident for that year. Wow. The queen of Latin music, Shakira, has welcomed the ruling, saying the court has finally set the record straight following years of brutal public exposure. It's time to say au revoir on Kakaaki Entertainment and Lifestyle. I am Anu Awojobi.
They are an entertainment, and it's also a safe place to birth the sheep of Kakaaki, the African Voice, this Wednesday morning. We thank you for spending time with us, for beginning your day with us on the program. Join us again on Thursday for another edition. My name is Kunle Adewale. Have a great day. Whatever you do, wherever you go, please stay safe.
And I am Onosho Rena Obozege, Rena OBO, on social media. Thanks a bunch for staying here with us. Up next on the program and on TV, really. The program has ended. Up next on AIT and Repower is political platform at 9 a.m. for 1 hour. We'll see you again tomorrow. Bye.
Catfish, the act of growing a diverse group of reefing fish, is popular in Nigeria. The production of the fish for commercial purpose is a major practice by farmers, as it accounts for over 80% of the country's aquaculture output,